What's going on, Conscious Crew? It's your favorite breakdown commentator, CTV. Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform. Happy Saturday. You guys already know what we're here to talk about. Before we do so, go ahead and thumbs up the video until it's absolutely stuck for me. You guys know that thumbing up the video not only helps with YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So when you are thumbing up the video, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another Conscious Crew member and telling them to get their black asses into the sanctuary, because the kank is in fact Kang game. So if you can use those fingers to click on the stream and then use those fingers to comment in the comment section, you can certainly use those fingers to give me an old nasty piece of like. It don't cost you nothing. It's free 99. But speaking of free 99, all donation information is also in the description box below. $ Consciouztv on Cash App and PayPal.me/ConsciouzTV, of course, on PayPal. And Consciouztv is spelled just how it is here on the platform. Thank you guys in advance for all of your contributions. Also, make sure that you have your notification bell set to all. And last but not least, please share the stream out to wherever it is you have digital community, whether that be your YouTube community wall, your Instagram, your MySpace, your Facebook, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't really give a damn where you, in fact, lay the link. Just let them whores know that we're loud, we're live, and we're certainly in color. And with no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, Conscious Crew. Happy Saturday. Let me speak to everybody in the building. What's going on, Todd? Hey, Chowder. Hey, Sherri. What's going on, Lisa, Miss Dawkins, Lauren? What's going on, Sherri? Hey, Gabriella. Hey, Cindy. Hey, April. Hey, you guys. Hope you guys are having a wonderful Saturday. Now, you guys know we've been busting down the hot topics. I am slowly getting back on my kind of fluid, very consistent content creating grind. You guys know that I had a little bit of pep taken out of my step due to a lot of the disastrous, ridiculous, gaslighting, destructive things going on politically within our country. As an empath, I was very deregulated, and I had to really get myself together. And I'm still, creating a refined system to get me back in order. So this has resulted in me feeling better, which is resulting in me being able to be present in my art and in all of the wonderful things that I love to do as a bad bitch, okay? Which is, of course, be here with you all. Now, if you guys missed yesterday's live stream, I need you guys to catch up on that. Our hot topics have been amazing. And one of the topics that came up is this polygamy, ethical, non-monogamy conversation that Omarion and R&B singer Neyo have been centering in their interviews. You guys know that Omarion recently sat down with our mammified, big-breasted auntie in Christ, Sherri Shepherd girl, who was whopping all throughout her dress when she sat down with a man, twice her damn senior, who was with all of the ish, because he is very much so into having community pain and, fertilizing the soils of the earth accordingly. Also, Neyo, as you guys know, who committed a lot of infidelity against his previous wife, hooking up with hookers and whores, and just being a degenerate, came out of that apocalyptic divorce and has led a life of polygamy, and he's now in a four-way relationship with 4 other women. All right. Now, he recently sat down with Angie Martinez and they got into a bit of a conversation. Now, I've only seen sound bites from that interview posted on the blogs. I have pulled up the actual interview, and it seems like at the tip of their interview, Neyo kind of goes into talking about poly and breaking down his situation. So we're going to use Omarion and Neyo's interview and their talking points as a catalyst for this conversation, which is an experimental conversation. I'm just going to unpack. I'm just going to ask questions. I'm going to explore things. And, we're just going to have a conversation around what I believe in part, not entirely, but I do believe in part is Black male whorism being disguised commercially as polygamy and poly. Now, before we get into the depths of this conversation, I also want to provide a disclaimer. You guys know that I'm a very progressive, very futuristic, very prophetic, very liberal individual. I believe in more freedoms than restrictions in life, okay? Therefore, you guys know over the years, we've had lots of conversations around open relationships, polygamy. You guys know I'm with all of that. I have participated in all these styles of relationships. I don't believe that one style of relationship is better than the other. I think that all of these styles of relationships, whether we're talking about polygamy or poly or monogamy, are just ways for humans individually, based upon their own individualism, based upon their own love and sex language, are able to get in where they fit in at, because not everyone is fit for monogamy style human bonds, and not everyone is fit for poly or polygamy. So all of these relationship styles are legit. They all come with their fair share of challenges. I know that because monogamy is kind of our Western worldview, that monogamy kind of gets pedestalized in a way that's really unfair to other relationship styles. But as we can see from the marital statistics, 70% of marriages collapsing epically. This epidemic of singleness and being in situationships, that clearly monogamy comes with 1 trillion side effects. Monogamy comes with 1 billion complexities, etc., girl. So no relationship style is more perfect than the other. All human interactions will always challenge all people, no matter what type of interactions they are, whether they're platonic, whether they're family, whether they are romantic. Anytime that you're just dealing with people, there's going to be a default set of challenges that people will have to work through if they wish to continue to experience each other on a shared and mutual life journey, okay? Whether that's as friends, whether that's, once again, as intimate partners, whether that's, as a family unit, etc. Girl, anytime you get people bundling together, you're going to get your fair share of problems that can be worked through if that's what people desire to do in their situations. So this is not a monogamy bashing conversation. It's not a enforcing of poly either. And the point of this dialogue is to just explore some trains of thoughts, explore some psychology, explore, girl. We're on an exploration. All right. Now, this also is going to be an open panel discussion. Should I drink? Should I drop the link now? I'm going to go ahead and drop the link now. If you guys want to already come up and give your general thoughts on monogamy, polygamy, poly, etc., and then we'll move into the interviews and further out discussions, we can do that. So I'm going to go ahead and drop the link. If you guys are coming in, please thumbs up the live stream. Or you guys can just hit the link at any point in time that y'all feel. I just dropped it. And once again, please make sure that you guys are thumbing up the video because we need all of the thumbs up. YouTube is going through another purge. It's slowing down viewership. It's slowing down notifications. And it's doing this across the board. They do this like every 3 quarters of the year. So we're going through all of that. So please make sure that you guys are thumbing up the video. Hey, Tyler. Hey, Sabby. Hey, Dan. Hey, Miss Dawkins. Neo is gay. I'm sorry. Oh, God. Look, I bet y'all can sound off on all that, child. We're going to touch on those aspects of this dialogue as well. All right. First thing I want to do is open up with Omarion talking about non-ethical monogamy with Sherri Shepherd. Now, for those of you who never heard of ethical non-monogamy, ENM, ethical non-monogamy refers to relationships where all parties agree to engage with multiple partners. This agreement is built on communication, consent, and honesty, ensuring everyone involved is fully aware and supportive of the arrangement. All right. Now, Sherri Shepherd had asked Omarion about ethical non-monogamy, but based upon the way that Omarion answered, it sounded more so like Omarion was speaking about polygamy, because he got into this conversation about the ratio of men to women. And because there's a deficit in the ratio, he believes that that deficit means that women should be pretty much open to sharing men because there's more men than there are women. All right. So let's revisit this soundbite courtesy of Sherri Shepherd. Let me go ahead and put up my fair use. Once again, the StreamYard link is in the chat, and check this out.
And Chair for Hot Topics about actor Kofi Siriboe. And he says that he practices ethical non-monogamy. Okay. Do you think that's a good idea, ethical non-monogamy?
Well, I will say I'm in agreement. You know, I don't know all of the backstory of those words, but I would say for me, being open is important. And also, you know, the women just truly outnumber the men. You know what I mean? And this is
you're supposed to have, is this like an all-you-can-eat buffet over here?
No, let me...
Okay, go on explain. I'm not jumping on you.
Let me just say, it's only a few good men. It's only a few good men.
Right.
You know? And whether or not...
I want y'all to duly note this talking point. It's only a few good men. All right? Hold on to that.
Whether or not it's a physical thing, you know, we end up fostering the next generation as well. So why not have our queens or the women? Because I was raised by all women.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Why not have our queens aligned with that? That it takes a village. It's not going to just be one man. You know, you could get married. That man's still not going to be just your man. He's going to be, you know, there for his daughter. He's going to be there for his mom, his grandmother. You know, so this concept isn't really foreign. It's just a little old, you know, and it's
okay. So, baby, I got just a few things right there alone that I need to unpack real quick. Okay, so his argument for why poly and polygamy should not be seen as some type of unusual, abnormal relationship style was a strong argument because he pretty much used the same line of thinking that I always use when I talk about polygamy and polyamory. I remind people that even if you're signing up for a monogamous relationship, your partner is still in a multitude of other relationships with people that they love. So even if you're in a monogamous relationship, whether your partner is male or female, they're still in relationship to their children, to their cousins, to their parents, their grandparents, to their best friends. They're still in relationship to an entire community. So you are factually still sharing this person emotionally, you're sharing this person mentally, and you're even sharing this person physically. When you really break down and boil down what monogamy really comes down to, is you're really asking someone to have their genitals be monogamous to you, because every other aspect of the person is available to everybody else in their life. The emotional intimacy that you may experience in a romantic relationship is also the emotional intimacy that your partner's best friend is experiencing with them. There's transparency, there's depth, there's emotional nudity, there are affections exchange, hugs, I love yous. There is all of that sentimentalness that is expressed, not even in just the friendships, but also in the family ships, etc. The only thing that is truly monogamous in a monogamous relationship is the dick and the puss. That's really what you're walking down the aisle to ask somebody's permission to exclusively have to themselves, is the puss and the ping. Everything else about your partner is accessible to everybody else who makes up your partner's community base. So, to Omarion's point, I agree. I always tell people that when people be like, well, you know, how can you be with more than one person, emotionally, mentally, whatever the case may be? I say the same way that you can have a plethora of children. You didn't stop with just one kid. You had two, or you had several. You had several, or you had 20. And you had the capacity to love, to nurture, and to take care of all of your babies. The same way that you can have more than one pet. You may have 2-3 dogs, a damn bird, and a cat. You love all of your fur babies. You can have a collection of shoes, bags, vehicles. You may have more than one occupation. You may be a freelance writer and work in corporate America and be a photographer on the side. And you love all of these things in their equal measure. So this concept of humans having the capacity to love more than one thing, to value more than one thing, to be fulfilled by more than just one thing and or one person is not unusual when you really take an honest look at life and the way that we're already showing up every day in our everyday lives, catering to multiple relationships, participating in multiple loving, meaningful relationships. Now, this is where me and Omarion are about to kind of go to the left, because he got into this kind of very, I don't know whether it was manipulative or whether it was just out of ignorance. He got into this talking point about men and women and how there's more women than there are men. And I want to rewind it back a little bit to refresh that.
We end up fostering the next generation as well. So why not have our queens or the women? Because I was raised by all women.
Okay.
Oh, now I find it interesting that he said this. this is very easy to say as a grown man who gets to, exist independently, take care of himself, but had his mother practice ethical non-monogamy, would Omarion be saying what he's saying? If he had been raised in a household with a mother who was in a romantic relationship with 2, 3, 4 different men, and he had 2, 3, 4 different dads, stepdads, etc., would he be saying this? He's also disproportionately speaking about this openness from a male's perspective. And it gives that, women should get with the program. But is he also arguing ethical non-monogamy for women as well? Would he teach his daughter this philosophy and relationship idea that she, has full autonomy in her life and that it's okay for her to be emotionally and sexually invested in any amount of men, or hell, even women, as she sees fit? Because it sounds a little double standardy, which is why he had to say what he say what he said off the strength of, hey, there's more women to men, therefore that gap and discrepancy should be resolved by women bringing themselves, our queens, to partaking in the community dick of it all. Okay, So I'm curious to know if Omarion believes that polygamy and poly should also benefit women, and would he argue that it's within woman's nature as well, that not all women are a monolith, that there are women who are into monogamy and there are women who are into community efforts. Okay, like I'm just curious, honey, because it sounded real low-key lopsided, girl. Okay, that male privilege seemed to be leaning more toward, this is a men's thing rather than a woman's thing.
Why not have our queens align with that? That it takes a village. It's not going to just be one man. You can get married. That man still ain't going to be just your man. He's going to be, there for his daughter. He's going to be there for his mom, his grandmother. So this concept isn't really foreign. It's just a little old. And it's meant to be upgraded. And I love this conversation because I think when men are open and honest that they don't want to have just this one thing for the rest of their life, it gives a woman an opportunity to choose and to, further understand a man, because, I think that women don't really understand a man. Certain women do, but there's a larger conversation that has to be had about understanding men and how, we're meant to spread our seed.
Well, I want to say this.
Woo! Oh, I didn't even hear that part yesterday, y'all. I'm so glad that I did this live stream and we can come back and really unpack this. I didn't even hear what he just said. He said, he loves this conversation and that, women don't really understand men, and that it's in men's nature to sow our wild seeds. Okay. Now this makes it very clear that he is identifying this as a male thing, and that men should have the right to participate in community sex and community romance, while women should allocate themselves and mandate themselves to one partner that can revolve around everybody else, while women not have that privilege because this is a men's thing. I want to shout out to my baby mother, Leslie, for the old dancing piece of child support check, who says that for I love you, smart, handsome, and kind. Thank you, Leslie. Thank you, baby. My God. Wow. Wow. Okay. Let me see here, cause Jesus Christ. Wow. I did not get my thoughts together. Okay, so there's some things here. Yesterday, I was triggered up when I listened to this soundbite because I was thinking how dense of Omarion to not do his homework, not look at any data, and to just speak this as though it exists within a vacuum when it does not. Because it's clear to me, if I'm being honest, that Omarion, like a lot of men who are pro-polygamy, more pro-polygamy than they even are pro-monogamy, I mean pro-poly, are speaking selfishly. I don't like when men use this whole, we're males and we are hardwired to be hoes. Because if we're speaking scientifically and if we're speaking factually, both male and female in every aspect of nature are hardwired to reproduce. And I say that generally. I'm, of course, not talking about same gender loving people, etc., even though trans and same gender loving people also utilize their reproductive systems and oftentimes also create families themselves. So I guess I'm not speaking generally. We are humans. We are hardwired to reproduce. We don't always have to reproduce through hetero means or heteronormativity means, but we nonetheless, have the desire to replicate ourselves, to carbon copy ourselves, to copy and paste ourselves through the lineage of children and having children and giving birth to. So this is not something that is exclusive to men. Women have a biological clock. Women have a whole reproductive system. It is just as much within female nature to reproduce, to consecrate. Women, like men, have sexual organs. This biased idea that promiscuity, that hypersexuality is a inherent male phenomenon is not true in the way that it's being represented. It is true that we are hardwired, but it's not true that we're the only ones hardwired for sex, that we're the only ones hardwired as hormonally. That is the literal case on both sides. Both sides. So the fact that Omarion is like leaning in this ideology to the left for men lets me know that he is deeply informed, maybe unbeknownst to him, by Western patriarchy, which a lot of men actually don't know, that a lot of their ideals and a lot of their beliefs and a lot of their function and behavior is actually influenced by all of the social engineering of Western patriarchal indoctrination, Western patriarchal imperialism, Western patriarchal socialization. But because this socialization is so fluid to our existence, it's so inherent because we're born into these systems, and then these systems are replicated repetitiously in our lives again and again in the form of cultural norms, family norms, religious norms. There's all these other systems put in place to reinforce these ideals that give us this sense that, oh, this is me. It's not. Oh, I was just born. No, you're not. You don't just think this way for the hell of thinking this way. You don't just feel this way for the hell of feeling this way. You are informed by a plethora of complex ideals that are being mirrored back to you in various communities, whether, once again, that's the religious community, whether that's family tradition, whether that's societal norms, etc. It's reflected back to you in music, in art, in media, in literature, in mythology, in fables, etc. What the way you think about what you think about, and the way you bees and how you bees is not simply just based upon your authentic function. No, you can't say that. You're born into a matrix and you've been matrixized. And nobody who has not done the work is being their authentic self. If you have not done the work, if you have not got in your own mind, in your own brain, and address all of the societal implications of your personality, all of the societal influences that contribute to our preferences, that contribute to our beliefs, our prejudices, our biases, that contribute to all of these things, you cannot stand up and proclaim to be your authentic self. Anybody walking around under the guise that this is just the way that I am is actually the person who is the most uninformed about who they in fact are. But that's actually the general population. Most people literally do think that they are just how they are because that's how they are. They do not at all have the self-awareness to acknowledge that, wait a minute, the church did play its role. My family and community and societal expectations have shaped the way that I show up. My economic, my social positioning has impacted my worldview, the things that I've been taught by other people, the traditions, the rituals, the customs of my country, my race, and my culture. That yes, all of these things have acted as a seasoning upon my soul. Think of your authentic self as the dough. Not even the dough. Think of your authentic self as the chicken breast. Okay. But once that chicken breast comes off the shelf, aka is born and birthed into a society, think of yourself now as a chicken breast put into a pot. That pot is the world, the matrix. And then from there, there is a production that you are filtered through as a chicken breast in that pot. There's accent, there's flour, there's salt, there's pepper, there's garlic, there's parmesan, there's whatever you put into your chicken. All of that seasoning are all of the superficial, shallow projections of the outward world created by other things and forces separate from you. So now, once you come out of the pot, come out of the oven, whether you've been baked or fried by the society, you now are no longer just existing as a natural chicken breast. You've now been influenced and inscribed with all of these outward stimuli that have created you in their likeness. You're now well-seasoned baked chicken to some who wanted you to be baked, and or you're well-fried seasoned chicken for those who decided you wanted and should have been fried. Or you are a generic bland-ass version of yourself if you were born into systems that were bland in nature, or where the rules were very loose. But whatever you are, once you've come into this system, aka been put in that pot, once you've been seasoned about, once you've been salt and peppered, once you've had heat put to your ass, grease put to your ass, flour put to your ass, flour being your family, grease being religion, salt and pepper being your country, your nationality, you are no longer your authentic self. But because you don't know better, now that you on that plate, well done. Now that you on that dinner plate, baby. Now that you have been born and shaped into what the system considers to be an adequate utility for society, an adequate tool for society, you now identify as the well-seasoned, well-fried, or well-baked, or half-cooked chicken, not understanding any of the premeditated forces that went into shaping you to either be fried, dyed, or laid to the motherfucking side. And because most people never hit enlightenment in their life, most people never really give themselves an opportunity to unpack their shit, to address all of the stimuli, all of the salt and peppering, all of the production that went into making them who they are mentally, making them who they are emotionally, making them who the fuck they are. You have a bunch of what I like to call AI bots. Most people are walking around unconsciously as AI, have no idea that they are a mere product of their environment. They are a mere product of their upbringing. They are a mere product of the culture, the country, and the community. A mere product. And yet are utilizing language like, I'm being myself. No, you're not, bitch. You have no fucking idea who the fuck you are. None. Alice have yet to head dive into the rabbit hole. You don't have a authentic claim, a genuine, legit claim to authenticity, because authenticity requires dismantling, introspection, retrospection, ultimately investigation. The investigation of the layers and layers and layers of self that exist on top of what you authentically are at your core, which once again, you cannot get to unless you have underwent a reconstruction era of your life. So it seems to me that Omarion is existing within a vacuum. He's been a male socialized in a patriarchy to believe that because he has a dick, that somehow justifies a lack of sexual discipline, which has then been hidden behind the commercialization of open relationships, poly relationships, polygamy relationships, and I would like for the Neos and the Omarions of the world to actually sit in front of somebody who actually knows something, to sit down with somebody who actually is very educated in these psychological and sociological areas of our life, who can push back, push up against, and or know how to engage in these conversations about these particular types of ideals and really put them to work instead of just giving them a platform to legitimize a certain relationship concept, which is, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with people being in polygamous, polyamory, open relationships, etc. But it is very dangerous when you have men sitting down who are advocating for male freedom and male autonomy while subjugating women, who are advocating in their politics for freedom of choice and freedom of being for men, while indirectly asking women to commit to the social scripts that they've been given. That's what's dangerous about allowing people like Omarion to have a platform to even speak about poly and polygamy, because he's not able to have those conversations about those particular concepts without it coming at the expense of women. As you just heard what he said at the end. I didn't even hear this yesterday when I played this audio. I didn't even hear it yesterday. When he said, oh, women don't understand men and how it's in our nature. No, it's not. And if you're going to say our nature, it's not our nature as men, it's our nature as a collective. As a collective. And I would have to argue that, Omarion, you have no more understanding of what it means to be a man than you believe women have an understanding of what it means to be a man. Because I'm personally insulted by the fact that you've reduced me as a card-carrying member of the male community to my sexual organs. That you've reduced what it means to be a man to what's between my legs. And you're out here as a single father who made another woman a single mother, who contributed to another child having to deal and exist and navigate single parent households. And the audacity for you to be out here talking about what men are and are not. But there was something else even more interesting of a thought that I was inspired by listening to Omarion's half-assed attempt to speak about poly and polygamy, which is when he kept saying there's more men to women. I found it completely disproportionate that he had more to say about how women need to bow down and amputate themselves in order to deal with this gap within the population between men and women, rather than actually challenge men to be better. Because if Omarion had just did a little bit of homework, a little bit of research, he would have known that, because according to surveys and national data and statistics, there are 88 black men for every 100 black women. So we have a 11-12% deficit. What he would also known is that 88 black male to every 100th black woman is also largely due to something called mass incarceration that contributes largely. to why women don't have access to a single black male in the way that single black men have access to single black women. But there's something even more incredible about the dynamics between black women and black men. I was listening to Life Jennings' song, Statistics. And some of Life Jennings' statistics in that song were true, but some of them were not. So I went in and I used his song, but I corrected all of the statistics with the proper percentages. Let's talk about it. 30% of all men are mentally unstable, according to mental health statistics. 30% of all men are dealing with some type of a mental health issue. 20% of men cannot and is not faithful. Men disproportionately cheat more than women. For the 20% of unfaithful men, only 9% of the women's community have cheated, practices cheating. 22% of men, according to data, do not tell the truth and do not mean what they say. The 10% of the remaining is lowered because 2% of that 10 are gay. Or asexual, and or represent some acronym of the LGBT. 40% of all men have a complex. 47% of men don't even practice safe sex. 40% of men are from homes without a father. And in the words of Life Jennings, that leaves you with a 50-50 chance of marrying a motherfucking coward. So these men who are acknowledging the corruption of the 90%, resulting in Neyo and Omarion telling y'all to share the remaining 10%. But even 80% of that 90% account for persons arrested for violent crimes. 40% of male's community is unemployed and have an arrest record. Well, no, 40% of the unemployed population of the men's community have an arrest record. 37% of men have or have had a STD. So when Omarion says, girl, shrink, that there's a small degree of men's community that's quote unquote good, that's qualified, that encompass all of the qualities of a healthy male partner, inwardly and outwardly healthy, that there's a small margin. I find it inconceivable that Omarion was not able to then, instead of telling women to bow down to that and to supplement the difference by just being sister wives to the wives who have managed to find the needles in the haystack out here, and instead did not put pressure on men's community to actually change things within the male community that are actually preventable. The STD rates amongst men's community are preventable. Incarceration of black men largely is preventable. Mental health crisis amongst men are largely preventable. These are all things that can be mitigated. These are all issues that can be mitigated and litigated. We're not talking about permanent injuries. We're not talking about permanently amputated members of the black male population. We're talking about issues that can be addressed, that can be reformed, that can be reshaped, which could then strengthen the dating pool, strengthening the ratio of good, qualified, high-functioning, holistically made whole black male to black female ratio. Isn't that a more upstream, supportive attitude and antidote and remedy rather than sitting in a completely ignorant, uninformed box and just simply looking at the fact that there are more black women than there are black men and doubling down in your male privilege to say that women should burden themselves even against their own boundaries, worldviews, etc., just for the sake of not going to bed alone, sign up to be sister wives to each other, which is exclusively a male issue. I am a believer and advocate that the issues amongst men should be dealt with and confronted by men. Omarion asking women to potentially endanger themselves or to reduce the quality of their vision for themselves romantically over what black men did to black men. Oh my like it makes my brain shake. Like, I'm offended for women, and maybe women aren't even offended because they also largely have no idea what the fuck Omarion is even fucking talking about. They don't even maybe even understand the world they're existing in, because so many women have internalized being mammies and putting on capes for men, that this is so traditional. This is so much of the woman's custom in this country, is to think of even the most degenerate, unqualified man as one who has the potential to be crowned and to be king, that women don't even really fully understand what's being required, what's being asked upon thee, and are literally witnessing men like Omarion and men like the red pill and of the red pill community asking women to once again sacrifice their visions and their desires in place of overcompensating for a need to have male companionship, when the only reason why women are having to compromise, the only reason why women are being asked to participate in threesomes and open themselves up to an open bedroom door policy, and the only reason why they're even asked to do these things is because there is a deficiency within the males community that men are not addressing about themselves. And instead of them addressing these things and healing these deficiencies within their lack of sexual discipline that's being disguised as polygamy, men instead are normalizing this wound and successfully getting women to participate in the normalization of these deficiencies within male spaces that should not continue to go ignored, but should actually have legit attention brought to these psychic injuries within Black male minority community spaces. Black men are not having the level of internal confrontation about the things that have shaped our consciousness and that have shaped our behavior at the level that women are having. Because while there is a certain segment of the females population that are still dying on Mammy Mountain and that still have their capes on hard, there is equally another segment of the female community that are awakening to self-worth, to self-care, to self-love, which is resulting in divesting, resulting in women leveling up, therapy, leveling up socioeconomically, educationally, women doing the work holistically. We don't see equal measure in men's community to unpack, unearth, and to deal with the imperialistic indoctrination that have led to the mutations within male thinking and male being, which is why Black men, and in this country, really the entire males community, collapsing under the weight of mental health issues that all are a result of Western patriarchy. All of the issues that men are facing emotionally and mentally and within themselves and refuse to bring voice to are the result of the same patriarchy that they enforce upon women, that they are not even surviving. The same patriarchy that they enforce upon trans women, that even men aren't surviving. The same patriarchal ideals and systems that they enforce upon the same gender-loving men, that straight men aren't even themselves surviving. They're not even surviving a male-centered world. They're not even surviving a patriarchal system. It's killing them literally. And the only people that are experiencing a sense of normality and wellness, ironically, in this country are those who are challenging that system, who are dismantling and decolonizing their minds. That's why you're seeing those numbers go up for those minority community members, and you're seeing the numbers go completely to hell in hetero men's community. It's interesting that as successful as some men can be, as talented as some men can be, and the type of things materially that some men are capable of creating for themselves, such as, the legacy that Omarion has crafted out, the legacy that Neyo has crafted out, that they can still be so deaf-toned, and they can still be so dense, philosophically speaking, metaphysically speaking, can be so extremely ignorant and far removed from the real elephant that's sitting in the room. And the real elephant sitting in the room is not men being hardwired to fuck everything under the sun and needing everything under the sun to understand that its place is to be fucked and fucked only, but to actually address the deficit that influences this hyper toxic sexuality and promiscuity that men are using as a pseudo healing and as a pseudo salvation. And then literally pulling the actual humanity of women into that delusion, pulling the full humanity of the feminine into this warped ass reality with them. And still not actually understanding that this is what's leading women in the feminine to largely move away from maleness. So while men are sitting in the society talking about, oh, men are going extinct, maleness is going extinct, yes, and rightfully so. Rightfully so. And it's a shame that they have no understanding of how cancerous and toxic maleness has become and how detrimental now it has become to the forming of interpersonal relationships. How much of a threat not homosexuality is, not how much of a threat feminism is, but how much of a threat maleness is to the nuclear household. Which is why you have some of the biggest proponents and perpetuators of this black male at the head of the table mythology completely proving how much of a hypocrite and how sick they are in their ability to recognize themselves and the male identification of it all that contributes to the destruction of this idea of a nuclear family, such as Dr. Umar Johnson, who would get out here and speak down on women's empowerment, speak down on feminism, speak down on the LGBT community, while he has illegitimate ass children out here. The young pharaohs of the world who will talk down upon feminism, talk down upon the LGBT community, while he has illegitimate children out here. Polite, the lot goes on and on and on and on and on and on. And everybody is the issue but maleness. Whether that's male identified as females or male identified as men. But it's a great thing that we're living in a time and a space where so many of us who have, in the words of Maxine Waters, reclaimed our time and reclaimed our lives, we don't need other people to agree or to like it. We're doing it anyway. We're forging ahead anyway. We're moving on anyway. We're doing what's in the best interest of the quality of our lives for ourselves anyway. And if male identified as women and male identified as men want to continue to stay and live and exist and create a bed in the eye of the storm, then my God, you have every right to, bitch, but you're not going to get the rest of us to join you and to build a living room and to put a bedroom set in the eye of a Category 5 hurricane. May God bless you. And may God bless the rest of us even more. Black men need to have a confrontation that is well overdue at this point. And they're still not getting it, even as they're watching their community leave Egypt, even as they're watching their community members flee Egypt. They are watching their community leave Pharaoh, the symbol of exclusive maleness. They're watching their community members leave in the droves. And men are still left behind, and their male-identified mammies, to be chipped away, to die away, to wither away, as they continue to attempt to make fetch happen, as they continue to attempt to turn the wilderness into a home. Omarion has no idea what the fuck it means to be a man if he thinks that that exclusively comes down to sowing your wild oats. And how disrespectful is that to asexual men, to abstinent men, to men who believe that there is also virtue on his dick, and that his dick is not for community. His dick is not to be utilized every time that he has a hormonal charge. The fact that these niggas don't even know that the thing that leads to the blood that turns their dick into a brick, a lot of times don't even have to do with the need to actually have sex or to rub one out, but that even your hormonal charged penis and genital is also informed by empty space. It's informed by boredom. It's informed by a lack of substantive production in one's life. It's informed by trauma. It's informed by inadequacy. It's informed by fear. It's informed by being overstimulated. It's informed. The fact that these niggas don't even know that the electricity that moves through them, that makes them want to pump and dump on everything, is not literally even informed fully by a need to go into some pussy, but a need instead to get on your knees and to align your motherfucking chakras and to remind yourself that you are liquid love. Born unto the world for the sake of the creative experience. The fact that men don't even have enough emotional intelligence to look and observe their own stimuli and to actually ask questions, to actually sit in the meditation and sit in the silence of yourself as you feel the things that you feel. Because if you actually sat down in your stimuli, if you sat down in what you are calling natural, if you sat down, you marinated in it, you planted both seed in it, and instead of allowing it to lead you, you sat down to explore it emotionally, explore it mentally, to confront it, Alice, to go into the rabbit hole, you will find that your body and your soul are communicating something much different to you than your surface interpretation of those stimuli. Do you guys realize that? Well, I shared this before, but I share this again for the sake of what I'm saying. I eat once a day now. I was just, eating for the hell of when I just felt the need to eat. And I didn't think much of it. Whenever I just got the urge to eat something, I just ate something. I didn't think twice about it, etc. Until one day, I was too lazy to put something down my damn throat when I had the desire to do so initially. And because I was too lazy to fulfill the need to eat something, I end up sitting on my lazy ass for another 3-4 hours and realized that the feeling and the desire to eat had come and gone, that it had completely dissipated, and that 4 hours later, I didn't even want to eat. And then when I thought about what I had been doing prior to the need to eat something, and then what I had continued to do after the feeling of needing to eat something had came, I realized that, oh my God, I only wanted to put something in my mouth because I was sitting around in idle space and I just needed a dopamine hit. I just needed a serotonin hit. I just needed a momentary thrill, which of course, food and eating something that is desirable to you can get you. That serotonin, dopamine hit. Huh. Those same forces and variables are at work also when you're horny. Those same variables are at work when you're trolling. Those same forces are at work when you're frustrated and cussing a bitch clean the fuck out. Those same forces are at work when you're overspending. Those same forces are at work when you're choosing to lay up with somebody who you know damn well don't need to be any more in your bed than they need to be in damn jail right now. There are, Apostle Paul said this the best. He said, as a man who intends to do well, who means well, I am grossly aware that there are two governments that reside in me that are always in opposition to one another. That within me are two states of consciousness, one that is life-giving and one that is destructive. That there's always a proverbial negative, positive, good or evil polarity that are in communications to one another within me, that are in litigations to one another within me. And the only way to properly exist dead smack in the middle of these two universal polarities of light and darkness, so-called good and bad, so-called good and evil, is to develop and deepen one's self-awareness and self-discipline. If we as a people created a society that was built upon just doing what you feel, it would be completely anarchy. Entire anarchy. But simultaneously, we've also created a system that is erroneously mitigating the human phenomenon as well, which is leading to its own mutations. But these things that we feel, these things that we want, it's not safe to just go with it because it feels like you. To go with it because it represents itself as you. Not without doing the work and not without having the confrontation. And what it means to be an adult, what it means to be a self-aware person is to literally do just that. Be self-aware. Be in conversation with yourself. Learn to have OBEs of your own behavior. Learn how to exist outside of your behavior and to analyze it non-biasedly. To analyze it from the inside out. To be able to see yourself speak and be. And have the confrontation and conversation of how, bitch, and why, bitch. Where that came from. Where that feeling came from. Where that behavior came from. This is the reason why most people will follow through with their impulses, right? And still feel undone. Like, you know what? I went and spent all that motherfucking money on Bojangles to feel better. And now I feel like a disgusting big back pig. You know what? I went and busted that motherfucking nut with that motherfucker. And I actually feel worse. I did the thing to ventilate the impulse, only to still end up with negative feedback. You know, you thought you needed that dress or that wig, or you needed that shopping spree. Now to be disgusted that you done ran yourself into a bankruptcy, bitch, and don't know what you're going to do for gas and for lunch for the rest of the week, bitch. Trying to solve the problem at face value only led you into another motherfucking deficit emotionally, physically, or mentally. And you know why that happens more times than not? Is because we're misreading the stimuli. You are misreading the stimuli. We are existing too much at the surface level of conversation and understanding about the forces that compel us. Whether that's sexually, whether that's romantically, whether that's in behavior, whether that's in thought or emotion, etc. It's not enough to just exist in the surface level of self. And if that's where you're spending your time and where you're spending your mind, you're going to continue to come up shortchanged in life. You're going to continue to come up with half-baked results. You're going to always be left for there to be something still to be desired. And the reality is that Neo ain't no more of a better man by having 4 different women who gonna end up with imbalanced pH levels than he was when he was trying to force himself into a monogamous box. Let's move into Neo. I haven't heard this yet, so we'll be hearing this together. Hold on, I think I got some donations as well. Let me see here. Oh, my baby mother Leslie, baby, she loaded me up. She says, for your appreciation, you are a superstar. Thank you, baby mother Leslie. Thank you, baby mother. For I am a straight woman, but I love me some of you, period. Thank you, baby mama. You guys know all donation information is in the description box below. Child, thank y'all, honey. Y'all know, yesterday I was tempted to go on a rant, but this is why I didn't, because we would have been here for an hour and a half just on Omarion alone. So my point, leaving the Omarion segment to go into the Neo segment, is Omarion needs to really unpack patriarchy. He needs to really unpack his maleness and the ideals that he upholds, and he needs to put his head to some history and put his head to some literature and really get in his consciousness and really untangle his belief systems and also like hear his words back. And I would love for Omarion to have sat and unpack this with somebody who had the skills to take him on the roller coaster that need to be taken on when it came to his very privileged, well-informed talking points around ethical non-monogamy. Let's get into Miss Neyo Girl, who sat down with Angie Martinez. Check out what he said.
Relationship wise, I was trying to be, you know, what society's norms tell you that you're supposed to be. You know, that one man is supposed to be with one woman, and that's just what it is, regardless of you know, how you are genetically made up, regardless of whether you're a person that thrives off of diverse energies or not. One man, one woman, and that's what it is. And mind you, I'm not saying that doesn't work for some people. Yeah, it just has never worked for me. And I've decided to stop trying to be something that I'm not and just go ahead and be what I am. And again, it's just a happier life.
Yeah, I love that for you. When do you, how does, you know, because it's when you change anything in your life, whether it's this or anything. I'm Janice Torres.
And I'm Austin Hankwitz.
We're the hosts of Mind the...
And like I said on yesterday, what I do love and what I will champion behind Omarion and Neyo at is I love the fact that they're at least transparent. Even if their ideals and philosophies can be challenged, I am definitely team transparency. And it's good that men are starting to come out of a lot of closets, not just the LGBT ones, but they're also coming out as whores who want to be with a whore. Okay? Now, what's informing their whorism still may be toxic and may be the result of spiritual sickness. But, you know, being honest is always going to be a positive leap forward. And is always going to be something that benefits open community, because the women who are interested in the men who do have a polygamous perspective, you know, get to go into those things with consent, and they get to go into those things realistically and willfully. All right. So, you know, hopefully a lot of men can continue to, you know, be honest about who they are, about their proclivities. Because as we can see from Neyo, there are women who are with the shits. There are badass bitches who are with the shits, baby. Okay, they with the things, real. Now, I don't think any of us are, you know, under the impression, girl, that Neo's girlfriends are in this because he's some wonderful man, more so than they are in it for the bag and for the potential of the bag of it all, baby. However, you know, honesty is honesty, and that's always going to be a good thing at its basis.
Change in your life, whatever it is, it's not good for everybody.
True.
How do people respond? Like, how does your family respond? Your kids respond?
Everybody is cool, because so here's the thing with the people in my life that genuinely love me. They love when I'm happy, because when I'm happy, everything lights up. Right. I'm a beacon of light when I'm happy, and they know this. So they say, especially my mom, if you are happy, I'm happy. You know, she's met them, she loves them. Everybody gets along. Wow. My kids have met them, love them. Everybody gets along. It's really and truly, I couldn't wish for a better situation, to be honest.
I'm thinking as a mom, like if my son called me, it was like, I want you to understand that this is and I want you to meet them. And I don't know how.
My mom is a little cooler than the average bear, though. You know what I'm saying? Like,
was she cool out the gate, or did you have to convince her?
I had to explain to her what it was, you know, because again, she's old fashioned, but at the same time, it's about what makes me happy. You know?
And she knows your history. She knows.
Indeed. And she's like, listen,
Leandra, you don't believe what exactly? Like, you got to expound. What don't you believe as it relates to what he's communicating?
The fact that you are just being honest with everybody, being honest about everything. The fact that you're not manipulating anyone, not forcing anybody. If you like it, I love it. But I definitely want to meet these women, especially considering the fact that they will potentially be around my grandchildren. I want to meet them. I want to vet them myself. And she did just that. And yeah, she gets along with everybody. Wow. Everything is good.
So to most people, guys especially, this seems like, this is amazing. It can't be all, like, nothing in life is all good.
Nothing in life is all good.
Right?
No,
there's got to be challenges in this type of lifestyle
Definitely
also.
so.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, Leandra says, I don't believe everything's all cool. Okay, so they finna get into that because Angie just said, nothing in life is all good, baby, okay? We live in, a dimension where the laws of polarity dominate, okay? So nothing is all light. There is a shadow for all light. There is a shadow and a reflection for all things projected. So now let's see what he has to say about what the other side of this looks like. And as I said in the beginning, as a disclaimer, all relationship styles come with their difficulties. Monogamy is not perfect. It's not idealistic. And that's why it struggles to work a lot of times, So monogamy is no more of a stronger relationship style than poly or polygamy. But once again, anytime that you're building with people, anytime that you're bringing another person or persons into your experience, you always have to learn how to adjust. There's going to be all of the regular smegula, learning each other's systems. Where do the compromises come into play at? Working through your ego, etc. Being a part of community, whether that's a workplace experience, a household experience, a family experience, a monogamy experience, a poly experience, anytime that you're dealing with people, it can't be idealistic in terms of like the fantasy that we imagine, because that fantasy is completely contradicted by the reality of the work that it takes to be in community with anybody, whether it's just one person or whether it's 2, 3, 4 more people. So, nothing is all good, but we're about to see what he got to say about this. Everything ain't all cool. Let me see what's going on. Storm says, but at least, yep. And that's what I say. You can never go wrong with honesty. Even if a person is still at a low level function of consciousness, the principle of honesty will always be a positive virtue. Confession will always be a positive virtue. And even if confession doesn't always translate well on the community, it can still nonetheless be healthy and fruitful for the confessor themselves, even if it's not fruitful for those who are confessed to. So, we're always going to root for the truth and honesty of it all for Shizzo. Okay, so let's listen to this next statement, child.
So, you're dealing with 4 different women, 4 different personalities, 4 different energies.
Because one relationship is hard.
Definitely. So, I will say this is not for everyone. Please do not, this is not me downing monogamy. Please do not leave your monogamous relationship because Neo said that polyamorous relationships work. Don't do that. Because should it go wrong, you can't call me and I'm not calling you. I will say this.
Now, once again, I want to back up what he just said. And I said this earlier. Poly and polygamy are not difficult for the reasons that people think. As someone who has participated in poly and participated in polygamy as well as monogamy, it's not the polygamy part that is per se difficult. It's literally what he just said. It's just the dynamics of getting to know someone. Regardless of whether it's a person you're in a monogamous relationship with or someone that you're in a polygamous relationship with, you have to, what's coming with the person a lot of times, especially since we do not pedestalize being with healthy people more so than we are in the practice of being with people we are attracted to. Typically, attraction will trump the quality of the person. So because most people are in the habit of signing up to be with somebody they are really attracted to, in lifestyle and in looks, but who may not in fact be healthy, what you also then have to deal with as a side effect to that is that person bringing into your experience all of their undealt with trauma and bullshit. Now, like Angie Martinez said, girl, dealing with one person and they bullshit is, a lot. The only thing with poly and polygamy is that you have more undone people to deal with. And so dealing with that really is the issue. The poly actually works, right? Because when people are honest about this, like the sister wives and sister husbands get along just fine a lot of times because that's what everybody wants. Everybody wants a part-time lover. They don't need the full-time thing like, maybe the everyday person does. They don't need full-time partnership. A lot of the people who are very poly, etc., even with myself, like why I lean more so toward poly and polygamy, and I don't really mind my man having a man or my man having a lady, is because at this point in my life, with me having so many other things that are on my bucket list and that are on my list of things to do and accomplish, and I have other things that I'm just in love with. I have other people that I'm also invested in, nieces, nephews, relatives, my friends. I just have a lot of other things I also want to belong to. This idea of full-time partnership is not appealing to me because I'm very aware that I want to split my time up amongst other aspects of my dreams and other aspects of my community and people that I'm in community to. And so having a partner who also got other shit to do is fine with me, baby. Okay? Having a partner that got other people to occupy his time, that got other things to occupy his time works fine with me. I don't need the full time. I'm not 21 anymore. I'll be 40 this year. I have a deepening self-adequacy at this point in my life. So I don't need the type of things that I needed at 21. I don't need even from people what I needed when I was 21 at this stage in my life. I don't need all of the affirmation. I don't need all of the compliments. I don't need the validation of a person's presence in my life. I don't have any of those things existing in me anymore. So it makes what I look for in a person very simple and very practical, which it just really comes down to just companionship, child. Somebody I can Netflix and chill with. Somebody, if I want to play house with, we can play house with, child. But I don't have a lot of emotional needs anymore. I don't have a lot of mental needs in terms of my expectations from other people. So it doesn't make my need to exist in that way romantically necessary for me at this juncture in my personal life. So, and I'm not threatened at this point by other people in my man's life because as someone who's now spent 4 decades on this earth, I have learned that I have come to the understanding that how someone feels about you, they're just going to feel about you. And the people that are really called to deal with you, baby, them people ain't going nowhere until it's time for them to go anywhere. Them people gonna love you for better or for worse. Them people gonna love you rich or poor, sickness or in health. Anything outside of that reality is just literally fluff. You know, but the reality is, because some people really just want you, they're literally okay with that. And as long as they get to participate in that, they don't mind that you have other things you have to participate in too. They're fulfilled by just being able to share in this life with you, to be in any capacity in this life with you. And that's okay. I've also learned that for myself, everything that I ever looked for in a person and looked to do for me emotionally and mentally, romantically, were things that I actually needed to learn to do for me. The I love yous, the sense of security in the world, the sense of security in my own life that I wanted other people to affirm, are things that I grew to provide for myself. I took it upon myself to create the inward space in me that led to me being able to feel at home, to feel secure in me. And once again, that takes people more off the hook because I'm putting myself on the hook for those things. You know, I can exist by myself. I can equally exist successfully with somebody else. I don't feel a deficit of loneliness when I come home to an empty house. My house still feels like a home, even with me just in it. Everywhere I go feels like home because I'm being more intentional about creating love and bringing that space to everything in my life, which is also leading me to be very intentional. I'm creating very intentionally in my life. So I'm not a stranger anywhere. I'm with people that know me. I'm with people that love me. I'm in places and spaces that value me because I'm intentional about what I'm looking for and making sure that my inward is mirrored back to me externally. Because I'm no longer like just allowing myself to be breadcrumb. I'm not letting people just give me what the fuck they want to give me. I'm very clear about who I have become, which has clarified my own personal desires and my own vision for my life. And I'm being intentional about finding the spaces in life that affirm that and that echo that back to me. Baby, I'm cool. I'm cool. I'm cool. I'm cool. I'm cool. And as long as we on the same page in terms of treatment, I really ain't gonna ask you for nothing else. If you can treat me well, baby, I really don't care about nothing else. Long as people are good to me and they're treating me in the way that I would treat them in terms of principle, baby, we can be cool. Baby, we cool. I ain't got no problem. I ain't got no problem for what? Why should I be threatened by your close relationship to your best friend as my mate? Or why should I even be threatened by your desire to be with other people? Because ain't nothing intruding upon the quality of how you treat me. That's really what it's going to come down to. It's not really going to come down to whether I'm your one and only or whether I'm your forever bitch. I hope I'm not your forever person. Because, baby, God forbid I'm done. I don't need you then taking me out with your ass when you become a homicidal maniac. Because you done made me the source of all sources in your life, baby. I don't want to be with no inadequate ass person, baby. Okay? Hopefully you have found your inner source just like I have. And as long as we can treat each other, you know, how we deserve to be treated, transparency, understanding, honesty, and mutually. I really feel like that's all I can literally ask somebody for. I can't ask somebody to only belong to me. I can't do that. The deal breaker is going to be you not treating me well, not whether you can only be with me and me only. And if you can treat me well and still go do other meaningful things to you and go be in love with other things outside of me, I'm happy for you. And I'm perfectly content with you continuing to go live a life of love. Long as you loving other things don't cause you to mistreat me, baby, get your love on. Get your love on. I'm grateful that you love me. I'm not grateful that you only belong to me. I'm grateful that I get to be a recipient of your love. And as long as your love is well, we can be well. And you're free to go do other things in your life and to go be well with other people in other spaces. The only thing that's going to sever the tie is mistreating me. That's going to be what it come down to. Let's get back to Neo.
The only way this works is through, again, brutal and painful and blunt honesty. And we talk about it. We talk about jealousy. We talk about insecurity. We talk about all of these things, but we talk about it together as a unit. That's the key.
Radical honesty.
Radical honesty, yes.
I think that's like a real term.
If it's not, it should be.
Radical honesty. I saw it in Bel Air, the husband and the wife were having a conversation, and the wife was like, we should have some radical honesty.
We pull no punches. I don't need you to sugarcoat. I don't need kid gloves. None of that. We gonna say exactly what it is, because that's the only way for everybody to be on the same page and for us to thwart the situation. It's never us versus us. It's us versus the situation.
Yeah. So what is your honesty? Like, why, what is it about you that, like, if you're saying I'm being radically honest, listen, that doesn't work for me. This is better for me. What is it about that is better for you? Like, why is it just choices? Is it just, I'm not trying to be funny or like intrusive, but I'm really trying to understand the like, why this could work for certain people versus why it would not work for other people. Like, what is it about you that you feel like this?
I'm curious to hear what he got to say about this question. Why does this work for not everybody, but only certain people, even though the answer seems obvious? Oh, shit! Damn it! I done fucked around and accidentally moved the thing back. Now I don't know where I was. Hold on, y'all. I got to find the marker again. Hold on.
And just for me personally, that just didn't work for me. Like I'm
fascinating.
Just for me, it's just literally just okay. Wow, I'll just start feeling like I'm in prison. You know?
And I'm being honest at it because
I've always been
for certain people versus.
Oh, here we go. Okay. Wait, did I do it again?
Radical honesty, yes.
I think that's like a real term.
If it's not, it should be.
Radical honesty. I saw it in Bel Air, the husband and the wife were having a conversation, and the wife was like, we should have some radical honesty.
We pull no punches.
Absolutely.
I don't need you to sugarcoat. I don't need kid gloves. None of that. We gonna say exactly what it is, because that's the only way for everybody to be on the same page and for us to thwart the situation. It's never us versus us. It's us versus the situation.
Yeah. So what is your honesty? Like, why, what is it about you that, like, if you're saying I'm being radically honest, listen, that doesn't work for me. This is better for me. What is it about that is better for you? Like, why is it just choices?
Okay, so she's asking, why does radical honesty work better for him than not?
I'm not trying to be funny or like intrusive, but I'm really trying to understand the like why this could work for certain people versus why it would not work for other people. Like, what is it about you that you feel like this works for me? And I'm being honest at it because
I've always been a free spirit. I do not like to feel boxed in. I do not like to feel tied down or anything like that. I thrive off of just being able to move freely. That's just the reality of it.
Yeah.
And I can't tell you why that is. It's just how.
And that's my problem right there. And this kind of goes back to the earlier conversation that I was talking about, where this is a prime example of people just kind of like accepting a shit at face value. Like, oh, this is just the way I am. It's like, okay, that's fine. But there is a reason why you are the way you are, and it would be healthier for you to explore that instead of just not thinking that it really matters, because you just simply have the liberty of just existing in the way that you are existing, because there can be deeper implications behind that. For example, Neo saying, I just, like being able to move freely, could be because you have commitment issues. You have intimacy issues. You might also have a addictive personality type. These things can not only make you problematic in your interpersonal relationships, they can make that problematicness can show up in a lot of other ways, spending, etc. Relationship to finances, etc. Neo could also be someone who narcissistically likes to not be held accountable. So, of course, quote unquote, being free voids you of having to be accountable for other people's feelings. Okay, now think about why. Why is it that you may be afraid to exist in a way that puts some weight of accountability on you? Could that be a result of childhood trauma? Maybe you were over penalized by very aggressive parents. Maybe you were over scrutinized by the systems that you grew up in when you didn't fit in, or you couldn't do something right, or you failed at something. You were over punished, over sentenced, because these could be things that drive you away then from existing in substantive ways that can lead to accountability. So you exist at a surface level. You like to keep things pretty passive. You like to stay pretty general with shit. You don't like for people to feel like, you owe them something, because you are really avoiding putting yourself in situations that make you accountable, which could be due to fear. See, these are all things. These are all layers of self. These are all invisible variables that we don't realize connect us to one thing that connect us to another thing. It's like a domino effect. And because nobody actually knows Neo, nobody knows what the fuck is the reason why. He don't even know why. He don't even know why. But as somebody who has been in therapy in my life, I have, been in relationship to other people who are in therapy, and I have friends who are psychiatrists and counselors, etc. And I am kind of an amateur hood, amateur hood therapist myself. These are just types of stimuli that can lead to why a person would position themselves the way that they position themselves. A lot of narcissistic people that I know also are kind of the same way. They don't like substantive relationships. They kind of like existing and bobbing to the surface of the water. They like being kind of very general. They like shit to kind of be very easy socially. All of that shit is just a way to set self up to avoid accountability. And those people, ironically, have been abused in their childhood. They've been emotionally neglected. They were either sexually abused, physically abused, mentally abused, etc. So they learned early on that the world is extremely judgmental, and that the closer you are to people, the more liable you are to being hurt and being wounded. So then they grow up and they develop survival and defense mechanisms that repel them from getting close to people, because being close to people is associated with hurt being close to people is associated with being shamed and being guilt-ridden. Things that disproportionately happen to them by the gatekeepers and guardians and elders in their lives and in their community. It's so interesting to me how many people don't know who the fuck they are. Most people, you know that 90% of people that I talk to, once you get past the surface level of communication, people will get to the, I don't know. I don't know. It's just the way, 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 it's just the way. Like, bitch, you need therapy. Therapy. Alice, go down the rabbit hole. Because the beautiful thing about the rabbit hole is that once you start to understand the context of your behavior, it strengthens your lucidity, and then you begin to actually realize how this phenomenon not only just shows up in this way, it shows up here, and there too, bitch. Oh my God. Lions, tigers, and bears. You begin to realize how integral some of your toxic, unevolved ways and behaviors are, not just existing in these like soft ways, but they show up rather aggressively, and they show up in areas that they actually should not. But you don't know that because you're unconscious as hell right now. You don't know that because you're just quote unquote being you, and you're just quote unquote living your life accordingly. And you are also trained in the habit of being more critical of people than you are of yourself. So it's easier to see fault and see flaw and see so-called error in other people than it is in yourself. So all of your own shit is going unchecked. And then you only allocate a certain type of person to be able to hold you accountable, which typically might be the people closest to you. But hell, even that's sticky because most people have a fragile ego, and they can barely even take constructive criticism from even those that they know love them. So all of a person's shit is largely going unaccounted for, even though the results of who they are keep showing up in the pathologies of their life.
Really, that's just the reality of it.
Yeah.
And I can't tell you why that is. It's just how it's just kind of always been who I am. Like even in
Okay, now I know that Neyo is getting some heat in the comment section. Okay, I love my kids saying ain't nothing on it. Ain't nothing on it. Look, I'm not here to. I don't know whether Neyo is being honest or not, but what I can say is that relative to a man who was married and could not stay faithful to his wife, to now be a man who, even at the most premature and amateur levels of self-awareness, is able to look at that and say, okay, the only way I'm not going to be able to be a bad guy in a relationship is if I'm at least honest about the fact that I don't want to be in a monogamous relationship. That seems like a rational resolve, right? So then as a man, he takes it upon himself to go into the lives of the women he's interested in and introduce now what to him seems to be a fair solution to what once was a problem, which was for him this reality that I like options. I like the freedom of being able to be with other women. This is something that came in the way of my marriage, which I signed on to be monogamous in. So now I'll just be honest with women and say, hey, sure, we can have a great time. We can even be together as long as you understand that I desire options and that I desire and will cultivate intimate relationships to other women. Even at a first floor level of self-awareness, that is a positive step in the right direction. Now, because it's first level honesty, you know, because all this shit exists in a hierarchy. It's levels to the self-awareness shit. Self-awareness don't happen all in once. It's incremental. And as Christ said about the dimensions of God, there are many mansions in my Father's kingdom. There are multitudes of vibrations and frequencies that are associated per those vibrations. There are infinite degrees of self, because the reality is, as people, right, we are spiritual beings having a material experience. We're human, we're spiritual having a human experience. So what that means is that eternity has condensed itself into a finite persona, which is where our personal individual existence comes into play at. We are the infinite condensed into the finite. So because our nature is eternal and forever, and because our very consciousness exists on an eternal spectrum, we will never not exist. We will never not be. The only thing we can be is be. In the spiritual community, we always ask people, what do you believe God is doing right now? The answer to that question in my community is God is being. God is being. You are human. You are a human being. You are a human being. You're being human. You are a being by nature. And your spirit is choosing to be a human in this simulation. It's choosing to be the human known as Tiffany Willis. Your spirit is choosing in this incarnation to be the human known as Queen Quiche. The human known as K Dizzle. The human known as Navy. The human known as Mo Brown. Your spirit is choosing to be human. So even though there are layers and layers and layers of Neo for him to unpack, this is still considered a unpacking. For him to choose to be honest and to hold himself accountable for what he has come to know about himself, even if what he knows about himself is still low-level information, is still misdemeanor information. You know, it can be ranked, relatively speaking, to shallow information of self. Once again, this is still the slow unearthing and birthing of personal truth. Now, whether he can deepen his self-knowledge is going to be, you know, what the future tells. And hopefully, this is just the first kind of crack in the shell of the egg for him. Hopefully, hopefully the energetic feedback he got when he realized, oh my God, I have a truth. And oh my God, I can live in it, becomes the necessary pressure that inspire him to continue to feel around in himself, to feel around in his life, to utilize his life experiences to encourage more personal breakthroughs. Self-awareness typically starts at a basic level. It doesn't begin with you being ejected from a car and then being dead for 4 minutes and having, you know, a 10-minute conversation with God. You know, those are the more extreme awakening experiences, but most of these experiences, they start with just our ability to at least tell the truth on a basic level, to use what we know right here, right now, in our God-given situation, to see a thing and be able to call a thing a thing. And as the scriptures say, faith the size of a mustard seed, pressure or awakenings the size of a mustard seed, are enough to compel the soul to continue to swing against the wall that separates the soul from spirit, which, if properly demolitioned, leads to a integration and a merging that results in the full self, that results in the authentic self, that results in the divine self. So I appreciate Neo's knowledge, and I appreciate his honesty. But to y'all's point, I also agree too. I mean, but what y'all would say about Neo is said about all people. Most people are not at the level of self-awareness that they are. But I have to say, this is definitely a step in the right direction. I would be lying and disingenuous if I said that it wasn't. This is a great step in the right direction, for sure. But yes, is there more left to be accounted for? Yes. Are there deeper truths, girl? We're pretty sure. Are there other sexual proclivities to be honored? Possibly. Are there attractions possibly to the same sex that might be there? It's possible. It's possible. It's possible. We also don't know, because we barely know ourselves, yet alone can know another person. But are there deeper truths? Sure. Because once again, truth and self-awareness exist in tier levels. There are tiers and hierarchies and levels to this shit.
Monogamous relationships, and mind you, I'm doing everything in my power to remain faithful, to be able to uphold the promises that I've made. But it's just something in me that even if things are going good, after a while, I'll just start feeling like I'm in prison, and it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. And that's when, temptation starts to creep in, and then you start doing stupid stuff. A lot of time it wasn't even about just wanting to be physical with somebody else. It's just literally just, okay, I'm doing the same thing with the same person every day for the rest of my life. And just for me personally, that just didn't work for me. I'm
Fascinating.
just for me, again, like I said, I know people that have made the monogamy thing work, and more power to you. It's a beautiful thing when you can make it work, if it works for you. But just for me personally, it's just never been a thing that made sense for me.
I wonder if there's stats. Like if you look at people who are married and the divorce rate versus people in a relationship like this.
I don't know. I imagine
what
that
are the success rates? Like, is this a successful? It's also challenging, like you said. There's other challenges. It's just different challenges.
You have to be a patient
What is the success rate of this type of relationship?
I have no idea. I honestly want to talk to some more people in this kind of relationship, because I haven't. Like, we kind of just jumped into this. It wasn't, first and foremost, it wasn't exactly planned. I didn't wake up and go, all right, I'm going to get 4 girlfriends. That's not happening. It didn't happen like that. I just kind of brought together everybody that I was dealing with anyway and said, listen, here's what it is. I don't want to lie to nobody. I don't want anybody to be in the dark about anything. I want to put everything out on the table and give y'all the option to either rock with it or not. And everybody chose to rock. So
everyone chose.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's impressive, Neo.
I will take that.
That's impressive.
I will take that as a compliment.
Yeah, nah, I'm good. Nobody was like, yeah,
mind you, so that's not to say that I haven't approached other women with this situation, and they
were like, yeah, nah, I'm good.
Yeah, and if you're not with it, that's fine. There's no love lost. You go your way, I go mine.
I'm very curious about the success rate of that. If it's higher or not.
We should look it up.
There's got to be a percentage rate of that.
Yeah.
So how has being free and happy, how has that changed your life? Like, does it change the music? Does it change your mental space?
It changes everything. Just mental stability is a serious thing, especially in the realm of just Black men, period. And I can honestly say, just being able to live in my truth, being able to be vulnerable if I need to be vulnerable, knowing that I have a safe space in this group of people, it just makes everything that much better. My relationship with my kids, my career, my music, everything gets an upgrade because I'm vibrating higher. If that makes sense.
Yeah, because you're in your truth.
Indeed.
I saw you post the Young Miami clip.
Yeah. Shouts to Young Miami.
She was riding for you.
Appreciate you, mama. Shouts to Young Miami. I ain't mad.
Listen, truth is the number one thing.
It is.
It has to start there. Anything, and whatever your situation in life is, truth is the beginning of that.
I've been telling people, listen, if you in a monogamous relationship, polyamorous relationship, whatever the case may be, if you can't be honest with the person that you with, you might not be with the right person. If you feel like you have to lie,
That's a powerful truth. That's a powerful truth. The only thing I would add to that is that it's also hold on, let me be careful when I say this. There is a such thing, obviously, as a safe space and safe people. You know, but equally, the capacity to be your authentic self is not completely predicated either, though, about whether you exist in a space that honors that or you exist within a people that honor that or not. It's a self thing. So while I do agree that it's important to, like, obviously, like, your community experience is going to be a lot better if you are within community with people that honor you, that respect you, and that love you. But truth and character and integrity is solely self as well. And when you are fully connected to your truths and your authentic self, that is something that will be, rather you are in community that supports you or not. So I would not say that you can blame per se someone else for why you can't tell them the truth, because that is a deflection and it takes the onus off of the person whose truth it belongs to and puts it on the people who are the recipient of that truth, aka the girlfriend, aka the boyfriend, aka the family, aka whomever is entitled or whomever you are responsible to and for. So I just want to be clear about that there's never an excuse to not, well, let me be careful about that. There's never an excuse to lie. I'll say that. There are some excuses to not tell the truth. But not telling the truth and lying are two different things. Choosing not to share something, and let me be even more clear, something that is personal. I'm not talking about, like, people who cheat thinking that they ain't got to tell their partner that they cheating. No. That's the truth that directly impacts the other person intimately and immediately. That is something that is, not just something that damages you. It has a bleed out component. But let's say, oh girl, I'm a really muddy the waters right here. Let's say bisexuality. I am not a believer that people should per se have to tell their partner that they are bisexual. I don't think women or men have to share that. I think that if people want to share, whether they are bisexual or not, is of personal preference. Now, if you're a man and you're with a woman, or you're with another man and you're asked by your intimate partner, are you bisexual? Do you have opposite sex or same sex attractions, depending on, what the situation is? If that person says no, you've lied. Now, if your partner never asked that question, but you are in fact bisexual, and it just never really seemed to have come up, it's never really been a conversation or a circumstance that made sense to you for you to assert that information, then if you're not lying because you did not willfully share and volunteer the information. You're not even lying if you are asked that question directly and you plead the fifth, or you state that you don't feel the need to speak to that or to answer that. But if you answer that in a way that is not honest, if you put a yes in front of a no, or a disingenuous no in front of a yes, yes, you're lying. But I don't believe that like a person being bisexual in and of itself is something that has to be announced per se. If I say, if I ask you if you've ever slept with Becky, and you say no, and you not you cheated on me with Becky, but have you ever slept with Becky? Before me, have you and Becky ever had any sexual dealings? And you say no, and the answer is yes, you lied. If Becky been hanging around us, or I got a relationship to Becky, and I've never asked you if you've had any dealings with Becky, but you and Becky have had dealings, but you just didn't say anything, you didn't lie. You withheld information. No, you didn't lie about the situation. And it can be argued that you didn't tell me because you didn't think it mattered, because maybe it doesn't, right? Maybe it doesn't. Really? Because the truth is, whether you're bisexual or whether you've been intimate with someone who I am associated with or not, the reality is that you are faithful. So your bisexuality doesn't infringe upon the relationship. Being bisexual doesn't inherently make you unfaithful. Not being able to control yourself is what makes you unfaithful. Not having sexual discipline, not having emotional discipline is what makes you a threat to the relationship. Whether you're trans attracted, bisexual, pansexual, etc., doesn't inherently make you a cheater. Your inability to be faithful is what makes you a cheater. Because even if you're not bisexual, even if you're not trans attracted, even if you're not same gender attracted, even as a heterosexual person, you're still attracted to members of the opposite sex. Even as a homosexual, you are still attracted to members of the same sex. So, you know, if I'm going to be insecure and act like your orientation itself is a problem, when the reality is whatever orientation you have, you still have a goddamn orientation. Even if it's to the opposite sex as a heterosexual or to the same sex as a homosexual. We can't get around that. We can't avoid that. So the only way to resolve that is to accept that cheating is not mutually exclusive to orientation. It's mutually exclusive to whether a person has a capacity to commit. And just because they're not bisexual doesn't mean that they're not going to cheat on your ass with a bunch of members of the opposite sex. So people shouldn't lie. And people should. And people tell the truth accordingly. Outside of lying, I'm not going to act like people shouldn't have the right to tell their truth accordingly, because some truth endanger a person's life. Some people's truth, gang stalkers are working hard today. They still stalking conscious. Oh, what do you mean, truth tells? What do you mean? They still stalking conscious. Gang stalkers are working hard today. What do you mean? You got to unpack that, truth tells. I'm just looking at the comment section, so I don't know what y'all got going on in that comment section or what is going on. But what do you mean? I have no idea. But we'll get into that. I'm gonna drop the link again, y'all. Let's listen a little bit more to this Neyo shit.
Have to hide things. You have to sugarcoat things in order for y'all to get to a certain space in your relationship. That might be something that you need to look into.
Yeah. And so interesting. But because there's not that many people that are living this lifestyle that talk about it so freely.
Indeed.
That you are going to be like a poster child. Like, people are going to expect you to have the answers to this, Neyo. Like, what is the success rate? We want to know that. What are the challenges?
Been being asked a lot of questions. People telling me I should teach a seminar. I'm
because
like, listen,
it's interesting.
But it ain't nothing to teach because I haven't done anything.
You're figuring it out.
So people say, all right, is it clearly this works because you're rich? No, that ain't it either. Because first and foremost, if the only women you deal with are the kind of women that are only with you about some money, then you need to check you and why it is that you only attract or are attracted to the women that do that. You know what I'm saying? For me, I need to know that, I wrote Miss Independent. I need to know that if I'm not there, you can still get it done. That's requisite to being with me. So these 4 women, now mind you, I'm old fashioned in the sense of if I take us to dinner, don't you dare touch your purse. Don't you dare touch a door. Don't do that. That's me. If that's what it is. However, if the situation ever called for it and, the proverbial SHT hit the fan and I couldn't do it, I need to know that you could back me up. That's the thing. So all
Miss
of these
Independent
women,
is not just a song. You really like that in a woman.
I need that.
Yeah.
They all have their own businesses, they own jobs, they own hustles, they all make their own money. You know what I mean? And it's a beautiful thing.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, man.
What are the challenges? Be honest. Because don't make this sound like it's the
No. So one of the major challenges is time, because I don't have a lot of free time. I have 7 beautiful children. I have a career that is still moving like it's still 2025. I mean, 2005 in this thing. I'm moving around a lot. So I don't have a lot of free time, and everybody needs their own individual time. We do things as a group, but in a relationship like this, you have to make sure that individual time is just as poignant as group time. So, there's, certain situations where one may feel like this one is getting a little more attention or this one is getting a little more time or something like that.
Yeah.
But again, whenever that happens, I bring everybody together. We all hash it out right then and there. Okay, let's, bring your issue to the table and we resolve it as a group. That's the only way it works. The side conversations and all of that don't work.
No side conversations.
That's key. We bring it to the table.
Got it.
It is not us versus us. Yeah. We are a team. It is the team versus whatever the issue is, not the team versus the team.
But isn't there just human nature? Like, even I think about my friends. Like, sometimes I'm closer to this friend than I am to that friend because whatever's going on in my life. Don't you have like moments where you're like connected to one more than the other?
Well, that's the beautiful thing about it. Everybody brings something different to the table. So I'm connected to each of them in a different way,
Okay. A Truth Tale says, I have been gang stalked for years and your channel has been opening me up about narcissism since I've been subscribed to you. Yes, I have been gang stalked for years as well. Everybody circles the block on me. And the thing about being a person who has either attracted a narcissist or you typically attract narcissists, because light workers and empaths and like people pleasing people have a habit of attracting these personality types. If you have been a very good supply, which is what we call the people who narcs feed off of, they typically feed off of light workers and empaths and people who kind of have like a large capacity to give, who have a lot to give emotionally, mentally, materially, physically, etc. In whatever way you give, if you have been a really good supply to a narc, they're never going to get over you. the supply was too good. Now, if you awakened at some point and you broke away from such a toxic relationship, you might be done, but the narc never will. And of course, once you have survived the epic smear campaigns and all of their attempts to destroy you and to destroy your reputation and all of that bullshit, they'll still be hovering around in your life. There still be helicoptering around in your existence. The better of a supply you are to a narc, the more unforgettable you're going to be to an narc. And that's why they all personally circle the block for me as well. The love was too good, baby. And I can't even be mad at them. I can't be mad at them for being mad that it ain't there no more. And I ain't gonna even act dumb. when they still hovering in a bitch life, honey. Okay? Still following me. Still looking. Still lurking. Still hitting me up, honey. Still trying to check the temperature, girl, because of course, honey. You know, the greater your love was and your supply was to the narc, the more unforgettable you're going to be. So the other rule of thumb is to get out as soon as you recognize what the problems were, because one way to successfully get a narc addicted to you is to be a perfect supply. And once you've done that, inadvertently, you do have to typically put up with stalking and, you know, hovering, sometimes for a period, sometimes for the rest of your life. My God.
There's one that I can have an intellectual conversation with. There's one that I just laugh with all the damn time. There's one that I can vibe with on an artistic level. You know, we can sit and talk art. You know, there's one that I can sit and watch Zeus TV shows with. You know, like everybody kind of has their own thing, but then we all come together as a unit, and it's literally like Voltron. It's the bunch of different robots that make the one big robot.
That's fascinating.
It's a beautiful thing.
We're gonna do like a case study here.
I'm with it.
Do a case study.
I'm with it, man.
I also want to know, you know, the rate of like success in these type of relationships. That's something I'm gonna look up.
We gotta look that up. We gotta find that.
Do you not have a mentor in this space? Is there nobody?
No.
Has anybody reached out?
I've been asked that a lot lately. I don't know. Maybe I need to find.
Somebody asked what a lipstick lesbian is. A lipstick lesbian is slang term for a lesbian who displays feminine traits and gender expression, often characterized by makeup, dresses, and other traditionally feminine attributes. In other words, a lipstick lesbian is like the feminine lesbian. You know how there's like the butch lesbian, aka the masculine presenting lesbian, and then there's the girly girl lesbian. Lipstick is colloquial language for the feminine lesbian. Skirt wearing, girly girl, you know, weave, makeup, lashes, etc. Lipstick within the situation.
I mean, again, I feel like
you're just winging this. Are you freestyling this?
I really am. I really am.
Freestyling.
Yeah. I'm just doing what works. I feel like
we're all freestyling in our relationship. So whatever kind of relationship you're in.
I feel like as long as the main rules are followed, and the main rule is just to keep it a buck. Like, we're not gonna lie. We're not gonna lie to each other. We're not gonna sit up and blow smoke. I ain't selling no dreams, and I'm not forcing any.
Yes. Now, we can start having the whole empath conversation in Patreon if y'all want to. I used to do a lot of empath narc content. I was thinking about bringing that content back to the Patreon space. You know, bringing more like, because we're going to be doing the law and crime in Patreon, the political conversations in Patreon. And now you guys have gave me another idea to do the empath narc metaphysical dialogue in Patreon as well. Jay says, as an empath, that was extremely useful information. Dang, a light bulb just went the fuck off. Yeah. I learned through lived experience. I paid for my wisdom, baby. You know, we have no idea when we are doubling down, because a lot of us didn't know at the time that what was before us were narcs. We thought we were just dealing with broken people who needed to be loved. And then as a result of telling ourselves that the remedy to bringing those broken people to their higher selves was to just love harder, love more. What we didn't realize we were doing is becoming ideal supply for the narc by reinforcing more love on top of more love on top of more love, which then results in them going completely nuclear when they're removed finally from that love. And sometimes being removed from that supply results in the narc becoming homicidal and becoming violent and even taking the life of the supplier. So it's very dangerous to double down on relationship to a narc and doubling down on extending virtues to a narc. It will make their wrath and their obsession with you relentless and sometimes unbreakable. You know, there are a lot of suppliers who have unfortunately had to live with the effects of the narc for the rest of their lives. They have been consistently gang stalked, harassed, or the narc is still meddling in their lives and continues to show up, etc. And unfortunately, this is a shadow that the supplier will have to deal with, for the rest of their life. Especially if the narc doesn't do anything that explicitly would put them in jail, and you can't really penalize them in any kind of way, because they're not doing anything explicitly criminal to you. Yeah, it can lead to, lifelong indirect proximity to that toxic energy.
To be here. If for whatever reason you decide this ain't for you no more, the door is never locked. You have permission to go on about your business. I don't want anybody to think that I'm manipulating these women into doing something they don't want to do. Everyone that is here by choice.
These are grown women.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
They made the decision. The question I get asked the most is, are they allowed to date outside of me? Oh. That's the question I get all the damn time. And I'm answering right now, no. And I'm going to tell you why. No, they are not. Here's the thing. When I got with these women, I did not ask for their exclusivity. I did not demand their exclusivity. They offered it. They came to me and said, I want to be exclusive to you and just you. I said, you understand that your exclusivity to me does not mean my exclusivity to you. Wow. You understand this? Yes. You're okay with this? Yes. Okay, cool. Since you are offering your exclusivity and I'm taking it, now there's rules that I need you to follow. But at the same time, I don't do ownership. Like I'd be a fool to feel like I'm the only person that anybody will ever be attracted to, anybody will ever want to see. I know that. So should that situation ever come up, nothing is above a conversation. However, in that I'm the head of this household, what I say goes. So if I say no, it's a no, and you just got to let that be a no.
Or the door is over there.
Or the door's over there.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
I gotta ask you this.
Go for it.
I wonder if HoneyBook has any new clients for me today.
All right, you guys, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. I'm going to drop the link again if you guys are interested in coming up.
They got to have their own jobs and their own stuff and be able to hold things down.
Yes.
I'm Homebody. I know you had asked for the link earlier, too. If y'all going to hit the link, y'all going to have to do it now because we definitely not going to be here all day and all night. So if y'all coming, y'all going to have to pull up now because we already done been here for 2.5 hours.
They can't see nobody else, but you could go outside the 4 or you can't.
I can, but I'm good.
But it has to be clear.
Everything
you can't jump out the 4.
There is no just random hookups here and there. No.
And shout out to my baby mother Leslie again, who are sending me all these love signals, child, through Cash App. Who says for Leslie, aka Love by Kiss. Thank you so much, boo. I know exactly who you are in the chat. Thank you, baby mama. You are kind and eloquent, Poppy. Thank you, love. I love you down, boots, okay? I do this for you guys, honey. You guys fuck with me. I fuck with y'all. Y'all pour into me. I'm going to pour back. Y'all get me off my ass and let me get up here and do what we do over here, honey. It's a wraparound 360 relationship.
About everything is discussed.
What is it about you? What are you delivering? What are you offering that has made these 4 women... 4? 4. Mm-hmm. That has made these 4 women say,
oh, now this is interesting, honey, because somebody asked earlier, what does Neyo bring to the goddamn table? Okay, so this is interesting. What is it about these women? And let's see if that leads him into talking about what does he bring to I guess for Neyo, the reason why Neyo don't have to be bothered talking about what he brings to the table, and interestingly enough, the reason why he's not going to be asked what he brings to the table, not even by Angie, is because it's already on an unconscious, unspoken level understood that as a man, for one, a famous man for two, a wealthy man for three, a successful man for four, that it should already be evident what he brings to the table. That's why he doesn't feel the need to assert what he brings to the table. And it's more than likely why Angie is not even going to bother asking, because it's already understood. Even though, while those things do have their place in relationships, that's not all a relationship is constructed of, right? Is wealth and lifestyle and leisure and luxury and attractiveness. But at the same time, we are talking about more than likely a shallow group of people. Neyo and his women are probably a shallow group of women. And as I said earlier, I don't think any of us believe that these women truly love Neyo. More than likely, obviously, this is transactional. Would these women be sharing Neyo if his ass was Pookie working a supervisor job at Walmart? Probably not. Would these women who have put effort into their bodies and into their beauty and their aesthetics have done all that to settle for a everyday version of Neyo? Probably not. Probably not. Did Neyo even earn all his earnings genuinely? Probably not. Like most men, was he driven to be successful because in part he knew that success would add some equity on him amongst women's community? Of course. Which is a big component to why most men are driven to be big shots and ballers and, to be successful and to have a lot of money, etc., because they're trying to obtain women of all kinds, shapes and sizes and calibers. So I don't think none of them are, having the deeper conversations with each other about what's really going on here. I'm sure the girlfriends are not, having the deeper. They're just happy to be there, baby. They're just happy to be there, girl, in the mansion. Like the Flavor Flav girls, honey. They're just happy to get a clock. And Flav is just happy, baby, to have the means, to have women scratching at the door, to get in, to participate in what he has accumulated for himself. So nobody, really probably is worried or even concerned or maybe even seeking anything deeper than the surface level benefits of just being able to be qualified for each other. Mm-hmm.
No doubt I'm in.
Might be a better question for them, but
if you had to guess.
If I had to guess,
yes.
Honesty, security. I've always felt like a woman will submit when you give her something worthy of her submission.
It's so, baby.
In a lot of cases, men get caught up on a lot of stupid stuff that makes them unworthy of submission. Like you cannot force a woman to submit. It has to be her choice. You can't, and I feel like when you give a woman security, when you show her that she's in a safe space with you, physically as well as emotionally, as well as spiritually, when you give her something to learn, when you give her something to look up to, when you feed her in ways that go beyond just the physical. Don't get me wrong, the physical counts.
And I see everybody in the background. I'm gonna let y'all up, so I'm just letting Neo get some of the stuff out so y'all can speak to as much of what he spoke about as y'all desire.
But it has to be more than that. It has to be an emotional security. It has to be a spiritual security. I have to feed your mind and your soul as well as your body. And that's what I do.
Do you think this is a time in your life, or you think you'll live the rest of your life like this?
I honestly don't know. Because again, this wasn't exactly planned.
Yeah.
I look at it like this. Tomorrow's gone, right? I mean, no, yesterday's gone. Tomorrow's not promised.
Yeah.
All we genuinely have is right now. Think about it. Even to think about what happened yesterday, you got to go up here.
Yeah.
To consider what might happen tomorrow, you got to go up here in your mind, right?
Yeah.
Which means that none of these things are real. They're gone. They're both only exist in your brain. The only thing that is real is right here and right now. So right here, right now, I'm happy as hell.
I love that.
And I'm going to rock this as long as I'm allowed to rock this.
Listen,
Who knows
if it works for you, it works for them. Why should anybody give a shit?
That's the thing that's blowing my mind. People really feel like I should care.
I think it's fear. I think people don't want, if this lifestyle's not for them, maybe it's the fear that you're going to make it look so good that, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Maybe it's fear that people push back on.
I think the fear, especially amongst women's community, is the fact that most women believe that this is what most men actually want, and that scares them because most women have not prepared themselves to be in a polygamy or poly relationship. Women were also just as socialized as men are. Even if women are given a different socialization, women are socialized and indoctrinated as well. Women have been indoctrinated and socialized for, the classic marriage, bride and groom, damsel in distress, night, coming in, riding in on a white horse, saving the day, amen. All these rules of chastity and purity and virginity, they all have implications of being a one-man woman. You get your cherry popped by one man, you sew with one man, and that your value as a woman is tied up in being chosen by a man and then being able to keep a man happy. Not even per se your own happiness, but being able to keep his ass happy, aka submission, all of this shit. So I can understand, because of the socialization, why most women don't like the idea of polygamy. Polygamy and poly are still very much so like it's a growing movement. It does not represent the majority. But just like men are having to unpack their foolishness, women, are going to have to probably challenge their own ideas as well. And whether monogamy is something that is truly true to their desires, or whether this pledge of allegiance to monogamy is informed by also patriarchy, religiosity, Western Christianity, societal and cultural norms. Because that's old saying goes, we know that there's a double standard as it relates to sex and sexual autonomy and the way that boys and girls are allowed to engage in these areas of life. So I think what scares people, particularly women, because you don't hear men scared of poly and polygamy. The red pill community ain't sitting over there scared of the idea. If anything, the red pill community, the hotep community, they all are very much so open to the polygamy and poly of it all. But that's really because they're just leaning into the way that patriarchy socialized them anyway, and they just want the right to be able to really operate in that accordingly. Because it's easier to not have sexual discipline than to have sexual discipline. It's easier to not have no emotional discipline than to have discipline. So discipline is never going to appeal to anybody, even if you have to be disciplined for all the right reasons. The right reasons still don't make you feel any more better about the fact that you have to have discipline. Yes, you want to eat that strawberry shortcake, even though it's going to push your fupa out by a mile. Even if you're going to blow up like a hot air balloon, Okay? By indulging in a homemade lasagna, honey. Okay? Even if you might take a few years off your life, baby, by being a diabetic, you're still gorging down them damn sodas. Okay? It ain't gonna make you feel no better just because you got reasons to do the right thing and to do the disciplined thing, but so men, discipline ain't gonna never really appeal to them like that. And most of the time when they do develop disciplines, they still developing a discipline for all the wrong reasons. Because even men working out and getting in shape is done with the prospects of pulling women. Men earning money and means is just it's for the prospects of women. Men exist in a rather shallow world. Most of their ambitions are shallow and base level, baby. Okay, it ain't a lot of soul and sultry up in a lot of that shit, honey. Okay, everything that they're doing is either to fit and to be approved of by their male peers and to be able to appeal to women's community, really forsaking a identity in the middle, which is why most men are experiencing a goddamn identity crisis. So, yeah.
I don't
Who
know.
knows?
I just feel
Who
like
knows?
to waste time
But
with negative comments and all that. I mean, mind you, people are going to do it regardless, but I just really feel like it's a huge waste of time because at the end of the day, your comments is not changing anything over here. If
what are
anything,
they saying?
we
What
sit
are
around
people
and
saying?
laugh.
What are they saying?
I mean, certain comedians have taken their shots, at the girls or whatever. People have called me a pimp. People have said that the girls have low self-esteem, which is why they can do this, all of that. All of these things have been said, and none of these things matter to any of us because, again, at the end of the day, we will sit, look at your comment, laugh, and then go have a lovely dinner all together, smiling.
Thank you for all my Patreon members. We are in the midst of rebranding the Patreon. So once again, if you guys want political-based, true and crime-based content and the empath, narc kind of metaphysical stuff, all of that stuff and all of that content will be a part of the Patreon content from this point forward. So if you have not been able to sign up, don't worry. Whenever I go live in Patreon, I will make a post where there can be a link to whatever content is in Patreon so you can be alerted that there is content exclusively being made for Patreon, and then from there you'll be able to sign up for Patreon. So I will notify the Conscious Crew on YouTube whenever I go live in Patreon so that you guys have the opportunity, to sign up accordingly and at your leisure, etc. Blah, 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 blah. And so shout out to all the new patrons. So shout out to all the new Patreon members.
Can be expensive depending on where you go.
And everywhere, like, can you do vacations with just one? You gotta go all 5 of you on the.
No.
All 5.
Again, everybody gets their individual time.
Oh, everybody gets.
So when it's your moment, whatever you want to do in your moment, we do.
What happens if one is on your nerves?
Then that one is on my nerves.
What happens if one is not working for you anymore?
Then that one might have to go. At the end of the.
And these questions are real remedial. Like, how else is this supposed to go? Why do people act like there's something brand new going on in polygamy? Just aside from the fact that your partner is being shared. I mean, that's the only new aspect. Everything else works the same. If it doesn't work, we break up. Polygamy and poly doesn't make us forever happy. We're going to have the same fucking problems everybody else has. Once again, it's just another ego, another personality that you got to get to know and get acquainted with. It doesn't really change anything in life. So the same shit happens. If we argue, we got to work through it. If we argue, but we still want to be together, we have to work through our problems like everybody else. If we both have just become unhappy and it's just time to wrap it up, we wrap it up. I mean, it's the same rigmarole. Same rigmarole.
The most important factor to all of this.
If someone becomes pregnant, someone becomes pregnant. I mean, what is supposed to happen? You're in a polygamous relationship. You're having sex. I mean, someone can become pregnant. They just become pregnant. Now, you have to go tell all the other girlfriends that, hey, sister wife is now pregnant. We will be welcoming. And this is why polygamy is not fair for women and why it doesn't benefit women. Because polygamy sets it up so that men completely benefit from community, while the women are only in a position to be community members. But once again, there are no victims in polygamy or polyamory because this is a choice. Nobody has a GUN to anybody's head. So there are no victims here. However, to the point of what if somebody becomes pregnant, that child becomes everyone's responsibility because all of those women are committed to making Neo happy and being an adequate partner to him. So he's going to benefit fully from partnership with all these women, including when he brings children into the world. Those children will be brought into all of his other relationships' lives, just like any other step-parent situation. So he has simultaneous default nannies, simultaneous default daycare providers, simultaneous default cooks, simultaneous everything. He has an abundance of that because he's in a polygamous relationship.
Is my happiness because I'm the person that is keeping the boat afloat. Okay. And the same way they tell you in the airport with the mask, you got to put on your own mask before you can help anybody else put their mask on. What that basically means is that if you messed up, you can't help nobody else. Yeah. I have 7 children that I have to maintain my sanity for. Okay. Jeez. The last thing I'm going to do is let you mess that up for them because they come before anybody else. So.
Okay. So her story says, so how do they explain that to the children? Are the children raised to participate since they're, obviously, the kids inherit whatever the parents have set up. If you are born into a nudist family, you inherit nudist ideals, nudist reality. If you're born into a Muslim family, you inherit Islam. If you're born into a Christian, if you're born into, if you're born into the Duchess reality, you were Dutch, you learned the ways of the royal. Yes, the kids, like any other custom, like any other tradition, you are brought into it and you experience it accordingly. You inherit the design. And these are people who are clear about their truth. So of course, explain it to the children is that, look, children, there are all types of relationships. You can be with one person or you can be with 2 people. You can be with as many people as you want. Mommy and daddy have decided to be in a relationship where daddy has other mommies. Okay? So there's Mama Sarah. There's Mama Ellie. There's Mama Homebody. And there's Mama Simone. Now, maybe Mama Simone and Mommy Ellie and Mommy Homebody also now have children by daddy. So you also have siblings. You have half siblings, darling. You have half brothers and half sisters. And we're all one big happy family. Yeah. So you explain it how it is. You just give them the kid version, the kid breakdown of the culture that they have been born into via their parents.
As long as you keeping me happy, I'm going to keep you happy. The day that changes is the day that the lineup might have to change. And that's just what it is. And mind you, everybody understands.
But people, it's funny that y'all say y'all couldn't do this. This is so funny to me. Like, gossip is saying, I couldn't do this to my kid. That's so funny because it happens in the everyday world. For instance, gossip, like, let's say that you had a child by a man. Maybe you and that man were never together to begin with. He was just a sneaky link, a friend you fucked on, whatever it is. Or maybe y'all had a relationship, it dissolved, you got pregnant, he's now the father of the kids, but you go on to have another man. So now your kid, by that man, now have 2 sets of dads. Because if you and your partner are in a serious relationship, whether y'all married or whether it's just a serious relationship, now that child has a stepdad and he has his biological father. It's literally no different. People are already doing this. This is why it's so funny that people don't understand polygamy and polyamory, because the elements of poly and polygamy are already structural, even in the monogamy system. They're already evident, even in the monogamy world. Y'all are already all making it work. And just like you say, that stepdad also may have had children from a previous relationship. So now your son not only has two dads, he also has, he's now a part of a blended family because his stepdad also has children too. And you now also, as a prominent figure in the man's life, you inherit his kid, so you're a stepmom. So once again, the pillars and the elements of poly and polygamy are already at work, even within the monogamy system. It's literally nothing different happening, except that there are romantic ties, and at all these players on the chessboard are all lovers to each other rather than existing independent of each other. Okay, let me bring up everybody. Shonda, Leslie. Hey, y'all.
Hi.
Welcome to the platform. Thank you all for being here. I know it's been a lot
Hello.
said. I don't know. We done talked about Omarion and ethical non-monogamy, and now we're talking about Neyo and his fur girlfriends, and we've had a lot of conversations. So I'm just gonna. Do y'all want to go in chronological order, or y'all can just
No, whoever wants to, whoever was here first on the chat, I see someone on video. She can definitely go ahead.
Who, me?
Okay. Hey, Leslie. Hey,
Hi.
Boo.
Hi,
Hey,
chat. Hi, everybody, baby's daddy, everybody.
Boo. Right.
Hey.
We all in a poly relationship over here. Y'all got a baby daddy.
Look, then don't have to worry about me. I am 58 years old, so there are no babies coming here.
Oh, period.
So
Hey, Boo. So,
but
what are your thoughts about this? Okay, so since you are 50 and
58.
58 and you come from a certain generation, are these concepts wild to you? Is it like, what the hell are young people out here doing? What the hell are they out here talking about? What is all this
No,
shit?
no, just a new language that I have to find a new dictionary for that I don't understand and all the abbreviations. But no, this is, I mean, something that, I grew up in a Muslim home. And when you're saying about, you're going to be how, ever you were raised, my concern with Neo is if you cannot have a relationship with one, how do you have a relationship with four? Because you still have to have understanding. It doesn't change because you have four women or five, however many he has. And I can't imagine five black women sitting up there in agreement and not doing the most. I just, I just don't believe him. I think once that lady exposed him, excuse me, you guys, I've never really done this, so I'm moving around and I apologize. But I wonder if he would have really been honest with how he's living, because you still have to have understanding of people, and the fact that he said it's either my way or the highway, that just makes no sense to me.
That's a good question, Leslie. Is
Oh, good.
would the wife have been able to accept that had he been able to come into the relationship honest about it? That's interesting.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. And the last thing I was going to say, I just learned, you guys, as old as I am, I have a relationship with somebody, and it works really good because I don't want to look at your face 7 days a week. I don't want you waking up to me. And I'm being dead serious. I don't want to have to be bothered. And I learned about when he said being submissive. Everybody has that in them. When I'm talking about women, we all have that. That's a quality, but a person has to bring that out of you. You have to me, I think, I've been married twice, and both my exes and I are really, really good friends. We've always been,
Nice.
and they're my brothers now. And I remember my first husband telling me about being submissive, but I have been raised with a single mother. My father died when I was very young, and around a lot of strong single Black women. So it wasn't something. So when he said that to me, I didn't really understand it. But the person that I'm seeing now, I do. I would follow him to the river with no life jacket or anything, because that's how much I believe in that person. And I can't imagine Neo bringing submissiveness out in anybody ever,
Okay,
ever.
okay. So let me ask you this question then, Leslie, and I want all the other ladies. There's a lot of conversation happening around whether Neo is even completely playing for the opposite team. Is that what you're hinting
Yeah.
at?
So I was thinking, because Leslie, I was wondering the same thing. I was thinking like a nigga
And
like
I would love
Neo
to
could
ask, what makes
never.
y'all think that? What does he give that makes y'all feel that he may not be playing for?
Well, he gives lips. Less, people speak promises. He gives that. He gives bald head. He gives just not the guy who was walking down the streets in your high school and
Yeah,
everyone was afraid of him. Like he doesn't give
right.
that. Like he gives like the kid with the bald head who looked down. And I think as women, like you really want that alpha. He let me tell you, something about Neo does not give alpha. I can't put my finger on, well, I can, but I feel like maybe my definition of alpha is different for other
Okay, so
women.
now I'm about to make y'all go deep with it now. Okay, so my question then is, are y'all assigning heterosexuality to all alpha? Because we know that not all heterosexual men are per se alpha, but are still nonetheless
Exactly.
heterosexual.
No, so I'll go ahead and answer that first and then I'll leave it to the other ladies. But alpha doesn't mean that you're macho. Alpha, like you don't always have to be strong. There's silent men who like can get in a fight and you wouldn't even ever know they fight. There's silent men who they just speak easy. You have the Russell Wilsons who are muscular, strong, and they're just quiet. You don't know what Russell Wilson is like when he flips out. You know what I mean? And so
Yeah,
that's my type. Like just someone who like is like physically and physically strong and like in control of their masculinity,
But I want
and
you
but
to
you
make,
just don't know what you're gonna
but
get.
I
And
want
I
to make,
don't know, I like
and I
that.
want
I
to
don't
make you
know.
aware though. But I want to make you aware that you're not merely talking about your preference. You also was implying that alpha is synonymous to hetero.
Right.
So what about hetero men who are feminine and who are
true.
soft in nature, who are non-combative by nature, who are introverted and quiet and not very assertive by nature, but who are nonetheless hetero, or hell, even flamboyant men, which you can describe Prince as. I mean, we know
Right.
Jackson never came out as bi, so just at face value, heterosexual. So what are y'all defining? Because if y'all don't feel Neo is straight, it means that y'all are defining straightness a certain way that makes it appear as though Neo doesn't fit within that square.
Yeah.
So what is
Well,
that?
I think that you might need to, if you want the answer to that, you might need to have two different groups of women, because I feel like there's women who do like men who are like the prince, who wear the dangly earrings, who walk feminine and wear the skinny jeans. My man can't wear skinny jeans. You can't fit in my jeans.
That's right.
And so I don't do that. Like we can't both be getting our nails done. You know what I mean? But there's some women who that's okay. And it doesn't mean, let me tell you, in my opinion, I don't think those men are like less masculine, but those men are not for me. And they never gonna
Right.
be walking down the street with me.
Can I say something? I don't want to speak over top of anybody.
Oh, okay, go ahead, boo.
I was gonna say I just want to use an example, and for instance, like Safari. Okay, and you guys all know, I guess, who Safari is. From TV.
Yes.
Okay, the Love and Hip Hop, Atlanta and New York, and all that.
Mhm.
He's Jamaican, raised by strong black women. And I don't see him as being this tough guy, but I don't look at him at all as, maybe he might be, gay or anything like that. I don't see him as that. I just think the way he was raised, you know what I'm saying? But I don't look at him as a fighter or anything like that. Now, when I look at you, I see strong, I see protective. And last time I was on your channel, it was the first time I caught your channel. That's what I felt. If I was with somebody like you, I would feel protective.
Wow.
And when I say to you, and I'm being very honest and I'm straight, I really am attracted to you. I think that you're very sexy, but people, need to meet people where they are at their soul. And I'm a people person, and that doesn't
And
mean.
you got eyeballs, boo.
Yes, I
eyes,
do.
you got eyes that work.
I saw something you posted yesterday, your picture, you had the black hair and everything. And I just think you are just so beautiful. You really, really are. Your parents, salute to your parents. They did a very good job with you.
Thank you, baby. I appreciate you. Okay, so with that being said, okay, I can understand why more feminine energy in a man would just feel too lesbian or maybe sexual women. It's too familiar. They need that contrast of masculinity to balance out, the estrogen. They need that testosterone, etc. So I consider dick from a feminine heterosexual man to be lesbian dick, but it's dick
Right.
nonetheless. It's dick nonetheless.
Left.
Because I got homegirls who love them some feminine heterosexual men, and they say that those men gave them the best dick in their life is the men who were more on the feminine spectrum, which is not surprising to me because if you interpret your femininity as a man, then you probably know exactly what another feminine entity wants to feel and is looking for in an emotional and or physical experience. So it's not shocking to me that alleged sex feminine man can be explosive and nuclear and shocking.
Yeah, and that's like the same thing. It's the same thing like when you describe that when you're with a man who's more feminine. Like I've been on vacation, like I was saying with the chat, and I hooked up with a girl before. And like it feels different than hooking up with a man because it's not rough, it's not hard, like they're not trying to like dominate you all the time. And but I'll tell you, like, whenever I do see a man that's wearing like skinny jeans, and I'll tell you what gets on my nerves. Well, it doesn't really get on my nerves, but this might be an unpopular opinion. But like when I see all of the rap girls that have the BBLs and then they're with a skinny man, they're always with the skinny man. Like if you have this thick, round, voluptuous body, why are you with a skinny man? Because as a woman, for me, when a skinny man like wraps his arms around me, like it doesn't even feel right. Like I'm being hugged by like a skeleton at Halloween or something. Like I don't even know. And then like when I was in college, like I was dating someone who was skinny, and then after like we were together and like the sex was like, women can only understand this, like it feels bony. Like when you're thick and you're like voluptuous and then you have a skinny man, like I would always have to move him around because his bones were hurting me. Like, I don't know if anyone has ever experienced that.
She said move around.
I don't even have a BBL, so I don't even know how these women with BBLs do it. Because how can you have a toothpick picking at you during sex? I would be like, ugh, like.
Well, you feel like you're crushing them, right?
Yeah, you're crushing
you feel like you're the man. You feel like you're
crushing me.
Right.
Baby, you had ex-70s BBWs who love them an old skinny man, honey. There you go.
I'm one of them, y'all. I'm one of them.
You,
Energy.
what you said? She's one of what?
Huh?
I'm one of them. I'm a
I'm,
BBW.
look, you and me both too. I don't know if it's a BBW, but I'm in between, either that or in between. You want to feel safe. You know, when you're having, that's the big thing. You know, making love and having sex is two different things, and people don't understand that. You know, I mean, actually, you know, you don't have to be in love with somebody to make love, but it's just the passion and things like that. And for me, if you can't, if you're not able to kiss properly, then I don't want to be bothered with you.
That part. Gotta be a great kisser.
Yeah, you have to be, because that's passion. I would let somebody, and people say, you know, and also like with oral, they say how women love oral. You know, first of all, your mouth is the dirtiest place, so you're not gonna just put your mouth down there on me. You know,
No.
I don't. Yeah, that's not okay. But I I forgot what I was gonna say to you about one thing about Neo. I want to say somebody had brought up about the family and the kids, and it made me really think. You know, about his daughters and his sons, because if his attitude and the way he said it on the interview with Angie, that it's my way and that's it, and that just shows. So you're showing your kids, you know, to me, to disrespect women, and your daughters, not to, you know, to it sounds like Islam back in the day, when they had to walk behind and everybody had to wear a hijab and nobody could say anything. So I don't know what he's trying to say. That's why I say I don't believe anything Neo says. I think he, once he wasn't on stage anymore and he thought he was, you know, sexy, you know, that's where he got his confidence from. And when he stopped really, you know, doing his records and getting off stage, nobody wants to be bothered with him. We didn't want to be bothered them. We was just, you know, it was what it was. You were singing, and he thinks, and I think he's really insecure. I really do believe that. I think he's mad insecure.
I definitely think that there are insecurities, obviously, there. Yes. And most men have them, but they cloak them in a bravado and lifestyle and all this other stuff that mask the insecurities that they're really walking around with, for sure. What do y'all think about the women who are signing up for this? What are y'all psychoanalysts on them?
Can I answer
Crazy.
that?
Yes, please.
What it is, they want to feel like they belong or a part of something, and a lot of them, they let the D run them crazy. Uh, I'm like this. You know, in their mind, you know, they say, well, if I you know, be a part of this, then I'll matter. You see what I'm saying? Um,
Yeah.
and it's a shame. It's a shame that a lot of women can't think for themselves and different things like that. And then some women, they love control. They like the men to control them. Um, which is crazy, because I'm like, you can't think for yourself. You can't do anything for yourself. You can't be the person that you want to be. And then not only that, you bringing children into this instead of just getting yourself together. And you know, it's bad enough that you going through this, but why you got to bring children
Yeah.
in a part of this? It doesn't make any sense. And then not only that, and I'm gonna tell y'all something, what y'all don't know. I went to an actual Omarion concert. This
Oh,
man, I'm telling y'all, this man is he loves sex. He loves sex. He loves women. And what I'm telling y'all, Neo and Omarion, they so involved with sex that they let it overrule them. They overpower them. They feel like that's a control thing to give women to do whatever they want.
mm.
You know what I'm saying? I done seen this myself. You
Why
see
do you
what I'm
say about
saying?
Omarion though? What makes you say that he loves sex?
Well,
Because
he
number
said that. He actually
yeah,
came out and said
Oh, he
that
did. He did say
several
that.
years ago.
yeah, yes, he did. And not only that, I don't know if you paid attention, but the watermelon thing,
I mean, he is a Scorpio.
yeah, and then he did something with the watermelon. I'm thinking
Oh
to
yeah, I heard
myself,
about that. I heard about that. I didn't. I heard about that a while ago on the internet. Something he did with a
I,
watermelon.
what I'm saying is, men feel like they have, you know, the caveman days. They got the mind of a caveman, basically. They're thinking like a caveman. You know, back in the day where they hit the woman over the head with one of them clubs. and they drag the women.
Like on the Flintstones.
Yeah. So that's the mentality. Because I had a friend of mine that said, I'm God's gift to women. And I had to tell him, I said, hold up, you God's gift to women. I said, baby, everybody don't want you. Every woman don't want you.
I know that's right.
So what are you gonna
Right,
do when
exactly.
the
You're
women
right.
don't want you?
And you're right, because every woman doesn't want you. And to answer your question, CTV, like, what do you think it is that's making like these women stay and making them be in this? I think like it goes back to the narcissistic thing. Um and the narcissistic pull. I won't talk too much of it about it. You talked about it, but I think that for Neo, I think he's very insecure. And when you I'm talking about someone who, so like for me myself, like I'm attractive and people will want to have sex with me all the time. And so I turn people down. And so I've just learned, like, just over the years that, like, having boyfriends and things like that, they don't like it when I don't want to be with them. But then the thing is, like, with narcissists is, um, anyone who's read on narcissists and things like that, it always comes down to insecurity. They have this
Yeah.
deep rooted insecurity about themselves. And I think, like, for me, um, I'm a nice girl, and like I kind of seem like someone who would be a victim to that, and I have been. But the thing is, like, I grew up with my dad, and so I had my mom and dad in the same house. My mom and dad always supported me, always encouraged me, so I never had like that lack of self-worth and that lack of like I'm nothing. And I remember being in relationships, and I was married, like, I'm 38 now, but when I was 24, I was married for 8 months. I was married to a law enforcement officer. And I just remember him like trying to kind of like slowly break me down. And anytime like I was talking on the phone to my dad or talking on the phone to my brothers or my uncles, like he piped down. And then I kind of noticed like when I wasn't talking to them, he would be so mean and so rude. And then, but anyway, so I say that to say it's like, when the narcissist can't find your like breakdown or something to break you down, or they assume you can be breakdown, because there's a lot of women too that didn't grow up with their dad or their fathers, but they
I
still
didn't.
have strength. And they still have something in them that kick, like that something that makes them think that there's more to life and make them want to go out there. And like that is the ultimate destroyer. Is like, I think it's the belief in yourself, like that little bit of my life can be better than this. And if you feel that about yourself, and the person you're in a relationship with, imagine you're in a relationship with a Neo and you're one of these girls, and imagine just one of these girls like just start like thinking about their future, thinking about their self, and thinking like what life could be more. Neo already said and made it clear in the Breakfast Club video that they can't have other partners. And
Mm-mm-mm.
so I'm curious and interested to see if they do leave him, and when they ever do get that like self-worth, what will happen. But I think at this point, the women that he's with, they don't have that that worth and that excitement for life. It's really, I think that's what it is. You got to like be excited for what could possibly happen in your life to leave someone like a Neo, if that makes sense.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah, I think it's also they want clout because remember he's famous, and remember that he got money, and they probably don't have to do nothing but just be there for him and do what he says and stuff like that. So he looking at it as, oh, well, I'm just gonna, have her there to be my sex slave or whenever I want to do. You get what I'm saying? So you have to look at it like that, if I'm making sense.
I think it makes sense because, again, if you tell somebody they can go when they want, but they are under your control, that's being enslaved. I mean, that makes, and that makes a lot of sense. If you tell somebody this is what they can't do and this is what and they can do, that makes sense. But I
Yeah.
feel like the other women, other women, I don't know if you guys are seeing the women. Are they educated and self-driven? Are these women? Because everybody has a choice, and I don't look at them as being. I think it's crazy, but I don't think they are crazy. I mean, it might be easier. And I was serious when I told you if I ever got married again, we'd have to have our own houses and a place that we share maybe 3 days a week.
I have another question kind of going back to Neo. I wonder if what some women and maybe even some men interpret as feminine energy from Neo is, especially now that I'm looking through his catalog as like a young person, he kind of seemed like he kind of always was trying to be on this path of getting into the industry because his poses are really posing. I wonder if Neo was more on the artsy side, and because some artsy heterosexual men do come off as gay because their artsiness, it affords
Yeah, that's
them
true.
to kind of
That's
carry
true.
themselves and dress in ways and talk in ways that may be a little bit within the feminine.
Yeah, so like imagine so like Neo, when I think of him, I kind of think of Common. Remember Common? Whatever happened to Common? But he was a little too feminine for me too. You know what I mean? So they kind of have that like artsy flow, and it's the hat. Maybe it's the hat they wear because I don't like this hat.
Well,
I
his
don't
head's
like
so
this
big.
hat.
I mean,
Like
what
it
else can
lifts
wear?
out.
I got a question. Ain't Neo a dancer?
A belly
Ain't
dancer?
he?
At the
No, I'm
circus.
saying ain't he's a dancer, like, in the arts. That might explain. That's why I'm asking. That might
Oh,
explain
that's a
because
good
that's,
point. So if he went,
yeah.
you're saying like if he went to like Juilliard or like art school or
Mm-hmm.
Broadway or something like that, it might just be that he moves that way. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I see that.
Yeah. So, they label, people or guys that dance in the arts and stuff as gay. With leotards and stuff like that. That's why I'm saying it. if I'm making sense.
See, I don't look at Neo as being gay. I didn't really see that in him. I just think he's a goofy. I just really do. I think he's a freaking goofy. And, regardless, straight or gay, you know what I'm saying? He's just doesn't know who he is. And I guess he thinks that's the right way. I don't know if he grew up with his mother, his father. I just see him as really he's just not my type. So should I say it that way?
Yeah, and I had one more question for y'all. Ain't it crazy that women can accept Prince whether he was bi or gay or straight, but when it comes to Neo, they have a problem. And I'm thinking to myself, the question is, why is it that women was so accepting of Prince, but then when
I
other,
was
like,
never accepting of
you,
Prince.
so you get what I'm saying, like,
I get what you're saying. Yeah. Yes,
OMG.
ma'am.
Cause he could, like they said, there was a situation where they said he could take your man and your woman. Yeah. So it's one of those things. So why is it that the women were so accepting of Prince, but when it comes to other artistry or anybody else, they have a problem with it? That's my question.
That's a good question. I would like to hear from women who thought Prince was sexy or
I
fine
think I have an answer
because
for
he
that.
never did it for me.
I think I have an answer for that. I think it's because of the culture too. I think it has to do like with the era. Like Prince came out in the 80s and all of that, where like a glam rock and all of that was a thing, and where fashion for men was not as it was not as centered around like what is centered around now. Like if you look at the catalog from men in the 70s, like it was okay for men to wear bell bottom jeans and these things that would now be considered very effeminate. I think if Prince existed now, like if he came out as Prince today, he probably wouldn't be able to get away with being considered straight. But I think because of just where the whole era and culture was at the time, it was easier for him to control a narrative around his sexuality. But I'm not sure if Prince would be able to get away with that in today's climate if he came out today.
Was Prince
Well, we
straight?
all saw Kendrick at the Super Bowl with his bell bottoms, and he wasn't sexy to me wearing those bell bottoms.
Exactly.
Like,
And that's
so
exactly
I just wasn't in, like, I don't like my
and
man
that's
wearing
exactly
bell
to my
bottoms.
point that like a lot of the things in the past would be considered, gay or off-putting on men in today's climate.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, right. Oh,
But was
yeah.
Prince considered to be gay? I always thought that maybe that he was.
Kendrick or Prince?
No, I said Prince.
Oh, okay. Prince. Okay.
No, I was asking. I just thought. I mean, it didn't really matter to me, but I just thought that he would be more for. I wouldn't see really a woman being with him.
Prince had a child, y'all.
Okay,
So
but that doesn't mean anything.
I know that, but what I'm saying is he had a whole relationship with the lady that he had a baby by.
Oh,
So
I wasn't a big Prince follower. I mean, I like Prince, but nowadays that
so
means nothing. Yeah.
yeah. So he dealt with a lot of women. You get what I'm
Okay.
saying?
Yeah,
So
I got you.
it wasn't just one woman that he was dealing with. That's why I said he could take your woman or your man. I didn't say that for that.
Well, I don't have one, so I don't
So
have to worry about that, right?
right. So
I have one, but don't have one.
it's amazing how people can be accepting of that and Prince could walk down the street and nobody would say anything. You see what I'm saying, in his hometown. So and anybody else, if he was to go, if he, like Conscious said, if he was to live today, they would probably say something about it because they're going to question
Right.
what type of person he's is. You see what I'm saying? So
Right.
he made it in the culture where it can be accepted, even though the women have a problem with it or the men have a problem with it. He made it a little bit more accepting. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because you got to remember, Prince wore high heels. He wore those stack shoes.
Yeah, he did. Because
Yeah,
he was so short.
yeah.
Yeah.
So he, and that's part of the problem when he started getting, he started taking those meds and stuff like that. So what I'm saying is, we as women, we have to be accepting. Either we want a feminine man or we don't want a feminine man. And then either I'm trying not to laugh at you, Conscious. Y'all see that picture? Yeah, I remember that picture with the butt out jeans. That's what I'm talking about. He could get away with stuff that nobody else could get away with. You see what I'm saying?
And probably didn't
Well,
care. Didn't care.
right. So what I'm telling y'all is, we as women, we kind of give men a
To that
hard
point, boo,
time.
I, y'all bet not ever question Neo, ever question the way y'all was letting Prince ass give it up in the 80s and 90s. Baby,
Right.
the way y'all was letting Prince show his ass on this lollipop, baby, the way y'all was letting this man cut a fool on y'all asses, baby, y'all bet not question nobody
That
there.
part. That part.
Conscious
And
sounded
y'all allow
like
Prince to
remind
murder
me of
y'all.
Now you see why I'm saying what I'm saying. Never mind. I
Conscious, can
had to
I ask
bring it
something?
up.
Can I ask something?
Yes.
One thing I always wondered about because, and I don't know if this is for everybody, but If a woman has some sex with another woman, and they did it, they're not in a relationship, they just tried it. We don't consider them to be gay or bisexual, whatever. It was just sex. But if a man does it, it's a totally different thing. And I know because people say that because of the parts that men have, but why? Do you guys hear things like that? Because women do it and it's okay. But if a man does it, this person has to be whatever. Then they can't be bisexual. They have to be gay. If they had sex with a man, and even if it was once, that means they have to be gay. They can't even be bi. But a woman can be considered straight and have sex with a woman.
It's a double standard, y'all, because the men will coach these women into having the threesomes and the six, but then have a problem if they was to leave them for a woman. Think about what I'm saying. And
Yeah.
then it's okay. Oh no, I don't want you to, I don't want to, I'm gay. I'm not. And I'm thinking to myself, if you could coach a woman into doing it, why is it when a woman asks that of you, you have a problem with it? Something wrong with that picture.
But
I'm
see,
just
and
saying.
that's what I was saying. But I mean,
Well, I
when
get
you,
that. I
I
get
wonder if
that.
Conscious thought that way. That's why I was curious. Did he
Yeah,
think that way?
I get that. I'll add because so like I'm a straight heterosexual woman and I've been on vacation and I've hooked up, I think it was one time in Jamaica and one time in Tahiti. And I was on those trips with my boyfriends. And so I got
Did you
drunk.
say friends?
No, I was on vacation with my boyfriend.
Okay.
Yeah, so there was 2 times that I was on vacation and I hooked up with a girl. And when I say hooked up, it was like kissing, like we were in the pool and like we took our bathing suits off and we were like fondling, hooking up, right? And so, but both times on those vacations, I was with a boyfriend and he didn't care. Like, he didn't think none of it, nothing about it. He didn't think I was a lesbian.
Yeah,
He
they
didn't
think
think
that's
I was
cool. Yeah.
bisexual. He was just like, oh, you drunk, like you tripping, like, okay, you kissed a girl, let me take you home, like, let me take you to the room, you gotta lay down, you need to go to bed. And like he never woke up the next day and was like, oh, you a lesbian, you bisexual, you cheated on me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And so I think like I'm interested to wonder like what the difference is with that versus like if you're on vacation with your boyfriend and he kisses a guy and he fondles a guy,
Wait
like
a
when
minute,
you
wait
wake
a
up the
minute, wait
next
a
day, is
minute.
he still your boyfriend?
I'm about to call you to the carpet. Now, how you gonna talk about a man can't be in skinny jeans? He can't do this, that, and the third. You so turned off, but you got the capacity to be very
Mm.
lesbian forward with other
Yeah.
women. And then somebody asked the question, or Whitney said, "But would you let him do that with a man?" So let's hear the hypocrisy. Would you let your man do that with another man?
Hell no.
Ain't no hypocrisy. I've been up here the whole life saying my nigga could never.
Yeah.
Well,
So
you can bring yourself,
ain't no hypocrisy, but hold
but
on a
you can
minute.
bring
Let me answer
yourself
the
to
question.
engage in feminine energy in that way. So why not on a man if you can
Right.
engage in that feminine energy with a woman?
So I think that the difference with women like touching on each other and hooking up and stuff. Well, let me answer the question about like Prince and how men wear skinny jeans and stuff like that. Like, I know for me, like I'm very much like physical attractiveness is like very important to me. And so like I need my man to like be a physically like attractive type, so I can't date you if you have a beer belly and you drink like 18 cases of beer each week. You know what I'm saying? Like your stomach hanging out and shit. I'm not doing it because when we have sex, I have to look at you and I'm not looking at that.
But let me ask you this. Let me ask you this real quick. When
Uh,
you were saying how they look, and that's how we meet people by the way they look. But what if you got to know somebody? Because the guy that I'm seeing now, like I told you, he's my guy, but it's not like whatever. But either way, he was not at all. I've known him for a long time, my type. But once I got to know him, and that's so important. When I tell you, like I love him. I really do. I love him. I'm in love with him, and I understand actually the difference because when I was younger and I was married, I thought the first time because I was Muslim that I had to be married, so I didn't understand being in love. But I do now. So would you, if you met somebody and you really loved them from the soul, then you wouldn't, that belly, wouldn't even matter. You'd help them get rid of the belly, either in the bed or at the gym, one of the two.
Yeah, so that's true. So when you love somebody, you will help them get rid of the belly and the better the gym. But the thing is, like, you're still helping them with their health. So it's like, I think, like, for me, because I'm very much like, I have no problem telling the man that I'm with, like, you need to lose weight. You need
Right.
to look because I
They would
think
tell
it's
you.
anyway, slice is gonna sound bad. Anyway, slice is gonna sound bad, but I'm gonna say it. But like, for me, when I have sex, like, because I take care of myself and I take care of my body, and like, I always have, like,
Right.
always been athletic and just always ate healthy. And so, like, when we're naked and we're having sex and you're on top of me, if I don't like what I see, it's a wrap.
Right. Right.
And so, but if I really like you and I like your soul, I'm going to give you some tips to eat healthier and to, give you some of
And don't
the
smush you.
workout. And now I feel like it sounds like crazy, but it's just like healthy people want to be with healthy people.
Right.
And people who aren't healthy aren't going to mind being with people who aren't healthy. And so, like, I don't know if
But
that
just remember
sense.
too, and I'll just say this to you, and I was a respiratory therapist for years. People think that because people are slim or in shape, and the people that are heavy are not healthy, and just know that that's not always the case. You have many people that are heavy that are very, very healthy. So that was just a little something.
Yeah,
Food for
that's
thought.
true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
And
absolutely.
and look at me, you see what I'm eating right now, you guys.
We hear you eating it.
Look, I was
I want
fine.
to. I want to challenge. I want to push. Well, I want to. I want to assert something into that, and then I want to get Whitney to join in because she just hit the link. I think that all of the like external metrics come into play, such as like, oh, looks, body, in shape, money, etc. I think those things come into play when people just like one another. And
Yeah.
I know that love and like end up synonymous in this culture. A lot of people they use love in place of like, when really what it is like is not love, because
Yeah.
if any of those variables change, if your desire for the person would go away, if they couldn't work out no more, if they became poor, if their economics got disrupted, any of the shallow stuff that attracted you to that person would be dissolved, you would more than likely move on or lose interest. You don't love that person.
Yeah.
Now, you love a person, a woman can come in with an athletic body, but then after she has a
Right, but I'll push
body,
against that.
if her body changes after she has a child, or she has a thyroid issue or a hormonal issue, or she loses her hair, or if your man may come in, with a strong hairline, and then he bald headed 10 years later because of male pattern baldness, and that man is still fine to you, and you still have a desire sexually and all of that for that person. Like, that's what love allows you to have access to. Love is not predicated upon if any of the external factors and shallow
Yes,
parts
sir. It's the soul.
sustain or not. It becomes a bond of the soul. It becomes a attraction to the actual person, not the vehicle they're in, nor the environment they drive
It
that vehicle.
definitely does, but when you are dating and you're in a relationship with someone, you don't find that out in the first couple days or dates or the time that you're with them. And then when they do have instances in medical issues, because I'm a healthcare professional as well, of course, you aren't
Salute to
going to
you.
leave the person you're with for that reason. But I think that if we're just talking about dating, getting to know someone in relationships, as we were talking about Neo, and just being with people and femininity and stuff like that, that's what I was speaking to. But if we're talking about like long term down the road and then something happens till death do you part type shit, no, that's not the same thing at all.
Now let me ask y'all this question: is this picture on the screen a feminine pose?
No, just a pose.
No.
Oh, please, Rashawn.
I just looked up the
Okay, okay. So
I'm
let me.
being serious. I'm being
Okay,
serious.
okay, hold on. So let me reword the question. Would this picture be considered feminine amongst the majority?
Yes,
My
I think
man
it
can't
was.
pose like
The
that.
majority, yeah.
Absolutely not.
But
Okay.
far as me, no.
No, yeah, as far as me, depending on if I knew the person, yeah, the majority probably, but
My man cannot be in a picture. If I see a picture like that, we're
Can
done.
everybody
Oh,
hear
body is
me?
out of there, bitch.
but are you talking about the pose or are you talking about the hair and everything else when she says your man cannot
Hell, I mean, I'm gonna say the pose. I'm gonna say the pose.
just suppose? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I look at people, you know what? I would take people for who they are. I met this guy. I was over in Southeast DC by my son's house one day, and he's a person I always see him when I come there during the week. He lives on the street. I don't like to say bum or street person. He lives outside, and so I stopped him. I was at the light, and I told him I would be back in an hour. I was, working out with my son, and when I came back, he was there, and I got out of my truck, and we talked for a lot, and we even took a. And I'm not good at all with the camera and taking selfies, but and we were actually hugging, and it didn't matter to me. I met him. I always see him, always so kind. So I guess that's where people differ, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm a Leo, and I know a lot of people are like, oh, I don't like Leos, but I just love people. And when I said to you, Conscious, your personality, when I caught that first live you did, was your energy and everything. I really, I find an attraction to you. I do. And and that's real, and again, we have to definitely take time to get to know people, understand, listen, hear. And I also grew up in, I was born a lot of years before you guys in '67. And back then there weren't as many terms. It was either gay or you were lesbian, and, the people I went to school with, I have a lot of gay friends. The guys never treated them badly. I never really saw any of that. I really didn't. And I think people just need to give people a chance. And that's it. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm for talking
Okay.
so much.
Another question: what is the energy of these pictures on the screen?
No,
No, hell no.
CTV.
So you being funny,
See,
you
I'm
being
just
damn
see,
fucking
saying.
funny.
Hold
No,
on,
let me
y'all.
just be straight up.
Can y'all hear
You
me?
cannot, my man cannot
mm-hmm.
take a better picture
Okay.
than me. You cannot pose better than me. You cannot have better hair than me, better makeup. You can't wear jeans better than me.
Your
Okay.
femininity is
You
So
such
can't
a
wear a
your
see-through dress
femininity
better
is
than
such
me.
a
What
product
are you
of the
talking
culture,
about?
homebody. Your
I
femininity
have
is
a
such
I
a
have a
product of
question.
the culture.
I have a question for Homebody.
Yes.
First, hey, Conscious. Let me speak to the
Hey,
king.
boo.
Hey,
Hey,
boo. Hey,
lady.
boo.
Love.
Hey. Okay. So a lot of the conversations that we have on the panel have really helped me with this like specific scenario. There are a plethora of circumstances that we can discuss, but I want to specifically talk about Homebody's situation going out of the country and like hooking up with the girls. I know it wasn't anything super serious. It was like light fun or whatever.
Yeah,
But
yeah. Go ahead.
with your you seem to be like very adamant and have very strict specific standards for what your man can't do when it comes to like his level of femininity. So how does that conversation work? Do you say like this is something that I can do and you can't do, or does it just happen and they're okay with it? Because that seems a little strict. And I'll say why. I wouldn't want my man hooking up with another man. So I'm going to be very cautious about doing that same thing with a woman, only because I know how I would feel if he hooked up with a man. So I don't think it's fair to hook up with a woman and then see him hook up with a man and be like, oh no, you can't do that. I would rather me stick to the same standard that I'm giving him.
Right. It's only fair, right?
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, with
Yeah.
that specific
I get what you're
scenario, because
saying.
I do think that that's a little wild and unfair to say that a man is gay or give him all of these rules in the relationship, but you're allowed to kiss up on women and do all of this stuff. Like a long time ago, I would be like, oh yeah, girl, it's cool. But no, that's really not cool, actually. It's, if you were like a little more fluid, like both ways, okay. But you're like, no skinny jeans, no bell bottoms. You can't get your nails done. You better not send me that picture. Like, damn, girl, what? You can kiss a whole woman, but he can't do nothing?
Right. Right. No, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
So in my relationships that I've been in, specifically those relationships where we went on vacation and I hooked up with a girl, um, it was relationships that like we had clear communication. We always do in all of my relationships. But they always ask me, are you into girls? Like men always ask girls, are you into girls? For some reason. I don't know why that's a thing. But like they ask you that. And like for me, I always say no. And then when I get drunk, it's like I am. And then like when whoever I'm with sees me kiss a girl, it's not a thing. That hasn't happened since I was like, God, like 25. So like
Oh,
it's
so
been
the
well
hookups
over a
happened. So this
decade.
was a long time ago when
Hmm.
y'all went out with the country and stuff.
Yeah, this is like college days. But like it was always a conversation that would happen when I was dating someone. They would always ask, and I guess maybe it was just college days, but they would ask, are you into girls or are you into women? And I would always say no. And then I would ask them in return, are you into guys? And they were like, no, what the fuck?
I like that
You
picture.
know, what the fuck are you talking about? You know, like all that. And
But
so
just having
I,
sex with somebody doesn't make people get confused, make you
right.
into girls. A relationship, I could never be in a relationship with a woman because I just know it would never work out, emotionally, mentally, and stuff like that. But if I
It
chose
would
that,
never work out for me.
yeah, but having sex with
Mm-mm.
somebody to me doesn't mean that I'm just attracted, or doesn't mean that's how I think. You know what I'm saying? People do what they
Yeah,
want.
and so I think back to I can't see the names of the last lady who was asking a
Whitney.
question.
Whitney.
Leslie? Oh, I thought,
Whitney?
oh.
Whitney. Mm.
Whitney. Yeah, so just to finish off on answering your question. So I remember like one time one of the men I was dating, I'm 38 now, so this was like 22, 25 college days. So I remember like I was asking one of the guys like, well, why are you asking me if I'm a lesbian? Why are you asking me if I'm gay? Like, are you into men? And he's like, hell no. And I was like, why do men always ask that? Why do men like always want to know like if a woman is a lesbian? And he said, well, if you guys kiss each other, there's nothing wrong with that. And I was like, well, how do I know you haven't hooked up with a guy? And his face, he was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like he got upset, and he explained to me, he's like the difference between girls kissing and being lesbians and men having sex is penetration,
Yeah.
because girls can't penetrate each other. So like if you're kissing a girl and you guys are touching each other's boobs, I don't care. If someone's penetrating you, I'm gonna care.
Hold on one
Is
sec. I have two questions.
uh,
First, in the past like 3 to 5 years, like when you get drunk and go out and stuff, or not drunk necessarily, but when you're drinking, having a good time, do you get Are you attracted to women?
No,
Okay.
no, I'm not. No,
And
I think it
the
was
thing
like
about
huh?
the thing about the penetration is it's easy to say that because we don't have a way to penetrate. But if we could, would we take it that far? Is the question. I don't think that's like valid to be like, well, there's no way to penetrate, so it doesn't count. Well,
You can
with,
penetrate. Buy something, wrap it around, and you can
right,
penetrate.
with the extremes, well, not the extreme, with the extent that the situation is going, if penetration was possible at the time, women probably would go for it. Does that make, like, do you understand what I'm saying?
Not me. I wouldn't.
Okay.
I wouldn't go for it. Like I'm not. I think for me, it's like the feeling of a man like holding my body and his arms like wrapped around me. I'm not talking about a slinky link like Prince. You know, like he can't. Someone with skinny bones can't wrap their arms around. Like I really want and love someone like big and like holding me and wrapping me in their arms and taking me down, bitch. Like that's my shit.
That's your preference, yeah. That's
So
just how
you
you
Yeah.
like,
feel.
you like a
But
Corey Holcomb.
for a woman, like for me,
Sure.
like it would never like go as far further than like kissing, touching. Like I don't, I can't see myself like letting a woman use a dildo on me if that's what you're asking. Like
If they're
no.
kissing you, if a woman is kissing you and touching you and
I
sucking your titties and
don't
stuff
know,
like
somebody.
that,
I feel like when you was out of town, when you was out of the country,
everything is,
if that girl had a dildo in the pool, y'all probably would have used it. That's what I'm
yeah.
saying. Like,
Girl.
Because when you're horny,
No.
I mean, you just don't
That
stop
part.
No,
and be like,
because you
oh,
know what it
no.
is? Because you know what it is? It's like when you're with a woman, like it just like feels like you're just like talking to a friend and it doesn't feel as aggressive. I don't know if it makes sense, but like it just like kisses and touches and hugs doesn't feel like anything. And then you guys are talking the whole time about everything. And so it doesn't even feel like it's like sex or a relationship or anything. Or maybe I'm just not, I don't look at it that
Are
way.
you talking about like when it's girls like being affectionate with each other?
Yeah, because when
See,
girls
that's
are
the
like,
thing. Cause that's the thing, because I talk about that all the time on my platform. Like all of my heterosexual male friends have a very like lesbian dynamic with me in terms of like, and maybe it's a result of my own like comfortability, because I think also you attract what you are. So when you're like very sure of yourself and you're very comfortable in your own skin, I think that can invoke other people to feel safe and to be their authentic selves, because a lot of my homeboys are very like physically affectionate toward me. Like they kiss me on my forehead and on my cheek and they hug me and we share affections and they look me in my eyes when we're talking to each other. They're very verbally affirming. This has actually costed some of my male friends their relationships to their girls, because they would get up in them text threads, bitch, and be like, hold up, what's the tea? Like, why you telling this gay man that you love him? Why you complimenting this gay man on what he looked like? Why you like he gay? Like, why you like what's the dealio?
right. And I'll
And,
tell
and
you,
literally, I'm talking about like my friendships to some of my friends have actually costed them their fiancés and all, bitch. Like, I mean, I ain't calling you a bitch.
That's okay.
I'm just saying bitch isn't bitch. But like it's really so women literally do have a double standard, because to your point,
yeah,
women can sit on the bed with each other, lay up and cuddle Netflix and chill, be under
Be
the covers.
naked.
Yeah, be naked. Check each other titties for cancer lumps and shit. Like do all types of things. Help each other with a tampon if it get stuck. You know,
Oh my God.
y'all are compliment other women, even slap other women on the ass. Y'all are get
Yeah.
out there on the dance floor and
okay, but
dance
what's
and
yeah.
grind.
stopping you then from
But
slapping each other's on the
if
ass?
homebody
Come
saw her
What's
on
man,
stopping y'all?
if
Because if that's what
homebody
you're gonna
saw
stop
her
with,
man
what's stopping
doing
y'all
that,
from grabbing each other's boobs?
But
he
we do it
wouldn't like
though.
that.
But what I'm saying is that like when we do it, it's a congressional hearing and there is an apocalypse and it's a collapse of the of the ecosystem when we do it. Whole marriages fall apart, whole
Yeah,
engagement
it's different.
undone.
I see
A
what you're
nigga
saying.
reputation is in shambles. He got to deal with the DL stigma, and he can't have a gay homeboy out loud because it means he gay and he up in the house doing fuck shit too. And you know they got to be a booty bandit, and it just becomes all this stuff. But you know,
Conscious. Did you see the video of when the pregnant girl showed up to the man's house and her man was inside, her fiance, her baby daddy was inside? It went
I think
viral
Yeah,
everywhere.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that.
I didn't see it.
Okay, we should discuss that. If somebody can send that to Conscious, I think that goes really good with this conversation.
Mears. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I didn't know my phone was. I'm sorry. I was yelling to my granddaughter. I apologize.
Be good, boo. Okay, so can you describe the video? Because I don't know if are we gonna get access. But what was happening within the video?
So the lady is pregnant and she pulled up to this man's house and her fiance was inside and she is thinking that they're having sex inside and they're very adamant that they're playing video games and the fiance eventually comes outside and was like, "Can we go? Can we please get out of here?" So he left in his car and the pregnant girlfriend was about to leave and the owner of the house came outside and was like,
I did see that because he answered the door like with his pants off, ain't it?
yeah.
And the house came to the door like,
yeah, how you feel about that? I mean, I know the woman was completely in the wrong, like, period, but what you think they was doing in the house?
well, I'm not gonna say the. Well, when you say she was wrong, what do you think she was wrong about? Like the way she acted at
yes,
that time, or her
the
even
video
coming to the house at all was completely wrong.
Well, no, I don't think her coming to the house was wrong. Like, if she has suspicion, she's pregnant, she needs to figure out what's going on. I would have had somebody with me for safety. I don't think going to the house was wrong, but putting it on the internet was completely wrong. She got fired and everything from her job, and you're and my question is, well, one of them is, if her fiance reacted in a way where he like, oh God, I don't know. In a way that would be very unfavorable. It's something, I don't know, that level of embarrassment and accusation, if that fiance ended up doing something or not being able to handle his emotions due to embarrassment, like, how do you feel about that?
I mean, obviously, we have definitely seen this happen. I mean, because like, and I think that Key Love said it best. Have you ever heard of a woman unaliving another woman for outing her? No, it doesn't happen because there is just, like because we live in a patriarchy. Of course, men are going to make the exception for homosexuality when it's girl on girl because men like girls. So the more women, the better. Even if those women into other women, the better. That's something that they're turned on by because they vicariously are also going to live through lesbianism. Like they love the prospects of women, whether it's women on them, women on each other, because women are something that they are attracted to. But because, we got a double standard when it comes to sexuality and fluidity and pansexuality and all that. When it comes to men, it makes the sexuality of men very dangerous, even when we're talking about coming out, which is why I don't always lean into this narrative that men can just come out even in the 21st century because people are still being unalived and bullied and terrorized and losing a lot of equity in their lives simply because of their truth. So when it comes to the way this young lady handled it, she definitely put herself in a dangerous situation because I don't know if you guys remember the other situation that popped off a few years ago where the woman she was sitting at a house with a guy she used to hook up with, and there was another guy at the house too, and then she left the house, but she ended up leaving her phone. So she ended up circling the block for her phone, and when she went back to get her phone, him and the other dude was in the room having sex with each other. And so she then started trying to blackmail them by saying, look, if y'all pay me like $5,000, I'll keep the seat secret as on the download as y'all's interactions. And I guess they weren't really acquiescing to that. So then she took to Facebook and social media and basically started like taunting the situation and threatening to out them. And what happened is one of those men found that woman and had a confrontation with her. And while she was driving away, they shot her while she was in her vehicle. She got shot in her head and then ran into a telephone pole and died.
I remember that.
All because that was how invested those men were in keeping that secret, being outed in a community that they know were going to have a toxic response to their right to engage in sex with anybody of legal age and who consented to the experience. So, but I know for sure that
excuse me. I just want to tell you guys, I want to thank you for having me, and I apologize. I have to take my granddaughter somewhere, but I love all of you. And
thank you. It was a good time talking to you.
Oh God, I enjoyed this, and I signed up for your Patreon.
Thank you, baby.
And I have to find out how to use it, but I'm also gonna. I thought I was signing up for the membership for YouTube. I don't know, so I have to go back to that. But I do. I love you in your chat, and I learned a lot. I just want to
thank you. Up here again. I had a good time talking to you.
I know I had fun with you, and I love you. And you guys all keep doing what makes you feel good, and forget the rest of the world. You know what I'm saying? You got to live for you. That's my word. Yeah, don't let people make you feel bad about what you do.
That part. All right,
I love you guys.
That was our Leslie, y'all.
Bye, Leslie.
So yeah, but that's why we got to forward the culture, because really, she shouldn't be in a dangerous situation just because she's reacting to infidelity in a situation. And I guess on a like adult level, we can also just like talk about, just going about it that way was just unnecessary anyway. Even if she would have caught her man cheating with a woman, just going about it the way she went about it, is immature. However, the sexuality part, yeah, and she knew what she was doing when she picked up the phone. Like, she wanted that reaction. She knew she wanted the culture on her side, and that was the easy way to get the culture on her side. Even though we don't know anything about their relationship, we don't know whether, we just don't know anything. We don't know whether they was on a break. We don't know anything. All we got is a video, and then she handled the way it was handled, and then her ass got fired accordingly. But whatever it was, it just shouldn't be all that. Like, there should be no negative side effect to being gay. And I always tell heterosexual people, like, y'all should be just as invested in cleaning up homophobia in the community, because homophobia impacts y'all too. Homophobia is what creates the download community. The same download community that's using women as beards while sleeping with the rest of us and living in a double life with the rest of the LGBT community. So the only way to dissolve the download community is to live in a more affirming society where you don't necessarily have to agree with someone else's orientation, but you do have to agree that a person should have the right as an American to live their lives however they see fit, whether you agree with it or not. Just like people should have the right of choice religiously, they should have the right of choice educationally, they should have the right of choice in housing, they should have the right of choice, in all of these things. These are civil liberties that we all should be afforded, whether, it's your choice or not. So we got to do that work so that men don't have to live, so that men and women just don't have to live in fear of their lives. People are more encouraged to be comfortable in their skin, to live in their truth, and can tell their truth so that everybody has an understanding. But, I wouldn't even say that sexuality was even an issue in that case either. It was infidelity. Because you know what? I don't understand why women think that a man cheating with a man, like why they focus per se on it's a man. Baby, you were cheated on. Whether it was with a man, with a cow, or with a person. I mean, you were cheated on at the end of the day. I don't think.
No, if
your
man cheats on you with a man, you have a chance for catching STDs. Because again, back to what we were saying about,
baby, if you want to be very honest about the STDs, when I was looking up the statistics, that I spoke about early on in the conversation, do you know that 47% of women carry more STDs than that of the male community, which are only at 37%? So more women carry STDs than men carry.
Yeah, my
Right.
Yes,
buddy, that's
yes,
that's
that's the
not the
truth.
only
And
reason that we're I didn't think you was gonna say that. I
That's the
thought
truth.
I
Now
mean,
he ain't
since
tell no lie.
homebody had walked us into it, it became relevant
Mm-hmm.
I
information.
think I definitely think that cheating is still the overarching problem. I just think that it's just the initial shock of it being a man versus a woman. After you get over the cheating, or after you accept it, I don't think it should really matter who it is, or I don't think it being a man should hurt you more than being a woman. I understand being surprised and being shocked, but being hurt, I don't think it should matter who it is exactly. And absolutely, you can get
Yeah,
STDs
because
from anybody. I'm
right.
getting tested immediately.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if
Right,
it's a man or a woman. So that part
right.
is,
do y'all know that
Mhm.
my homeboy had an STD scare? This was years ago. I think we might have been like 22. We had all went to the health clinic and had got checked, etc. And all of our test results had came back good and clear. But my homeboy had got a call to come back back to the health clinic. And he had wanted me to go with him to be his emotional support puppy, because typically, if they call you back in, it means that
Mm-hmm.
they got to discuss some things with you. So he already knew, obviously, he wouldn't be
Right.
called in for no positive
Well,
news. And then do y'all know that when this ain't funny, but baby, like they had to damn near put my homeboy on a stretcher because he had everything from HIV to HPV to gonorrhea to syphilis. I literally went
OMG.
down the STD. But the gag was
there's
they
a
found
difference
out.
between
They
STDs
found.
and
Hold on.
HIV and AIDS.
Hold on. Let me get this out. But the gag was they gave my homeboy the wrong results. They gave him somebody else's STD scan. So he was he was actually good, but the fact that somebody was
Wow.
walking around with that many sexually transmitted infections was preposterous. And so, there are no like gay diseases. So the same STDs that a gay man can contract from a gay man are the same STDs that a man can contract from a woman and that a woman can contract from a man. So when you said homebody, you know, you know, more diseases, the reality is if your partner is cheating on you and they are cheating without a condom, they are literally just susceptible to diseases, period. I mean,
yeah,
if you're
Exactly.
cheating and then being reckless at that, and they're cheating, whether they're cheating with a man or a woman, I mean, they're opening themselves up to
yeah.
contracting an abundance of things that can be prevented.
Right.
STDs
And when
Exactly.
you
aren't
say
exclusive
STDs,
to
you're
men.
talking about a full range of sexually transmitted diseases. So it can mean a lot of things. And so,
Exactly. And
and
y'all, I
I'm,
had met a lady who came to me, and I felt so bad for her. And she told me that her husband cheated on her, and guess what? She ended up with HIV. So what I'm saying is, like Conscious said, it's not a gay disease. It's not
right.
it's saying it's one of those
It's
things
not.
that
No, it's a
people
bloodline.
coming back and forth, dipping and dabbing and doing stuff they ain't got no business, and then wondering why they catching something or something like that. You don't know how these people are living. You got to protect yourself. So that's where having knowledge and having some sense for yourself. You get what I'm saying? You're gonna lay down with these people. You're gonna make sure that you take care of you. They might not take care of them, but you gotta make sure that you take care of you so you can live a long life.
Right. And I want to be clear about STDs versus HIV and AIDS, because sexually transmitted diseases can be chlamydia, syphilis, gonorrhea, whatever, everything. Um, HIV and AIDS is completely different. That has to be a blood on blood like transmittance. And so
But you
I
can still
apologize if
catch
I
either of them from anybody.
right. So that's the difference between regular STDs and HIV and AIDS. So take HIV and AIDS as something different from like STDs because AIDS and HIV is an infection that stays with you. Herpes, for example, is another infection that stays with you. I want to just make it clear because whether you're having, I work in healthcare, so I always get like down to it, but I won't stay on the topic too long. But whether someone has sexually transmitted diseases, that is completely different from HIV and AIDS because that's a blood infection. And working in pharmacy for years, the medication that we give patients that have a blood infection is different from someone who has a STD. So I just want to be clear, like if you do have a STD, that can be cleared up. If you have a STI or blood infection, that is a longer road to clear.
Okay, so homebody, why did you? Thank you for that. But why, when we asked the difference between cheating with a man or cheating with a woman, why did you say STDs?
I didn't say that. I said I was on vacation and hanging out, got drunk, and had
No,
come.
no. After that, we had a conversation about cheating with a man versus cheating with a woman. And when we asked the difference between cheating with a man and a woman, you said STDs, implying that you would get STDs from a man sooner than you would get them from a woman.
Yeah. So because of intercourse and penetration. So with a man, you have a chance of when you're penetrated getting an infection, and this is given just no condom sex. I don't want to make this like a whole healthcare thing, but yeah, when you're with a man and you're having sex with a man with no condom, whether you're gay or straight, the chance for blood infection is different from like gonorrhea or chlamydia.
So I think the census is y'all better all practice very safe sex, because if your partner is unfaithful, then you probably don't know the dynamics. So they might be the receiver, they might be the giver, they might be hooking up with somebody who is carrying STIs, STDs, or etc. Honey, they for the streets. Everybody for the streets, baby. Y'all better
If there's
start
anyone in
snapping
the
up.
chat who is like particularly practices like sexually transmitted diseases or things, because Conscious, you what I always find fascinating about you is you have people who are different providers. Everyone comes to hang out, but everyone works different jobs. And so you always have people that have information. So if anyone can clarify and provide information, I'm always on the side of just letting the information be clear, because STDs and STIs are not my specialty. I work in oncology, and so I can't specifically and particularly speak to that. But if there is anyone in the chat that is here now that can't speak to that, you can.
I do know that, like in the gay community, and this probably actually goes for women and men, even like hetero people too. Like bottoming, especially anally, like is 13 times riskier in terms of contracting HIV than it is for the top or the dominant person. Obviously, because I think, as you hinted to, homebody, like the receiver is being penetrated. So like even like within your vaginal or your anal cavity are all these blood vessels and all of your internal space. While a man's penis, if he's being the dominant force, you know, I mean, he has a pee hole, obviously. But because of the way that, but because of the design of the penis versus the design of the anus and the vagina, which is for insertion and the penis is for penetration, this is why there's like a higher risk of
Right.
contracting
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. And
disease.
so I want to be clear, the difference between an STD and an STI. STD is a disease. Like diseases can be cured. Infections can be cured. Diseases cannot. Um, so when you talk about the topic of HIV, AIDS, herpes, for example, another thing that you get that like isn't curable, it has to be blood to blood contact. And so blood to blood contact, when you think of a male penis, the male penis top opens. And so this is going to get graphic. But if you see like the top of a male's penis, it opens and there's blood. And so like if you put that in your vagina or your rectal, that blood contact is what's going to give you that disease, potentially can give you that disease that is incurable. But I think I've spoken on it enough. But can we get off this topic? Because I feel like this is like very.
Well, so going back to Neo and going back to Poly and all this kind of stuff, the question I wanted to ask y'all is, we know that people who have trauma and have issues, whether that's narcissism or childhood trauma or have a father fracture or a mother fracture, can disguise themselves as poly and polygamy when really their desire to be in those type of relationships can be rooted in trauma. It can be rooted in control. It can be rooted in a fear of commitment, a fear of intimacy, etc. But aside from, like, I guess the dark side of the moon, do y'all think that genuine, healthy polygamous and poly folk exist?
No, because then like it's like, are y'all getting tested? And I remember
Okay,
in the
no, no, hold
chat
on, no, hold
earlier,
on, hold on,
someone
hold
was
on,
asking
hold
about
on,
an
hold on, hold
age
on, hold on, hold
limit.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. We just had the whole sex. Let's
Right,
get off issue
right.
of sex,
Okay,
because
well, let
poly,
me
yes,
get
because
off that.
poly and polygamy is not just about sex. It's literally
Right.
about also the capacity to love more than one person intimately and romantically. It does not revolve around just sex. Like, if people want to just have sex, they don't need to be poly. They can just be single and have casual sex. Poly and polygamy actually also centers around relationship, not just a matter of you accumulating a bunch of people to have sex with. Even though that can still be your intention, but the 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 defining of poly and polygamy revolve around actually building relationship, both sexually and romantically, with more than just one person. Do y'all believe that genuine polygamous people exist? That I remember listening to TD Jake's one sermon
Yeah.
a long time ago, and he talked about like being like a 5-gallon person. Like, there are people who have a capacity for 5 gallons of love. There are people who got a capacity for 10 gallons of love. There are people who got a capacity for 50 gallons of love. That, like, every person has a varying degree of capacity to give and receive love. Some people, as I think we all discussed here, have, you know, like more than one like just one person is fine. Like they got enough patience, they got enough wit, they got just enough for one person. While other people may have, in fact, and allegedly do have a greater capacity than others. Could a person, whether it's women or men, whether you want to be the woman being a sister wife with other women for a man, or whether you are the man revolving, interested in a multitude of relationships, or whether you can be in a 10-person relationship where everybody is in a relationship with each other. Do y'all think that can be generated from a place of healthiness without no like dark-sided mutations, without no emotional trauma that's informing that, but that there are organic, healthy, polygamous centered individuals?
If
I think
everyone
it,
is honest, yes, I do
yeah,
believe that. I think that it's rare because it's already rare to try to find that with one person. So to find that with more than one, that's rare, but I do believe that that can happen because what you're looking for is also looking for you if that's something that you want. So I do believe that it's possible, yes.
yeah, I think so as well. Long as you have a good communication, you have a healthy boundary, you able to talk and to be on the same page and one accord, then you should be able to come together um as a family or as a community, and to be able to flourish and and do what you want to do safely. Safely. I'll repeat that, safely. not
And
not nothing where you could end up hurting somebody, because when you talk about having children and different things like that, it 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 it's another whole dynamic. So you have to be on one accord in order to even have that conversation far as children, have building a life and wanting to have, the things that you want to come together in your life. You see what I'm saying? If I'm
yes.
making sense.
And I also think that we have to do a better job of informing our sorry, excuse me, of informing people up front. I'm not saying that you have to say, hi, I'm Tom and I'm polyamorous. You don't have to say it like immediately, but you need to let that be known sooner than like 6 months down the relationship, letting the person know that you want to introduce somebody else into the relationship or how you feel. I think that that's the one thing that's super important, is being forthcoming about your preferences with that.
And
So
see,
the sooner
a lot of times people not the problem is a lot of people are not being forthcoming, and they're being deceptive. That's where the problem comes in. And instead of them telling you or the person what you want or what you would like, then they come in and say other things and be deceptive and cause a lot of confusion when you could have just been honest with the person in the beginning. That's where the problem comes in. That if you're honest, then you give that person a choice. Don't sit up there and be, not forthcoming and being deceptive, because not only that you're bringing about STDs, you're bringing different things in the picture that don't need to be, unnecessary drama, unnecessary things that you don't give the person a choice to pick or choose. You see what I'm saying? And that's not fair to the other person. You have to be, if you're going to do something and you're going to involve somebody else, you got to
Right.
make sure that everybody is on one accord. That's what I was saying earlier. You can't,
Mhm.
now if it was just you, that'll be a different story, but you involving everybody.
Right.
That's what makes it bad, because you're decepting people, and then you don't know how that person may feel. You got to think about the other person. If you want to bring somebody else into a relationship and stuff like that, you got to make sure that you understand that they got feelings too. It ain't just about you. And see, that's
Yeah.
what people mess up at. They want to be all about them, and this woman gonna be here for me, and I'm God's gift to women. No, it's not like that. You got to, when you get in a
So now we've
relationship.
dawned
Let me
upon
piggyback on what you
so
said,
now hold on, I want to say this,
Rhonda.
because now we've dawned upon another societal issue, because really what we're talking about, whether we're talking about monogamy or poly or polygamy, is we're talking about a bunch of unintegral people. Like liars are just unintegral people. And now I got a
Mhm.
question. why have we created a society of so many unintegral ass people? Because it must go back to the unintegral ass mammies and pappies.
Well, let me say
And so
this.
now,
Because
and now we got to explore the Rudy to the motherfucking Tootie, because if we're going to look at the parenting style common in the West, because people are born into systems, people are born unto biased people who already have a script, who already have a worldview, who already have a whatever, and they pretty much raise their children according to whatever that worldview, whatever those biases, whatever that mentality is. We don't have enough actual parents who are well. We don't have enough parents who are able to cultivate a self and then support their children in becoming healthier, also becoming healthy adults who are allowed to have an independent identity, even if it's separate from the family, even if it's separate from the culture of the family. We have more parents instead doing a copy and paste, How I am is how I want my children to be. How I think is how I want my children to think. What I do is what I want my children to do. What I think is right, wrong, left, right, whatever it is, in and out, I want my children to do. And we don't have enough parents who are mature enough to say, I have my own personality and understanding of who I am and the way I want to engage in the world. And I'm going to, yes, create a system of positive and negative in terms of my children understanding so-called right and wrong. But within that, I'm going to allow them to cultivate their own individual self and be their own person and have a autonomy. And I'm going to affirm that, because I know that when they become adults, because they have been living in their truth their whole life, because I've been allowing them to live in their truths, I've been affirming their truths. We're not talking about co-signing bad behavior. You can have a system of ethics and morality. Treat people well, treat yourself well, don't cause yourself no harm, don't cause nobody else no harm. Everything else is fair game. You can be whatever you want to be in life. You can do whatever the fuck you want to do in life. Just don't harm yourself and don't harm nobody else in the process. Everything else is yours. All you gotta do is bow down and agree to not hurt yourself and to not hurt nobody else. Everything else, you want to be a Buddhist, baby. You want to be a full-time artist instead of going to college and being a doctor and making us rich, fine. Play your fucking flute on the side of 7-Eleven. I would want more for you, but hey, if that's what you want to do, mama gonna encourage, daddy gonna encourage you to play your fucking flute if that's what brings you goddamn joy. Okay, we don't have enough parents raising and allowing young people to come to understand what their truth is and then be supported in their personal development. And because we don't have enough people doing that, that's why on the opposite end, we have more people being raised to bow down, to fucking conform, to be whatever they want their parents to be whatever the church want them to be what everybody want them to be. And then we wonder why people can't tell the truth. People been masking their whole fucking life. People been trained to shape themselves accordingly their whole fucking life. This whole idea of vote for yourself, advocate for yourself, be yourself is a very new phenomenon, and it's a phenomenon and a right and a liberty that most of us don't even give to ourselves until we fucking halfway through our lives and be like, what, bitch? Nobody told me I could choose. Nobody told me I could be me. Nobody told me I didn't have to do this shit this way. Nobody ever told me that. Matter of fact, hell, I was punished if I derailed from the expectations of my community. So I think since the issue of lying, no matter what you're lying about your sexuality, lying about your gender expression, lying about what you like sexually, lying about your orientation, lying about whatever, just lying, practicing lying, is all lying. I think the only way to resolve that is to go back to the root of the way that we are even cultivating people to begin with. But if you never raise people to have a identity, you never encourage them and okay them in developing personally, and instead you raise them to conform and you raise them to mask, then yes, people are going to have a lot of fucking trouble with their personal truths that somebody else is expecting them to tell them. Because now it's shit on the line as a result of you living in that lie, baby. Because if you really want to be with a man, why you going to spend the next 10 years with me as a woman? That's not fair to me. But see, it's already too late now. It's already now too late to practice truth telling when your whole life you've been beat over the head to lie and to lie and to lie. No, you're not gay. You're not going to do that gay shit in my house. No, you're not going to be poly or polygamy. Monogamy is the only thing that God honors. You're going to go to hell for doing anything else. So be straight-laced in one way and be this way in particular. And these are the things that'll be okay. These are the things that will get you rewarded with daddy and mommy's love and your community, etc. These will be the things that we will applaud you for. So it's sad that we do need the truth, and it is important to have the truth because a lot of bad things are happening as a result of motherfuckers living their shadow selves and living in the shadows of their selves. However, we are also not creating a society that cultivates a pedestalization and a value over truth and authenticity either. So we got a double whammy issue. And it's going to have to begin at the basement of our lives, which is from the very beginning. Truth and personal development have to be essential in the formative years of our lives. Because when you raise a child up a certain way, the reason why it sticks is because it was in childhood. Those are the formative years. That's who people go back to as adults. If people go through bad shit, but they always come out good and positive, etc., they're going back to their childhood. The childhood was good. That's why the bad shit don't stick with them and don't become permanently internalized. If people get turned out by the bad shit in their life as adults and they crumble, it's because they more than likely also had a crumbling, horrific childhood as well. So the trauma of adulthood takes them over the edge. So childhood is important. How we cultivate and raise and nurture young people, our approach to that is very essential to the men and women they grow up to be and the version of themselves that they give to other people. But go ahead, y'all. That's all I had to say.
But what I wanted to say that um I'm gonna add to what you said. Kind of a lot of times that the parents they don't let the child be children. They putting like adult versions of themselves onto the children and expect them to be the child and the adult at the same time, but get mad at them when they turn out to be a certain way. You can't have it both ways. You have to let the child be a child. You see what I'm saying? Um, cause it's enough going on in the world, and if you pay attention, children are not being children anymore. They getting frustrated and upset and being all depressed and upset and mad before they even get fully developed. And you shouldn't put that on a child because you don't know how they may become as an adult. You see what I'm saying? And you wondering why they have all these issues with you as a parent. You gotta let these children be children. And not only that, um, when the parents, when they teach them, even with Santa Claus, they lie to the children. Don't be lying to your children about Santa Claus. You know what I'm saying? Because they're going to grow up and they're going to find out the truth about Santa Claus anyway. It's just such simple stuff like that. So as adults, the adults teach the children to lie and then get mad when they become liars. That's all I'm saying. You got to make sure that your child, you got to teach values and instill in them that love and you know, forgiveness and all that stuff. If not, what you expect when they grow up and be adults? That's all I'm saying. If I'm making any sense.
Everything starts at childhood. I think people really underestimate how fucking. I really think people It's very clear to me at this point that people really just believe that they do exist in a vacuum. People literally just think that who they are is just a byproduct of who they are, and really have never sat down and realized that 90% of the space that makes up the I is constructed by societal and cultural influences. I was just having a conversation with my friend the other day. It was with some damn body. And we were talking about preference. And I was saying, it's funny to me how, we use this term preference, preference, preference. Oh, I like this, I like that, da, 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 I like that, just my preference. That's just like what I like. And I'm just like, yeah, that is what you like. But you do know that like what you like is not just informed by just like, I don't know what you think it. I don't know what you think it's like lineage. I don't know, or not. It can't even be lineage. Like I think you literally believe that like God formed this, and then it became you and is you. That it was formed from heaven. When it's not. It was formed from your mammy and from your pappy and from classism and from culture. Prime example, perfect example of this. I was telling him how take a lot of Americans. Like we have a standard of beauty here. We are accustomed to seeing men and women present themselves a certain way, no matter what the orientation is of the man or a woman. But look at some indigenous communities where a part of their community and culture is tattooing, are these interesting spiritual and artistic aesthetics. The feet may be binded, or they may have what we would consider to be like extreme piercings through their nose. They may, what's the term I'm looking for? They may modify their body in a certain way, which represents aspects of their cultures or aspects of their spirituality, or may even be a part of their beauty standards. And if you were born into that system, you would per se be attracted to American people, because everything that you find beautiful and attractive would be informed by the community and how those people show up in that community.
You just hit the nail on the head, because I'm African, and I'm from Sudan, and like Sudanese culture, depending on, I was born in South Sudan, and North Sudan is different, and so we do a lot of the big ear piercings. We do a lot of like the nose piercings. In America, I guess you call it like a gauge earring, or like a gauge.
Yep.
And so like I just remember like always being attracted to Sudanese men because they were tall. So like all the Sudanese and African men that I met were tall. And so I always loved, I'm still attracted to tall men, like to this day. Like a short man cannot talk to me. And that's cultural. And people's like, why do you hate short men? No, like it's cultural. Like I really love tall men. But it's it's definitely like different as far as what's beautiful. And we were talking way earlier in the chat about like what's aesthetically beautiful. And since I live in America, I moved here since I was 2, like I'm almost 40 now. So I only know like, I know like Sudanese culture and looks, and then American looks. And so I still have my preference for like tall men who are like masculine, look like a certain way. But I
And then you
understand.
came here and got integrated into this system and adopted to this system and found things that you could find attractive and alluring in the way people show up in America. Because
Yeah, and you can find things that are alluring, but I think ultimately um it goes back to, I guess for me it goes back to like how close related are they to culture, because like in America there's a lot of African American men who are like looking to trace back to like their roots, their African roots and stuff. And that's a different conversation, because their version of what they think like African roots are and mine are different. Girl, you need to do a show on that. You need to do a show on African Americans versus African relationships. That's a show. But I'm gonna probably sign off, but I just wanted to say thank you to everyone. I feel like I missed a question. I feel like a question was asked and I didn't get to it
I forgot what
before
I
I
asked.
go. Yeah, well, let me ask you this, Conscious, before we go, because I know we were on the topic of Neo. Oh, yep, that picture right there you have pulled up. Yep. Oh yeah, yeah. I have relatives that have those jewels and those embedded in their body, and those implants. Not implants how we know it as in America, but implants.
Yeah.
But I just want to ask you something, because we started on the topic of Neo. So we were talking about like polygamy and stuff. And I just wanted to ask you, so have you ever seen like polygamous relationships where it's just men, like
Yeah.
7, 8, 10 men? And is that normal in
I
the
have been
United
in
States?
I have been in same gender loving poly and polygamous relationships.
Oh, you have been in them. And how many people were in the relationship?
So in the polygamy relationship, it was me being a sister husband with another male, and the guy in the middle. So I shared a man with another man. And in the poly relationship, it was 6 of us. And we were all male as well.
Okay. So that's not different from like a poly relationship with 6 women and a man. So this was 1 man and 6 women. Or I'm sorry, 1 man and 6 men.
Yeah.
And so was it comfortable for you to know that the person in the poly relationship was having sex with all these other men, and you weren't worried about catching anything?
I mean, I'm always worried about catching things. So I naturally practice safe sex. I'm not going to have unprotected sex unless I'm actually married. So every other relationship, even if it's a long-term relationship, even if it's like, love you down, Boots will take a bullet for you, like still going to be using safe sex. It's just something about, and maybe it's just been the way I've been socialized around marriage. I'm like, if I actually decide to make a person that, it mean for me, I've reached a pinnacle of consciousness that, as it relates to the other person, or a sentiment that is kind of like the height of all vulnerability and trust, that I'm at like a pure positive place of total safety in that relationship. And that's going to be represented in my physical behavior, such as like, my need to just, or my ability to just have, condomless sex with my partner, because why else would I fucking marry you and make you that person if I was going to go in still with a trillion reservations? So I'm not going to be married, or I'm not married, but I'm not going to participate in condomless sex unless, it's my man of all mans. Now, so I didn't have to really
Well,
fear.
let me ask, because I know we were diving into like women and how they felt comfortable being in a group of like 6 women with one poly man. So I'm curious, because this is the first time I've heard of like a man being in a relationship, a poly relationship. And because you always see those shows on TLC
Mhm.
or whatever.
Poly is
What
a
are
lot more
those
popular
things?
amongst
Mhm.
like the white American
The
population
white, yeah, for
than
the
it is in
white
the Black
people,
American
but they don't
population.
even know how much African people do that. African people do
Yeah,
that shit all the time.
absolutely.
Okay. But
Heroin.
I'm just curious, and I'm not asking to be invasive. You don't have to answer. You can just say, girl, I don't care.
Mhm.
But I'm just curious how that was
I
when
love.
you were in that relationship. Did you ever feel like your emotional needs were not met, or did you always feel like your emotional and personal and financial needs were met in that relationship?
And which one, in the poly or the polygamous one, or in either?
In the poly.
In the poly. So it was. So this is what's interesting. It's easier to get your needs met because you're not dependent upon just one person for that need. So even if like the person that you really fuck with to the left is not available because maybe they caught up, in work or whatever, and their schedules are conflicting, you got 5 other people that you're dating in that relationship as well. Because in a poly relationship, everybody's dating everybody. It's not like the relationship is revolving around a central person. It's
Oh, there's a
all of them.
difference from the poly and the
Yes, a poly.
polyamorous
Yes,
or the
polyamory
polygamous.
is when all of the players are emotionally, sexually intimate with each other. So it's a group relationship. Polygamy is when there's a central person, like one person that's in relationship to everybody else, but those people are not per se in relationship to each other.
Oh, okay. So the polygamy is like that show on TLC where the nigga in Utah is married to like 5 sister wives.
Yes. And those sister wives share him, but they don't share each other.
Have you ever been in
But
that situation?
yeah, I've been in polygamy and polyamory. That's what I'm saying. So
Oh, okay.
I have been the person that has shared a mate with another person, and me and the other person were dating the same person, and we're aware of each other, and we're fine with each other, and etc. And then I've been in a group relationship experience where I have 5 boyfriends, and my 5 boyfriends are the other boyfriend's 5 boyfriends as well.
I
So,
guess. Oh, okay. I guess when I asked, I got it wrong versus
mhm.
poly and polygamous. So when you have the 5 boyfriends, did you ever feel because this is kind of the same question that was being posed to women, like do you ever feel like you're being e- emotionally fulfilled, and are you getting
Yeah,
all your emotional needs
it
met
was
and things
actually
like
easier.
that?
It was
Did
actually
you feel
easier.
like you were emotionally
It was
fulfilled?
Yes, it was actually easier in the polyamory because once again, it's not me like waiting on one person to show up. It's like I'm not waiting for you to make the time. I'm not waiting for your call exclusively. I'm not, all of my eggs are not in one basket. I have 5 other people that that I'm equally interested in, that I'm equally attracted to, that I'm equally building it in intimacy with. So even if one partner, once again, one partner may have a heavier work schedule. So, you may not see that person as often as maybe you see boyfriend number 2 who has a more
Okay, so it
schedule.
sounds like in that polygamous relationship, you were still able to date out?
No. In the polygamy relationship, I had to be exclusive to my man, and my man was able to have an exclusive relationship to another man. But me and that other man,
Okay, see,
me and the other man had to be exclusive to the man in the middle. But the man in the middle, had an exclusive relationship to the both of us. So we had one man.
So you had a Neo.
Hold on. Just so it's clear. So we had one man, but he had 2 men because he had 2 of us, but we only had one of him.
Okay, so it was less people than the Neo relationship.
Yes, in my experience. Now a polygamous relationship can involve an infinite amount of people. It can be, okay, for instance, right? Like in the Old Testament, Solomon had like 100 so plus wives.
Right.
He also had like 100 plus so concubines. So,
Right.
So a polygamous relationship can be huge, but it all involves like all those people being exclusively involved with that one person. So all y'all got the same boyfriend, but that boyfriend got, all these girls, all y'all as girlfriends. So y'all all sharing y'all man. In a polyamory relationship, all those girlfriends, all those sister wives would also have sexual intimate relationships to each other too in a polyamory relationship. It'll be everybody on everybody, everybody for everybody. We all romantically involved with each other. In a polygamous relationship, if my man was like, say tomorrow he's taking Antoine on a date, like that's his independent date with Antoine, his other boyfriend. If him and Antoine fuck, I'm not a part of that fucking, and I'm not a part of that. I'm not a part of that experience. That's his independent relationship to Antoine. Whatever their romantic dynamics are, may be very different from me and his romantic dealings. These are 2 separate relationships, and me and Twan are sharing.
So that's basically the type of relationship that Neo is in.
Yes, where he has 4 girlfriends and they all have one man, and that's Neo. They don't have any other sexual partners. They don't have any other sexual endeavors. They have
a polygamous relationship.
This is a polygamy, yeah.
And you don't have to be married. I'm
so
asking,
the girls
I'm
don't fuck
literally
each other.
asking because I don't know.
So the girls don't fuck each other. The girls are not romantically involved with each other. They're exclusively romantically involved with Neo.
But I feel like it's easier. So even if you do separate them, the polyamory and the polygamy,
And they are separate.
right. But if you're in a polygamous relationship, like how you were in the relationship with the guy and y'all were sharing the guy, I feel like it's up to y'all to, not y'all's man, but y'all to be exclusive to him to make the situation really work, because you could easily step out in the polygamous relationship and nobody would really know.
No,
so you would
no,
have to,
no. It doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean that. I could be caught cheating, and it still is, and it would be considered cheating. And I could be caught in the same way that anybody else is caught. Like my man can go through my phone. He could be sitting outside my house when my sneaky link pulls the fuck up. He might be contacted by my side nigga who like, look, that's my man, bitch. Lay off. I mean, it happens. There's no immunity. It's still a relationship that's susceptible to all the other bullshit that any other style of relationship is susceptible to.
yeah.
I have a question.
You have to really be like, want to be with that person though,
Yes.
knowing that
Yes.
they're with someone.
Right.
Of course. Absolutely.
Yeah, because can I have a question? Because I'm talking, because we've been talking about Neo and his polygamous relationship with the women he's with. And I want to ask the same questions from a male point of view, because we've been asking how the women would feel. So I hope you don't mind, Conscious, if I'm asking questions. And if you don't like the questions, you can just put me down in the live chat. So were you like brought on to that polygamous relationship, or when were you in there? I'm sorry. When you were in that polygamous relationship, were you ever there when someone else was brought on, and how did you feel?
It's a
So
great
my
question.
relationship actually came about because, and this was like when I was in my 20s. My nigga at the time, who was another Scorpio, he had actually cheated, and he had confessed to the infidelity. And earlier on in the relationship, I had told him that, because at that time we had a long distance relationship. So I was like, look, if you need to get your rocks off, that's cool. Just be 100 with me. So it wasn't him cheating that bothered me. It was like him not telling the truth, because I was okay with him being with other people. I just don't want to be with a liar. I'm okay with being with somebody who is fucking other people, because I know men don't even put a lot of equity into who they fuck any motherfucking way. They can fuck a dumpster. The dumpster don't mean shit to them. But I'm also not threatened emotionally either. Long as, once again, we got understanding, I'm cool. So once he cheated, I was like, look, I'm not going through this with you again. In our attempt to stay together and work through this, I'm going to put the open situation back on the table. Since you're the one who have done what you did, but you also can't live without me. So the only way this gonna work, since I don't have a problem with you being with other people, is you literally just do that. Like, it's okay if you're interested also in other people. I just need you to be upfront. So then that basically led to a conversation where he was telling me about this other guy. Him and the other guy had dated for a short amount of time in the past, and the guy had moved back in town or whatever, and that ended up being the nigga that he had cheated on me with. So once he and I started just having an open conversation about that dude, and how he feels about that dude, and he was actually willing to be honest, that's when I was like, well, if that's somebody that you want to cultivate a relationship to, or you want to begin dating, or you think there's like potential there, I'm fine with that. And so then that's what commenced to happening. And he had his, so him and that guy started dating, and me and him remained together. And, that was
Okay,
that.
so I have a question, Conscious. So, what happens when you have a very important event and the other person has a very important event? When things like that come up, how does the person decide which event they're going to go to? And how do you break it to the person's event? How do you break it to the person that you're not going to their thing? You know what I'm saying?
So once you kind of like, if your brain is kind of like already set up for a poly or polygamy, you like pretty much by nature, you already like
Just
know.
prepared for that kind of stuff, like the possibility.
You already know that you're in a situation where you're going to be sharing people, and where people are going to be splitting up their time. So you go into it knowing that, your partner is not going to always be able to be at every single thing. They're not going to always have a moment, the moment you need them to have per se to show up. So you just deal with those things accordingly. But you kind of go in, already knowing that if you're going into a polyamory, and God forbid, you definitely know that when you're going into a polyamory situation, because now the backside to polyamory is the fact that, like, you have, like, say if your polyamory group is 6, all of y'all are boyfriend and girlfriends or whatever it is, you got now 6 people that have to be accommodated. So it's a lot more responsibility, because you got people that you got a lot more people that you are responsible for. But of course, because of the way things are set up, you're just not going to have the time to show up, for everybody, especially when it comes to like an event or something. Of course, y'all will be able to still cultivate a relationship, but in terms of specific events and moments and shit, all of that has to be kind of worked through. But typically also in like a polygamous and a polyamory situation, you kind of plan group excursions, kind of like how you would like with your besties or with your, cause I mean literally y'all are y'all all are in a group relationship. So,
Okay, let me ask you
mostly
this,
so
PTV.
so you mostly plan, group excursions, you plan to all vacation together because everybody is romantically, everybody is involved with everybody. So it makes more
I
sense.
understand the polygamy a little more than the polyamory, because where does it stop with polyamory? Like, is there one, don't laugh, but like, is there like a headmaster? Like, okay, it stops at, like, say if one person wants to let somebody else in the relationship, is there like a head person that's like, no, it stops at 6? Because this can get really wild with the polyamory.
It really doesn't get as wide as people think that it gets, because the thing about being a part of a community situation like that when it comes to polyamory, it's like, when it's done maturely, it's a lot of everything is discussed. So everything comes down to a discussion, and these discussions happen in the same vein that like a meaningful discussion with you and your partner, maybe about finances or what y'all gonna do with this bonus money from y'all job, or how y'all are gonna allocate this or that, and how y'all gonna work toward getting cars. Like, it happens in the same vein where you just communicate, and and because it's a relationship, you do everything else you would do in a relationship. You compromise, y'all sort through everything. If there are things y'all need to table because maybe everybody's on a different page, y'all table it. But you revisit it, and you just put the effort in to resolve things, but everything is communicated. So no, there's not like a head honcho. It's just a matter of everybody being honest about their comfortabilities, people being able to address their concerns, people being able to, just get the information and data they need. And ultimately, let's say that one of the boyfriends wants to introduce another boyfriend, a seventh person, but there's like 2 people on the committee who like, fuck that. No, like, I'm happy with where we all are. We got a good thing going. I don't want another bitch. I don't want another bitch up in my shit. If there's a if there if those people are adamant that they do not want another addition, and even after all of the talking, all the tabling, all the revisiting, they like, hell no. At that point, the person who wants to integrate another person into their relationship can either decide this is their personal stopping point, like, okay, I'm gonna have to bounce. I'm gonna have to tiptoe out the sanctuary on that note. Or because they love what they have, like any other conversation, whether it's a couple that has an open door policy where they be like, okay, good, I'm done with the open door, bitch. I done ate 13 pussies for you. I'm done. I need a pussy break. I need a carpet munching break. I ain't trying to sizzle with another bitch.
So let me ask you this,
And then your man be like, your man gonna either be like, all right, boo, like, I'm cool with that. Like,
let me ask you this, CTV, in relation to Neo and his tribe. I'm gonna call it a tribe. In relation to Neo and his tribe, some of them have gotten tattoos, and Neo got matching tattoos to them. In the relationship community that you were in, would you ever get a tattoo if
of a partner? No, I don't tattoo niggas on me, period. It don't matter. I don't give a damn if I'm in a polygamy. I just don't tattoo niggas. Like, why would I tattoo a man on me? I mean, for me personally, I don't
Where's
tattoo.
the 4th girlfriend? I thought he had 4 girlfriends.
I was only able to find this picture, so I just put this up here for a reference. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, but he does have 4. But no, I'm personally not tattooing nobody name on me.
Conscious, I had a question. What is the deal breaker in the poly for what was like a
All
deal
the
breaker
same,
for you?
all of the same shit. Toxicity,
Okay.
lying, being abusive. All of the shit that would be a deal breaker in a monogamous relationship.
Oh,
All the same
okay.
shit.
So,
Yes, it ain't nothing different. It's the same shit.
oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, because being that it's a different thing. Like
Yeah.
I thought that you would have, each person you have a deal breaker for each one. You see
Oh
what I'm
hell.
saying?
No, see, if it worked the way y'all thought it couldn't work. God damn. That's
I just
a lot. That's
asked.
a lot.
I'm
No,
sorry. I was just
no, I'm glad
trying
that
to.
y'all asking questions, but thank God, so it does not work like that because there's no way to maintain something like that. It's unattainable and unsustainable if you had to literally just you
All right.
gotta
Well,
go.
let me say good
Mhm.
night. I gotta go.
Okay, homebody.
Oddly enough, I gotta go and take my parents out to dinner.
Period.
I'm about to tell them everything we talked about. Oh my
Period.
god! They're gonna be
Period.
like, "Why are you on that channel?"
Girl, I'll be an African, mama. Leave me alone.
You a resident African.
That part.
All right. Okay. Well,
All right,
everybody
boo.
have a good night. I had a really good time
And you
talking with
do the same,
everybody
boo.
on the panel. I
It was
appreciate
amazing.
y'all. I hope y'all stay safe, and I'll talk to you guys next time.
And you too, boo. That was our homebody. Let's get Uda up in here. What's going on? Uda on the go?
What's goody? What's goody? Y'all hear me?
Yes, loud and
Yeah.
clear. The mic is definitely on.
My shit on in it? My shit
It's
on it?
on. It's
Hold
on.
up. Let me turn this shit down or something. I didn't even know I was even in the show. I just heard you say. I stood up in the
Well,
background. Yeah.
I'm glad you up here. So let's get into
You know
your
what?
thoughts
Hold up.
as
Let me get my volume right for y'all. Hold up. Am I still
the
live?
volume good now. Yeah, it's good. It's straight.
Cool. All right, cool.
It's straight.
Yeah, what y'all saying now?
So as the residential heterosexual male on the panel right now.
Right. Other channel. Don't do that. Other channel. Don't do
No,
that.
not on the channel, because we got a lot of heterosexual niggas on the channel. But we
Pop
got one heterosexual on the panel right now.
out. When niggas pop out, where the fuck them niggas at? All right.
Oh
What
my
you saying now? What you saying? I don't know what I'm saying. I see the sisters. I see everybody. Anyway, yeah. What you saying?
So we here and we was unpacking the whole Neo, Omarion,
Oh, Lord.
ethical non-monogamy, polygamy situation. First question to you is: have you ever participated, and would you ever participate in a polygamous relationship? And what are your thoughts about polygamy and poly?
I'm not against it. One. I could probably. I could see myself being in a poly relationship. It's poly, right? That's what it is, right?
Yeah, it's poly and polygamy.
Yeah, I could see it. You know what I mean? I think I think that naturally.
Okay, hold on. Now, to be clear, that you on the same page in terms of understanding, you say that you could be in a poly.
That's me being with multiple women in the same relationship, like this guy right here on the screen.
No, this guy on the screen is in a polygamous relationship.
Oh, yeah, polygamous. Yeah, polygamous. So polyamory is when you do what? What is that again?
Poly would be this guy on the screen and all the women all being in a relationship together. Okay. So the women are dating each other as well. The women are sexually, emotionally involved with each other as well. And he's involved with all of them. So they all are in a romantic relationship together. But in a polygamous situation, these three women are in an exclusive relationship to him.
And if there were other men involved in the
they don't
poly,
have
you would be involved with them too.
I think that would be more sustainable, though. I think that long term would be more sustainable for me. I think the other thing is kind of what something I've probably been around in, dealing with multiple women and they having sex with me and all of that. Even though it might not be to the level that we're all in a relationship, but we're keeping the same thing going on for long periods of time. So I'm experiencing pieces of that part. But I think that is more sustainable maybe for the women not to be sexually involved with each other and them to all have the common goal within me and me have the common goal within them and me providing for them. You know what I'm saying? I think because it just starts to get messy and it starts to get crazy. Then you be like, Neo, tell them about the freak off baby Diddy Jr. Then you get the Diddy Jr. talk and all this. You got to stay away from the Diddy Jr. talk. So, you know what I mean? I think that more sustainable would be a polygamous relationship would be more sustainable in the long run for me. And for a lot of people, I think it would be. Because emotions, you already know, man. Just dealing with people, you think you don't even catch feelings for a person, you just had sex with them. Next thing you know, you can't find yourself. It'd be different. You know what I mean? Sometimes you find yourself in your bag and you have opportunities to do that every single day. So I don't know.
Okay, next question. What do you think?
Move this thing from my screen too. Move this from right here. Move the caption from there. What you said the next question was?
What caption?
I'm trying to take over y'all show. Yeah, I love y'all.
Oh no, I love how that looks. CTV is right because that's like.
Oh damn, you always right. You know that. Kang in the mother. Yeah,
so my next question is, do you what? Because in the earlier part of this discussion, I was peeling back the layers of the type of things that can inspire people to identify polygamously or polyamory. And using Neo as an example, I was saying that like a lot of people think that their polygamy or polyamory or promiscuity is just informed by the fact that I just love multiple sex partners. That's just what it is. That's what it's not. But we know that there are multiple layers that there are a lot of contributing factors to even our impulses. And I was saying how Neo should actually like seek therapy and really kind of unpack this because he may find that what drives him when it comes to polygamy might be a fear of commitment. It could be intimacy issues.
Could be that too.
It could be, like it's a lot of things that can inform.
It could be your mom's. It could be your parent from the beginning. What are you talking about? The adverse experience,
childhood trauma. There's all this shit. It's not just like, oh, this is me. Ain't nothing just like me. Everything that is us is informed by a bunch of other shit, but we just never do the work and really put ourselves in positions like with therapy in order to have the layers of our lives and of our personality and behavior actually unpack to understand that, oh my God, it really isn't that. I thought this shit was this, but this shit ain't that. This shit ain't that. So what do you think? Like, do you think that because it's a lot of men who are like really kind of leading the conversations, more so heterosexual men leading the conversations around polygamy. I want to actually play this clip for you. Listen to what Omarion had to say to Sherri Shepherd about ethical non-monogamy. Right.
Oh Lord, God.
He said something very interesting, and I had to get on his motherfucking neck once he said it.
I believe you.
And can y'all please thumbs up, because baby, see, working down to the ground on this Saturday for y'all. Thumbs up the video. Okay, so check this out. Courtesy, let me put my fair use up. You guys know all donation information is PAL right there. Courtesy of the Sherri Shepherd platform.
Actor Kofi Sarabo, and he says that he practices ethical non-monogamy. Okay, do you think that's a good idea, ethical non-monogamy?
Well, I will say I'm in agreement. I don't know all of the backstory of those words, but I would say for me, being open is important, and also, the women just truly outnumber the men. You know what I mean? And this is
you're supposed to have. Is this like an all-you-can-eat buffet over here?
No, let me.
Okay, go on, explain. I'm not jumping on you.
Let me just say, it's only a few good men. It's only a few good men.
Right.
And whether or not it's
do you want to hear the old clip, or do you already got something that you want to insert? Do you want to unpack that real quick?
Yeah, see the face. Yeah. Yeah.
We end up fostering the next generation as well. So why not have our queens or the women? Because I was raised by all women. Okay. You know what I mean? Why not have our queens aligned with that? That it takes a village. It's not going to just be one man. You could get married. That man still ain't gonna be just your man. He's gonna be you know, there for his daughter. He's going to be there for his mom, his grandmother, you know. So this concept isn't really foreign. It's just a little old, you know, and it's meant to be upgraded. And I love this
I don't know what
conversation
you're talking about,
because
bro.
I think when men are open and honest that they don't want to have just this one thing for the rest of their life, it gives a woman an opportunity to choose and to, you know, further understand a man, because, you know, I think that women don't really understand a man. Certain women do, but there's a larger conversation that has to be had about understanding men and how, you know, we're meant to spread our seed.
Well, I want to say this.
Okay, so I want to ask you directly, what do you think about Omarion saying that it takes a village to satisfy a man, and that women don't understand that men are whores inherently and by nature, essentially?
That's a lot. That's a lot to unpack.
Mm-hmm.
But
now you see like why I've been up here for 5 hours.
I know, right? So give me the first part again. Give me the first part.
Okay, the first part. It takes a village to satisfy a man. What are your thoughts about that attitude?
I think that was more of my mindset a lot of time when I was younger. You know what I'm saying? When I was younger, I was running around this girl, that girl, that girl. Yeah, I did live a lot like that. You know what I'm saying? But it caused a lot of dramas. It caused a lot of heartache, a lot of bullshit. My own insecurities was wrapped up into that too. Then you doing all of these things, you got all these women and all that, but you over here accusing another one about, you know what I mean? It's mad stuff that is just to unpack with that. You know what I mean? So it's a lot to go with that. But I don't know if he feel that that's what he needs, but it seems like his issues are much deeper than this. You know what I'm saying? He's just talking about being open and this and this and this and that. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Why doesn't it take a village to satisfy a woman?
I don't think it takes a village to satisfy anybody. Personally, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Even though I was running around at a young age, running around being with this one and that one, you know what I mean? I got to learn that.
Okay, so I got a question about that, because I also spoke about how I think a lot of the proponents that make up, you know, polygamy and poly, particularly for men, have to do with the fact that we've been socialized under a patriarchy to so out oaks. And I think that's where Omarion is pulling this idea from when he says, you know, I don't think women understand men because, you know, they don't understand that, you know, it's in our nature to like sow our seed. And I know under this patriarchy, a lot of us grew up really hearing that type of ideology from other men. We were, you know, asked at premature ages whether we had even lost our virginity, whether we had our first piece of pussy. It was kind of always on code and brand for like kind of boys to be able to define their manhood by their ability to captivate women, to accumulate women, to have women in abundance. And so
like that though, but
I think that a lot of this polygamy for men has a lot to do with the fact that like men, like we weren't really cultivated in a way to have sexual discipline. And as a result, we've now normalized a lack of discipline, and we're trying to get women to participate in that by saying, look, this is who I am, this is what I am as a man, and y'all need to get with the program.
Yeah, possibly, but I think we are participating in that if that's the case. You know what I mean? Because these same systematic things have affected us all. So it's not about us men getting the women to do it or the women getting the men to do it. We've all been over sexualized.
Look, no, but we're not talking about. Hold on, I want to be clear about this. Okay, I want to be clear about this because we're not, because the data shows that not.
Before the patriarchy, we lived like this. Before patriarchy, before all of this. So, but the patriarchy has come with all of the things that you're saying. I understand that it has been stamped by that, and it has messed a lot of things up. So I get that. But this is from, you know, we've been living like this for thousands of years. You know what I mean? People had multiple wives and all these types of things. But maybe it was more of a real thing. People, you had, you know what I mean? You bought houses for the wives, this, and that. You had to take care, make sure that you could do everything evenly for everybody. You know what I mean? It wasn't just about a sexual thing. It wasn't just for that. You know what I mean? You would have kids and things like that. But it was about what the man could provide, how he could take care of the women. It wasn't just about sexual nature. You know what I mean? I think more now people use it to just have multiple partners and to be promiscuous.
And that's what I was talking about, is could that be a lot of what people are disguising as poly and polygamy, which is really just a lack of sexual discipline. But it could also be argued, I guess, why should I have sexual discipline? What's wrong with me being sexually fluid and just enjoying sex. I mean, so I'm not even also saying there's anything wrong with, being promiscuous. But if that's the case, I think what the consensus is, like, you also don't even also need the language of poly and polygamy to make it pretty. If you a hoe, just be a hoe, and you can say that that's really what type of time you're trying to be on. You don't really have to try to like dress it up with this like commercial language, like, oh, I'm poly, I'm polygamy. Baby, you a hoe and it's okay.
But a lot of times it's funny though, right? Because we see certain people, right? Like let's say Neo, right? And we're around Neo, he has a lot of stereotypes and speculations around him that people think that he's gay or he's bisexual, right? And sometimes it's crazy that some of these people that we have these speculations about, that we think, are they gay or not? Now they come with this spectacle, like this thing that we see on the screen right here, and they got this like thing, and they think like it's a beer type vibe. You know what I'm saying? Because like you're doing too much. It comes like you're trying to do too much and you're trying to overcompensate for something. And it's like you're missing something. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of times, sometimes,
Do you think he's hiding something? Does this image of him make it appear as though maybe he needs a beard?
Bro, my man looked like a dolphin fresh out the water, homie. Nah, homie.
Fresh out of something, huh?
Fresh out of some baby oil in the Diddy Ecos. Nah, he looked like he fresh out the oils like this. Chill, not the Western oils. Nah, bro. He was in the kitchen with Diddy. He got the cooking oil on him, allegedly.
I got a question. Do you think Nico want to have his cake and eat it too? Or versus
at his cake's eaten.
Yeah. Oh boy. That's a lot. That's a lot to process, man. For real.
No, he got the reason why I asked that is because he's trying to live up to this image for the world. As he's like, with all these different women, and in the industry they tell you, oh, you should have all these different women around, and you should be this type of person in the public eye. And then, what I'm saying, he got this other life, behind the scenes.
He do.
So that's the reason why I asked that, because to me, it's like he putting on a show for the public. And then when he take pictures, it's a different kind of vibe. That's all I'm saying.
And you ain't said nothing wrong.
And we did explore that Uda is if he's, because my one of the other variables could be that like a lot of closeted men are overcompensating by this indulgence.
Could be, bro. We can't rule it out. But what we do know, regardless of what we think and all the speculation people want to think for 15,000 years since BC and DC, AC and all this, we could have thoughts forever. When his baby moms came out and said, Joe, tell him about the Ecos, Diddy Jr., tell him about the Ecos. Once your baby moms come out and say, tell him about the Ecos, Diddy Jr., you was in the Diddy party like this with 2 bottles of baby oil like this, singing Diddy favorite song? Diddy, nah, Diddy is Diddy. And your only job was to oil up the contestants in the Ecos? Nah, Neo, allegedly, probably was in the Ecos, bro. Probably was.
Look, the baby mama also said that he's very toxic and abusive. Just like
a whole nother thing to unpack. That's a lot.
That could be a sign of trauma, but it also could be a sign of closetedness because sometimes not living in your truth results in a level of aggression and impatience and being on edge and etc. So there's a lot of interesting things going on there. But Neo claims that he's happy. He said, "Actually, I'm actually happier than I ever have been. Like like now that I've come out of the closet as a whole, and I don't gotta lie, and I ain't hurting nobody, and I can indulge in
as long as she keep his baby mother happy." And she give her what she need and all she want, that's all he need to do. Because if any day he cross her, she back. And when
I think the 4th baby mama, I done seen her. She's on a show, and the reason why I'm bringing this up, she kind of said some things about him. You see what I'm saying, on this particular show, and she's the one who spilled the beans about how he was. You see what I'm saying? Because they're not together anymore.
That's why you got You got to do right.
So he did something,
Damn.
and if he not careful, he's gonna lose a lot because of how he, moving and doing different things. And plus, about the Diddy case when to get ready to come. He might be subpoenaed for all of this. So he got to be careful. You see what I'm saying? This is a rabbit hole full of stuff that not only involves him, it involves his baby mamas, it involves his the way he was living, the way he you see what I'm saying? And that's why I brought it up, because you can only fake for so long. You see what I'm saying?
It's gonna come to the light.
You can fool different people, but you can't fool everybody. Somebody knows something, somebody sees something. You see what I'm saying?
Crazy. You know what's crazy though, sis? This is what's crazy. Around this time with this Diddy and all this, and you got links to Diddy, your baby mom talking about Diddy Jr. and all that. This is the time you're supposed to fall back. Yo, listen, man, I thought I used to like 3 women, but right now, nah, I got 1. Even if you got 10 on the low, yo, bro, you got to know how to move, especially when you're celebrity. Look at R. Kelly.
That part.
Look at R. Kelly.
That part.
People say R. Kelly was wrong. R. Kelly was they did him wrong. Whatever, bro. I had to supersede indictment. Regardless of what you want to say, he was wrong for what he did to Aaliyah anyway. So whatever. So boom, though. But regardless of the fact, you know what he got? R. Kelly got, right? Regardless, he was hot. But regardless, right? Because he been hot for years. They was on him. But bro, when they came out, Azrael Clary, the next girl, remember, they was like, yo, remember the father came out, yo, my daughter, they want their kids, they da-da-da. They talking about they in the basement, dungeons, and da-da-da, right? Boom. R. Kelly already got an image for some type of weirdo stuff. What you do is this. What? They ain't with me. Buy them another house. They over there in Tallahassee. They ain't buy my crib. Even if they buy your crib in the basement still, you supposed to buy. You supposed to separate yourself with certain energy. Once you with this Diddy stuff, that's what got Diddy caught up too, The man is 60 years old, want to run around with young Miami like he's some young guy living some wild life. This is weird. You run around with people, kids. Steve Harvey's daughter type of, allegedly, bro, you're doing mad stuff that people start looking at you like, yo, hold on, sir. Yo, bro, go get married, go do something right or something. You know what I mean? You had Cassie for 10,000, you ain't want to marry, do the girl right now. Bro, what type of time you want? So when people grab you and say, yo, you want some weirdo time, it kind of fit in. You ain't even trying to build no family, nothing. You ain't trying to separate yourself from some weirdo energy. You want to run around acting like you big polygamist on the screen, probably hiding something, got a bed, even though he ain't got no bed right there on the screen. But you know what I mean? Them 3 ladies look all right, though.
To your point, I always tell people, like, PR is necessary, honey. You guys to play the optic game, especially under times of controversy. You gotta straighten out your optics.
Bruh, look at everybody. Nobody said nothing for Diddy. When Diddy spoke to Kanye the other day, he said, listen, man, yo, Yeezy, you the only person that looked out for my son. You the only one that looked out. After anybody, nobody spoke up for Diddy. Fat Joe even talking about, yo, Diddy, my brother. Nobody went to go help his son. Think about this, bro. Everybody has stepped back. Why? Because you don't want to be mentioned in nothing. You don't want to be around nothing. You want to detach yourself as far from that as possible, bro.
Jay-Z had his lawyer all out say, them niggas ain't even friends. Them niggas ain't friends. Them niggas were peers and associates and co-workers.
Don't let me play the audio. Don't let me play the audio on Diddy Combs when he said nobody could call me Sean, but my brother, but my mother and Sean Carter. Come on, bro.
And see what's gonna happen. I hate to say it, but if his baby mama get hold of the Diddy trial and she had to be subpoenaed to testify against him, he's gonna be in trouble.
Oh Lord, he don't want that. He don't want
Think
that.
about what I'm saying.
The one that said the Diddy Jr. thing? You talking about that baby mother?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want no smoke with her. If she she ain't even my baby mother, and I don't want no smoke with her. Nah, brother, she ain't even my baby mom's. I don't want no smoke with her. Any block she on is cool as peace, y'all. I ain't got no ops on her block, nothing. It's cool wherever she at, because she on full smoke and she outside with it. So you don't want her getting aggravated at all. What's up with Whitney, though? What Whitney talking about?
Okay, so wait, going back to this body thing, because y'all get into y'all true crime bag. Going back,
Whitney?
Yes, y'all get into
you be in the true crimes? That's the bag Whitney be in?
No, going into the Whitney conversation is getting into the true crime bag.
Yeah. We ain't gonna go too deep on that. We ain't gonna go too deep.
Going back to the Neo thing, like, I mean, so like, Uda, you are a pretty like progressive dude. You like the ideas of like, love, community, you know, let's be a people. You know, we could be living in a utopia. It could be, you know, one love around this motherfucker.
Could be. Might have
But
to
so,
but we
but
be
like
we bury them.
Mhm. But we also know, like, we live in a society that is like, you know, like the running theme is monogamy in the West. You know, so like poly and polygamy get a bad rep, etc. But do you find Neo and Omarion's messaging, or what some people can argue as a like a pushing of polygamy or poly, a negative thing? Like what, like, is this good for young men to hear from male peers who are influential? And what does this mean for girls? Because I'm also wondering, like, for the women in your life, like whether you have kids or have sisters, what do you think about this polygamous messaging as well? Like, will it be equally beneficial for both men and women, or do you have your concerns around the way women may respond to this messaging? You know, especially for young women who are growing up in this society, how does this shape their understanding of men? You know, how does this shape men's understanding of themselves? What do you have to say to some of that?
One, I think that, you know, I think because some people are events. So some people are smart, some people are this, some people are that. But I think that even if you want to even enter into anything polygamous or polyamorous or anything like that, I think we should be of a certain age before we do these things. You know what I mean? Before we do a few things, I think we should be at a certain age before we even try certain things sometimes. You know what I mean? As far as the young kids and the young boys and the young girls, you know, not only do these messages, you know what I mean, steer the youth wrong, you know what I mean, but they're also doing it with sexuality as well. You know what I mean? A lot of things going on with sexuality. A lot of things are pushing as well with transgenderism and a lot of things as well. People are pushing these things upon kids. You know what I mean? You know, I think Omarion and them is just talking about their lifestyle, even though we know that agendas are pushed and we understand that they're artists and we understand what they, you know what I mean? So I ain't got to go down to, I mean, bringing down the man channel and speaking about certain, hey, but y'all know what the hell going on, is what I'm saying. So we understand that as well. So we got to watch everybody messaging, you know what I'm saying? Especially people like him. But Omarion ain't nobody to listen to anyway. He had a shorty, got took by fears. Stop doing this. April, holla at me, April. You already know yo, like Martin and Jerome, call me. Stop, bruh. So you ain't the number to tell nobody nothing, because you can even keep a shorty. You know what I mean? Your shorty done ran down on you, ran off from you, had the hitchhiking thumb out like this, went with Fizz or whatever his name is, Lil Fizz, Young Fizz, whatever his name is, because I think he's not Lil no more. His name Young Fizz. But I'm just saying, bro, it's Fizz. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I don't think he's qualified really, Omarion himself. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. And he's like question. Like, even in that audio you was playing, there was a lot of weird stuff he was saying in there. Things I was like, what is he saying? It just sounds very broad and very vague. So that's how you most definitely steer the kids' minds wrong, because you're just not telling them, listen, this is what things are, this is what it is, and this is what it is. He's saying all of these, you know, because love, because I don't feel like, you know, he's just talking around in circles. And this is what confuses, I think, young minds. You know what I mean? You're not telling people.
Yeah, because I was literally like thinking from the perspective of like a young, like a, you know, just like a young 21-year-old male, or just like a young teenage girl, a young teenage boy, like listening to Omarion sit on national television and say women need to understand that this is in a man's nature.
It could be. You know what I mean? It could be. You know what I'm saying? Animals live like something. People, men live like something too. It's possible. You know what I mean? We dated back to, you know, Africa and all of that. You know what I mean? Possible is that. But right now, you know, we living in a whole nother time, son. So all of that thinking is going back to Africa shit. You know what I mean? You got to
I think that was my issue with what he said, is that he painted such a broad stroke for men. Yeah. Like it's okay to say like these systems may work for you. You know, they may work for you, you know, and these systems are not inherently wrong, you know, and maybe if you find yourself not being able to be satisfied with one partner, or you find that you have the capacity to have feelings for more than one person, that there are other options on the table. But when he just broad stroked the fuck out of that shit and was just like, because women are confused, they dumb as hell, and they don't understand that we are inherently hardwired to be whores.
It's wrong. I think it's just wrong, because a lot of times, even as a young guy growing up in the hood, with all of the shits, with all of it, I mean, with all the it's, you know what I mean? A lot of times, you know what I mean, we're not taught to love women. You know what I'm saying? Like being young, like if you got a girlfriend, when I was young and shit, niggas like, you got a girl, you sucker for love, get out of here. So you be on your pin pins. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy how, you know what I mean? If I had a friend, he was a virgin, my homeboy. He was a virgin, bro. People used to joke on him all day. Even though he was a virgin, that's one of the purest things you could be on earth. You know what I mean? But people used to joke on him. You know what I mean? So much so that he was rushing to lose his virginity to go find a girl, even if he ain't like the girl. You know what I'm saying? He was rushing to go.
That patriarchal thing of defining your manhood.
You know what I'm saying? So it starts to mess up that as well. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not about just women got to understand that man is in a man's nature, but young men especially got to be knowing that, you know what I mean? We got to learn how to take care of a woman though. You know what I'm saying? Because my time I was having mad women, but that don't mean, I mean, yeah, I'm a good person. I was all that, but how good of a person are you going to be? How are you going to take care of a woman? Really, really, if I got this woman, that woman, that woman, that one, I got 10, 3, 4, 5, 6 people. It's harder to be focused on taking care of a person in the right ways and the manners that you want to take care of a person, especially a woman. You know what I'm saying? I had to learn that through time, of course. So I'm just saying that when you're just telling a young guy that, but they're not also understanding that to have these multiple women, you got to first know how to maintain one. If you could maintain one and deal with her right and treat her right and have her all of those ways and all these things good to even go into something else like that, then, you know what I mean? Salute to you. But I think we have to know that we have to be able to start from one, because it's not just about us taking and the women pleasing us. And this is where it gets kind of confusing, because it's just got these women and they're supposed to be pleasing me. And I'm the machismo here. And that's going to be the stigma here. And now that right there is a patriarchy in that relationship itself. Forget the society and the whole world. Just in that relationship itself, there's going to be a patriarchy there. And it's not going to be a balance.
Understood. Dazzle, that Taro says, I think kids should understand how sacred sex is first and foremost. Okay, so this is another interesting aspect of like this culture and relationships and sex. For you personally, is sex inherently sacred, or do you decide if the sex you're having at any given point in time is sacred, or is sex itself a sacred act?
I'm gonna say that thing right there has changed and progressed for me through life as a young person growing. I probably went through all three of those same things, how you said those things. You feel me? But I think that, so, you know what I mean? Like I said, growing up, being young, I used to be like, yo, I want 7 girls, 1 girl for every day of the week. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna lie, like, this is true stuff. Things that you think in your mind, whether you think you could achieve it or not, whether you think it's a dumb thought or not, like, which it is. But you try to do about these dumb stuff. But I think that I had to learn through time that you know, sex is sacred itself. No matter if it's me, whoever, the act of it is an actual sacred thing. So much so that, you know, I had like mad casual relationships. You know what I'm saying? Like women had sex with me and shit a lot. You know what I'm saying? So I had a lot of casual relationships where I was just having sex with women.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you may say, all right, cool, it's just cool. I mean, it ain't nothing. But I got to see through life that even though some of those casual things, that's nothing. It be other things laying there, be emotions there, be this laying there. And even when you have sex with a person, your sperm probably lay in a person for all type of time. It shows you that it lingers, bro. It's more to sex than just sex, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's more to sex than just sex. And I had to learn as a man, like growing up, you know what I mean? Because I used to be like, yo, I go for the women I want. So I want to have sex with the women that I'm meeting, obviously. So that's just at a high rate then. You know what I mean? But I had to learn that, you know what I mean? Even as a man, that I could say no. I could say no. You know what I'm saying? I had to learn that. Like, literally, I had to learn that shit. Like, for real. One day it maybe popped up in my head, but I had to learn that, like, nah, I could chill and not have sex and it could be cool. Even though I'm that kind of person anyway, I never pushed for sex with all the women that I ever had sex with. I mean, I'm just like, man, cool and shit. We just be chilling. And shit happened. I think that sex is something that just happens for me. I don't think that it's the chicken. I think that sex is a seasoning. And the chicken is the relation or the relationship that I meet with a person, whether it's a day or whatever, that it's the chicken, it's sustenance right now. And it's like, oh shit, you know what I mean? And everything else is just like seasoning, like the sex or anything else is just attributes to this chicken that we got right here. You know what I mean? This dish that we got right here that we dishing on, you know what I'm saying? So for me, I mean, I think that, you know, I had to pull back and I had to learn that, you know, yeah, you have, it's not about retention and sperm retention and I mean holding out the dick and all this other dumb shit. It ain't even about that. You know what I'm saying? It's just about, it's not just always about that. You know what I mean? Like literally. And it's not good. Me as a man, I had to learn that it's not good to have sex with every person too, son. I done had, not just on a bad way and just a yo, shit bad could happen. Not just that, because we know that could happen. But look, I done had good friends. I mean, me and she was cool as shit. Yo, my homie, all that we was good. Never. She was bad. Yeah, all that. She probably liked me. I mean, look at us. But it was never like that. I mean, then now we had sex. Now we done lost all of that, what we had, because we done had sex. And I done had that happen a couple times.
Okay, hold on. So put a pause in it right there, because see, I am a proponent of having sex with friends. I have
I
have sexual dynamics with some of my friends,
Sometimes
and I don't think that the sex is the problem. I think the relationship itself makes the sex a problem. I think that
sex good.
sex is like a
bad. It makes the sex good, but it makes the relationship bad. Because
And that could blur the
not
lines
even.
between you
Hold on,
and
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on,
the
hold on. And then I'm gonna let you cook, Whitney. I'm gonna let you cook. I just want to kind of go down this rabbit hole just a little bit, more. I want to go down this rabbit hole just a little bit more.
Okay.
So I think. Okay, hold on. How can I say this? Because I want to be. Hey, y'all don't interrupt me because I hate when I'm interrupted because it'll offset my brain. Like, okay.
Let me go on mute. I need to learn my mute button. Hold on.
Yes, like, everybody do. Everybody love.
See the rainbow. Let me learn my mute button.
I know that I be inspiring thoughts, so everybody be ready to jump in. But okay, so this is the thing, because me and one of my friends who I actually have a sexual dynamic with, we actually had this discussion because we were talking about, because I think he was going through another situation with somebody he kind of developed some feelings for. Then he kind of was like, I think we went off as friends, but they kind of had already started crossing them lines emotionally and kind of having a sexual talk and kind of getting into those feels, but the other person couldn't adjust to it. And now the other person is finding it difficult to kind of like just be friends now that they've kind of opened up the door for, the romantic edge, for the sexual edge, etc. Now, however, me and him have, successfully been sexual with each other in more than one occasion, and nothing changed in our relationship. Like literally nothing. We're literally the same fucking friends. I mean, literally nothing.
People, because y'all the same person and y'all both running around being with whoever the hell y'all want to be with. So y'all all right with that. That's all it is.
That's not what it is. What it actually is. I'm telling you what it actually is. What it actually is, because the stark difference when I had to when we were trying to line up, okay, why did this work for us, but it didn't work, for y'all? And really the biggest contrast between the two situations was the fact that he and I actually had time to develop a mature relationship. It was, we have an authentic relationship. We have a authentic understanding, a nuanced understanding of each other. So when you have really cultivated something strong, there's a elasticity. The bond is stronger, the love is stronger, and all these things help you to survive complications in the relationships, upsets with each other in the relationships. This make y'all snap that game a lot stronger because y'all have actually cultivated and seasoned y'all's relationship. I think that if friends per se embark upon sex before their relationship has developed to a certain level, yes, sex may be nuclear to the relationship, but I think it's not introducing sex in and of itself to friendships that's a problem. I think it's the strength of the relationship and where the relationship is at the time that sex is introduced. What do y'all think about that? Oh, hold on. Actually, since I promised, Whitney, she could cook.
Whitney,
Let me get Whitney up in here. Yes.
Whitney, what's up, Whitney?
What's going on, Whitney? You can cook. I think you're on mute, Whit.
I was just gonna say, I think now this is just maybe conscious, but I think that if you said that you have sex with your friends, are these friends the same ones that also have the girlfriends and the fiancés too? Not necessarily at the same time, but have you ever been involved with any of the friends who have had the other relationships?
So the same friend I'm talking about, we actually had a sexual encounter while he was actually in a relationship to his live-in partner, and he asked his partner for permission to be intimate with me. And his partner said,
I know something. $1 million to sleep with your wife. What's the name of the movie again, man? Indecent proposal? Nah, you want some indecent proposal? Nah, I got you, Conscious. Indecent proposal movie. I got you.
Look, when I say I'm a very liberated, futuristic thinking individual, I am by all intents and purposes. And his partner was like, yeah, sure. And so, we did, and it was fine. And life
It
went
was
on.
just one time.
While he was in a relationship, yeah. But we have had experiences like, more than once throughout our friendship. But when he was in a relationship, it did happen once, and it happened with permission. He got consent from his live-in partner at the time to do so.
So, had y'all ever explored being in a relationship since y'all are compatible as friends and compatible sexually?
Great question. So this is where my mind is right now. The guy that I'm engaged to actually is a long-term friend. And I have now come to the personal understanding in my life that my friends actually make the ideal candidates for me romantically. And I'm at a point in my life where the same people that I sleep with are people I want to be able to trust with my finances, trust with my very life, that I want to be able to, I want to be able to have sex with you and also leave you in my house by yourself if I need to go somewhere right afterwards. Like, these are the same people I want to be able to leave my credit card on the nightstand and I have to worry about you running off as a sneaky link with my shit. Like, I'm at that point where it's like, I want like a all-in-one type of situation with people. And I have certain friendships in my life that have the capacity now to deal with the element of companionship / sex. And so, as far as I'm concerned, right, like the friend that I'm now engaged to, like, he and I, we had a friendship that, slowly companionship sex dynamic was integrated into over time. And we weren't even in a conventional relationship prior to him asking for my hand in marriage. We were literally friends all the way up to engagement, not even in a boyfriend. Since we literally went from friendship to, engagement. And my whole thing with him initially was, I don't really know why we're doing this, because as far as I'm concerned, like, at least for me, I'm getting my needs completely met. Like, we already have a meaningful relationship. So all of the romantic needs, I feel like I'm getting in the meaningfulness of our friendship. And the fact that we also have a companion element to that friendship, I don't even feel the need to date. I don't even feel the need, like, I wasn't even dating. I was just existing in my friendships and really enjoying the fruit of how fruitful those friendships could be, because there were all these other elements that we were able to explore that end up feeling really great and really working. So it really canceled out my need to date. I literally, have not been dating. I've just been existing in my friendships and then enjoying them when, we want to do some extracurricular shit together. And, I was able to go on about my life and just, and like, don't feel alone, no loneliness, because my friends are so integral to my life. So, for the friends that I have had, that I have the capacity to have the extra stuff with, like, the reason why we're able to even go there is because, and I'm not even sure if it's more so of a conversation. It's like, there's kind of like this understanding that it's like, we're all happy, like, we're happy and it works, and you don't really need to continue to put extra layers of language and shit on top of it. Like, its functionality becomes what, like, it speaks for itself in its ability to just exist and to be what it is. So, we don't have to really talk specifically about per se being together, because that's not necessary, right? We already intimate to each other's lives as friends. So these are people that I see all the time, people I talk to all the time, people who know all my business, I know all their business, people, we take care of each other as community, we pay each other bills, we help each other out, we are an entire resource for each other. So, it's like I and I love this for us, to be honest. So when my dude was like, I want to marry, I had to really, probe his brain, like, well, what does this mean to you? Because I mean, I think we're already in an ideal situation. We already carrying each other, as people who just love each other, period. And, we spend time together. We are able to be romantic. We're able to be sexual. I don't understand, like, what is it that you specifically want as it relates to a label and a ring and all of this. And so when he just let me know that we were on the same page with all of that as well, but that he wanted to add the so-called marital situation into the situation because he's in the military and because I am somebody he loves and somebody that he wants to take care of in life, etc., that he wants to afford me all of the amenities that come with being married to a man who's in the military and blah 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 la 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 la. So I was like, oh, okay, so this is more so of an introduction to like the business administrative part and the benefits that come with that. And because I had no plans of marrying someone in the traditional capacity, like, oh, I'm in love, therefore I need to get married. I was like, well, if we're marrying for business purposes, like, that's cool, because that's really what marriage, I've always said that marriage is a business contract, and we already have a fully functional personal relationship. So since there's nothing really changing, aside from the fact that I'm pretty much your business partner as your marital spouse, then cool. Because literally, like, I am completely fulfilled in the emotion, the mental, and the sexual, and I don't need commitment per se. I don't need the title per se. And what people already imagine is the end result of falling in love and getting married was already what I had accomplished in some of my personal friendships. And so now that's what it is. Did I answer the question?
Yes.
Yes.
Are you sure? Because I don't
Mhm.
know. I kind of went on I went on down the block, maybe a little bit more blocks down the road, but that answered the question.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, it's not really having the need for titles and stuff. So I understand.
Because it's not necessary, right? If you are if you are in a relationship to somebody that respects you and loves you, I mean, for me, I'm going to ask myself, like, what is the purpose of the titles and the language? As if the language or the title somehow creates the substance. People say they committed and then don't commit. People say they respect you and don't respect you. So we know that the words don't mean shit per se.
Hmm.
The even the agreements you know don't mean shit. People agree to this and then they're lying and they're doing whatever. But if you are already in a situation where the reality is, like, we really do respect each other, we don't have no problems, we're honest with each other, we are respectful of each other, we're mindful of each other, if that's the reality of the connection, what is the necessity for all the other fluff? Like, no, I don't need this to be monogamous for the sake of my ego. I don't need this to be monogamous. I don't need you to say, I don't even need us to label each other as boyfriend and boyfriend. We can literally have the label of friend or just the label of two people who love each other. It could just literally even exist in the vagueness of it all as it relates to the language, because none of that contributes nor creates the thing that's making it work to begin with, which is the fact that we're on the same page as it relates to loving each other.
Hmm.
So that eliminates all the shallow, superficial necessity for the talking and the ritual of relationship. And we got to live together now. And we gotta, it's like, we got to change our Facebook statuses, and we got to like ritualize and symbolize, and it's like, and it's okay to participate in that as well. But I'm just saying, like, as long as people are clear that it's a symbol, those things are symbols. They're not the substance of your relationship, and that somebody can love you who you're not yet married to. Your relationship can be fine without labeling each other as husband and wife, or husband and husband, or boyfriend and boyfriend. That these things are just, they are just that. They're just languages. They're just
Right.
language, and they're just
So
words, and they're not the substance of the experience itself.
so conscious, do you think that
My
being
tablet is
friends
about to die, y'all. So if I drop down, it's just because it died, but I would still be in the chat. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
okay.
Yeah, boo.
What I was saying is, do you think being friends first in any friendship or relationship makes whatever you decide to be with that person a lot stronger?
Fuck yeah! I have learned that is literally the, it is
Mm.
that is it. That's what it is. And when you even deal with a lot of like marital and relationship therapists, they literally pretty much a part of their remedy to repairing the marriage is to go back to the friendship. Oh, you guys don't have a friendship. You guys need to learn how to be friends. You guys don't have a friendship. Y'all have romance with no friendship. That's why y'all can't function when the romance is failing y'all, because y'all haven't really
Mm-hmm.
cultivated a actual foundation of genuine friendship, because romance is fickle. Romance fluctuates. And when all of your ties into a person is solely rooted in romantic feelings, romantic energy, and then you're having a conflict, or somebody wakes up and they don't feel too romantic the motherfucking day, or whatever it is,
Mm-hmm.
and you guys don't have any other space to exist in or to relate to each other on, because it always has to perform and personify itself romantically. That's when you get into people like being in relationships and then being forced to mask. That's when people's humanity gets discarded. That's when people's humanity become a problem for the other partner, who now internalizing everything, taking shit personally. When I'm just being a fucking human today. Like, it's don't do all that. But like when you actually really shortchange shortchange your bond, the more language you pile onto it, the more the more stringent the rules are. I don't say the rules, but the more stringent the titles are. Like, because titles come with expectations, and the
Mm-hmm.
expectations start to block shit up and put barriers in place that sometimes are not even necessary, etc. So it's essential that you build a foundation of friendship first. You have to be able to remind yourself, like, it's not, I'm just not married, or I'm just not in love. Like, this is my fucking friend. This is my bitch. Like, like, we can go to the strip club and shake hands. We can go have fun together. We are best friends. We can go just be people together. We have there is a natural joy between us, and everything doesn't have to be bottled up into romantic language. Everything doesn't have to assimilate to romantic ideology and romantic titles. It's like, when you literally start doing all that, you start to really squeeze the life out of your situation. And I did not know how essential, what friendship really meant, just period, yet alone how integral it was to even romantic development, until I really started like experimenting in my friendships in that way, and kind of testing the bounds of the relationships, the meaningful relationships I already had. And it's something that I preach to all my friends, especially the ones who are single, because I'm just like, when it comes to gay men, I can't speak for I'm just gonna speak for Well, I'll speak generally.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I talk to a lot. A lot of my friends are single, but particularly when I talk to the gay friends, I'm just like, it kills me that you guys would rather jump on dating apps. You guys would rather jump on Jack, Grinder, all this shit. Y'all are always in and out of these temporary ass like uh excursions and experiences and all of this, and yet y'all have the audacity to be single in bundles of other qualified people. Y'all have the audacity to exist in friendship groups with other intellectuals, other high earning, other uh uh economically mature people, and y'all never consider each other as a prospect. Y'all will exist in friendship clusters with other badass motherfuckers, with other people who got their shit together. But because y'all quote unquote friendship zoned each other, and because y'all have pledged some allegiance to some fake ass limitations that, oh, because I've classified you as a friend, you can't be nothing else. Who told you that you have to keep looking at somebody as a friend? Who told you that you now have to stay there just because you might have started there in friendship? Who said that your bond can't evolve into something deeper and cannot transcend the limitations of friendship and give birth to something even deeper than that? Like, who told you that? And why are you pledging an allegiance to that when you're literally at the same time living the opposite of that by entertaining romance with perfect strangers and getting nowhere with that, instead of opening your mind to the wonderful people you've already cultivated a successful platonic relationship to, and considering, could what the fuck I be asking for already be sitting under my fucking nose? I'm sitting here outsourcing for a partner on the internet with a bunch of fucking randoms, hoping that I hit a lucky charm, when the odds of that are just as vast as hitting the goddamn lottery, when I already have winning tickets around me, but because I've classified them in friends, I'm not willing to move the needle. That, to me, is irrational behavior. It's illogical behavior. It's almost like needing a $20, needing $20 for gas, but you won't use the $20 in your pocket. You would rather use the $20 given to you by somebody else. Why won't you just use what the fuck you have? Yes, if you've trained yourself to look at somebody as a friend, look, it may be a little odd. It may be a little odd. Sure, because you've trained yourself to participate in the thinking that this is taboo. So of course it's going to come with that kind of like negative emotional feedback, like, oh, this was a little awkward. This is a little bizarre. Kissing my friend. You feel like a sister. You feel like a brother. Yeah, but you ain't my sister. That's a reality. You ain't my motherfucking brother. Okay? You're not my blood. You are a person that I love, that I encountered in life, and we intersected, and we have been able to, share a mutual experience of companionship together. And the truth is that when I look at you and think about everything that you are and what you got going on, the truth is you a badass bitch. And I really don't know why I'm out here selling myself short when there really isn't any reason why I can't convert you into a wife, why I can't upgrade us into that, why we can't do that for each other when we are two completely competent, attractive people that have a lot going on for one another. And matter of fact, I just had a conscious crew member on the platform about a few weeks ago who was saying that I think her and her husband started off as friends, and then they've been together ever since. 2, 3, 4 kids in the whole nine. Like, so many beautiful love stories have been birthed out of friends taking a chance on each other. So I fully believe in the whole like friendship to relationship pipeline dynamic. And I am a advocate for people building friendships first, and also people not being closed-minded in terms of romance regarding their current friendship circle. I don't think there's anything odd about that. I think actually it's the only thing that makes sense to do. And now that I'm in a situation or situation successfully, it's far healthier and a cleaner relationship than all of my other previous relationships to people that I specifically edited out to be a romantic partner. There's a day and night contrast to just the emotional difference between the friendship to relationship dynamic and just the straight to romance dynamic. It's just night and day. It's night and day. And honestly, I wish we could have done this earlier on, because I wouldn't have so many frogs in my past if I just would have chosen the princes that were already on my journey with me in the form of fucking friends. The princes were already there. They was just friends the whole time. They was just friends. And while I was out here, trying to convert frogs into my prince, it was just, really bizarre. And when I look at the LGBT community, and I'm so glad that So Deb is here, because a lot of gay men, like, it honestly breaks my motherfucking heart when I look at particularly the Black LGBT male community, because like right now I have ties to a friendship group who are all single. They're all struggling in their personal life, and they all cluster together though. They all cluster together to be friends, and all of them are dope. All of them are sickening. They all should be looking at each other, but because they've labeled each other as friends, they just won't allow themselves to go there, and will continue to exist in their 30s and 40s looking for this imaginary person out in the world in hopes that the law of attraction and prayer will align them to one another. And I'm just like, how are y'all not looking at each other? I don't, I do get it, but I don't get it, because at some point, especially when you begin to become matured in age, you really start getting more like practical with the way problems need to be motherfucking solved. Like, all this fucking philosophical shit starts to be like, okay, wait a minute. I'm lonely. I need companionship. What is the most effective path to accomplish that? And it's not going to be solely relying on belief systems and relying on so-called faith. Is going to be also rooted in taking a practical approach to the solution in your life, which is, well, damn, I'm incubated in a system of other single people that I trust and that I love, who honor me, who I honor. Maybe it's time for me to start exploring. Rather, there's more potential in some of these relationships that right now exist as friendships. Because I've been doing it the opposite way and been getting no fucking where at all. So maybe, as Apostle Paul said in the scriptures, when you've been going about a thing a certain way and have gotten nowhere, the next logical step is to go the opposite way then. Christ told Peter this in the boat when it came to the fish. Peter, you rely on your left hand, use your right. Use the right hemisphere of your brain. Use when you have been in practice of a dominant path that continuously yields a result that costs you too much time, costs you too much energy, etc. And intuitively that there has to be a more practical way from point A to point B, then don't be afraid to embark upon going about a thing in a way that's different, even if it comes at the temporary expense of being uncomfortable for the time being. It's okay to be uncomfortable to get to where you're going. It's okay to not participate in traditions and customs, especially if they're not serving you. It's okay to not continue to double down and insist upon trying to obtain a thing the way in which you're obtaining a thing or the way you're failing to obtain the thing, it's okay to go another way. It's okay to there's more than one way to skin a cat. There's more than one way to bake a chicken. There's more than one way to preserve food. There's always more than one way to manifest a thing. You're not changing on what you want. You're changing on how you're going about getting what it is you desire and ideal. What's going on? So, Deb, welcome to the platform, my love.
Hey, what's going on?
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud, live, and in color.
Me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you
Oh.
now.
What's going on? So, Deb, speak life, child. How long you been here?
What's going on? I agree with a lot of what you said.
Okay.
You
Talk
know,
to us about it.
you know, you know my history with my ex.
Yes.
But I could take it back a little bit farther. The reason why I was really adamant about being friends was because of my ex-girlfriend.
Oh.
Me and her, and that's how a person that I want to date. It should start that way every single time. Um, and of course, me and her didn't work out, and we're still cool to this day. And then when it goes to my relationship that you know about,
Mm-hmm.
um, we when I first met him, it was off of we were kind of infatuated with each other.
Mm-hmm.
And I was very adamant, I don't want to have sex, nothing like that. I want to build that friendship before
Yeah.
we dating. And it moved fast, but it never started until after 6 months.
That's
Mm-hmm.
good.
Because I want to know who this person was, like, who am I dating, and like, what are you
Right.
about, like, who are you? And
Yeah.
so we built that. Um, and we ended up getting married or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's us over. But even after that, like, we still had it was a bit of a bad time after that, but we became friends after that again.
Yeah.
I think that friendship part is huge.
Yeah.
And I'll even talk about like a friend that I have now, because I'm sure he's not gonna watch this, so I'll be okay with talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I have like a best friend that this situation is really like a back and forth between me and him.
Mm-hmm.
And the biggest thing is like, I don't want to lose the friendship from his perspective. And I'm like, well, if we're already friends, then why would that happen? If it doesn't work, we go back to just being friends.
Right.
And we keep the friendship. I mean, there's different stuff that happens between me and him every once in a while.
Yeah.
But that friendship, it keeps us there all the time.
Grounded. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I agree with what you're saying, because I do
Wait.
feel like
So,
that
so yeah. So you're saying that your current romantic prospect and situation is happening within the context of a friendship.
he's not my prospect. It's just like we've had conversations about dating each other. And I mean, there's many reasons why we should date. I mean, we know each other from the front to the back. Like
Mm-hmm.
I know him better than I know probably anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And he
Mm-hmm.
knows me the same way. And we've tried, the romantic part, and it gets intense, and then the fear comes in for him is that
Okay, so hold on, because I'm a mad scientist. I need more details. So,
okay.
what is the intensity? Like, how is that represented to y'all?
I mean, to the point where like it gets times where we're together where like I mean like he comes like he'll come to my house, like we'll lay to bed, we'll cuddle together, we'll watch TV shows together. We have had sex before. But it's not like a regular thing, because once that happens, the fear of losing our friendship settles in with him.
Mm,
From my perspective, like I don't feel that way.
yeah,
So when I'm saying I agree with you, I definitely agree,
yeah.
because like to me, like I'm just like, well, I know you better than anybody else. And I've watched you date other people. We've never had an issue with him dating other people, me dating other people. And I'm like, whenever you're ready for that part, just let me know. Until then, we can be friends. And whenever we sporadically do our romantic things that we do, and it's not very often,
Yeah.
but it's just times we're together and we spend a lot of time together. So
Yeah.
I'm just like, I don't know where the disconnect is. I understand the fear of losing your friend in his mind, but in my mind, it's like that's never going to happen.
And that's what me and Uda was speaking of when he was up here. Is that's what I was, kind of talking to him about. It's like a lot of people, sex and romance can so-called, like, it can contribute to a breakdown, but it doesn't really contribute to a breakdown. In my opinion, it just exposes that maybe these elements were introduced prematurely into the friendship. But if the friendship is actually a friendship, if it's really grounded and develop, a real developed friendship can not only survive sex, it can actually survive almost anything. It can survive offending each other, it can
Yeah.
survive disrespecting each other, it can survive a whole lot of shit. I mean,
And
because
we've been through all of that stuff.
yeah,
And the thing is like, to me, romance is not just us having sex. Like, it's
exactly.
just like us laying together and cuddling together and watching TV
Yeah.
shows, and we're on the phone all the time. And like, even our friends that are around us are like, why are y'all
Mhm.
not together? And I think that puts pressure on him a lot too.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, there's no pressure here for me. Like, whenever he decides whatever he wants to do, you know, it's on him. But in the meantime, like, I'm not sitting around waiting.
Yeah.
We're friends. Whenever, if he decides one day, hey, you know what, I really want to try this, we probably would try it.
Okay, so I got a question for you then. So you are in a friendship that you are able to see the potential for romance in. So,
Yeah.
like, when y'all are just so in the meantime, in between time of, like, okay, like, what's gonna happen? Are we gonna be together, not be together? Is he gonna be with somebody else? What is so when y'all are, so hypothetically, if he was to start dating someone exclusively right now,
hmm
what do you do with your feelings for him?
we've been through that already.
Yeah. So I'm
I
asking you, like,
just
what do
because
you do with those
I have
feelings?
feelings for you doesn't mean that we're supposed to be together. And just because I have feelings for you doesn't mean you're ready for that. And I don't want you to come to me and you're not ready for that.
Right. So I'm asking you, like, since y'all have already been through that, because a lot of people, like, I was just talking about one of my friends who, him and this person started off kind of as, like, they kind of started off being affectionate and kind of entertaining each other on a romantic level, but my friend found out that they probably weren't really as compatible as lovers, so now he's kind of wanting to just, like, be friends and not go down that road, but the other person is struggling
Mhm.
to go back to that. So with you having feelings for this person, like, when he is in other relationships, I mean,
That's my
like
friend.
you said, you don't stop having feelings, but how are you able to, like, okay, let me sit my feelings aside so that my feelings don't become a problem in the situation he got going on now, like, in order to keep me from not being jealous or being disappointed? Is it because, as you're saying, you just have, like, also a soul value of the friendship, so you really don't feel like it's a loss even if y'all don't end up together, because y'all still have something meaningful with each other? Is that what sustains you?
Yeah, like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, if
Mhm.
he dates someone, like, or when he's dated other people, I will be honest and be like, that's not gonna work, or okay, I can see that for you.
Mhm.
Those are my feelings for him, as like, in a romantic space, will always go to the side, because if that's what he wants, that's what he wants. That's still my
Yeah.
friend.
So, like, have you ever had to deal with, like, having
Absolutely. He
feelings
got
of, like,
married.
huh?
He got married while in our friendship.
So how was it navigating that?
That was a horrible time, but it wasn't for me. It was for him. Well, not for him, but the guy he got married to,
Mhm.
because the guy felt I mean, if you're around us, like, you could tell that there's something there between me and him. But I'm always like, if he wants somebody else, like, I have no hold over him. The only thing that I have a hold on is that's my friend. That's my best friend. Even when he comes to me and they had problems, I'm very like mutual with everything. Like, well, let's talk about it, because I do know you, so like, you do these things sometimes or whatever. Like, I've always been that type of person, but I've also experienced this like 3 times too. So
Have you also ever had to cry yourself to sleep sometime? Like, damn, I
no,
really love this guy. I really want to
mm-mm.
be this guy.
I
No.
the only time that I was really sad about it was
Mm.
when he got married and the guy didn't want him talking to me anymore.
Oh, wow. Okay, let's go there because that has happened in my friendships too. Now, I have a particular friend who feels like when you're in a relationship, your partner should come first and all of this like typical shit. I am on the opposite end of that. I feel like even if you're in a relationship, you shouldn't per se neglect the other part of your life, and you should not neglect your social life because these people have put in work to also be connected to you and to be invested in your life, and it's not fair to just haul off and disappear and to just vanish out of people's lives just because you have a fucking boyfriend or a girlfriend or a wife or a husband or whatever.
I think at the beginning though, like, that's understandable because they're trying to get to know each other. Our friendship, we've had this since 2016. You're just not meeting this person in like 20 something. So if that's what you need to do to get to know this person better without me being in the equation all the time, I know how to like take a step back, because again, that's my friend. So I'm not going to put myself in a position where I'm going to cause a problem between y'all. Like, I wouldn't do that.
Leslie, what do you think about, because I'm probably a bit more of an advocate for the for French. Not, let me let me say this. Okay, to that point, Deb, this is my issue because I also have been friends with people who
Hold
have.
on, let me rewind it back a little bit more to because we, like, you talking about friend groups. The friend group was more mad than I was.
As they should have been. I'm going to agree with the friends as they
But
should have been.
I'm also like, that's my best friend. So like,
Yeah.
y'all's what y'all like. I guess like the fear of losing him.
Yeah.
Y'all may have more than I have.
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead, what you were saying.
Because I have also had friends that have lost their damn minds once they've met somebody and gotten smitten and just like gotten completely swallowed up into, the passions of it all. And then they want to come dragging they broken, wounded, toe up asses through the damn door after they done been dog walked like hell. And I'm just like, okay, yeah, I love you. I'm gonna let you come back through the door all toe the fuck up. But at the same time, yeah, like my, this is my thing. I feel like if you are someone who gets that caught up when you start getting involved with somebody to the point that you start neglecting other parts of your life, like you start neglecting your passions, you start neglecting, your family, your friends, I believe that there are some underlying issues going on here then. Like there's some
I agree.
things, yeah, that on a self level that you ain't dealt with, and it's showing up in this hyperfixation upon this particular aspect of your life. Because I want to know, why should I be any more understanding of you neglecting and ghosting me as a friend because you got somebody else, when you've also gotten new jobs, you've also moved around, and none of those things impacted your ability to adequately show up in this friendship. But all of a sudden now you in a relationship and you don't got the ability to multitask. You don't got the ability to adhere to your responsibilities, your social responsibilities. Like, I'm like, if you are a person who falls off all the time, you just kind of like sloppy and half-assed with everything, and that shows up in everything, that's cool. But if you've been consistently holding this friendship down and doing also everything else that you do, and then all of a sudden you got a boo, and nobody can really get a hold of you, nobody really sees you anymore, you don't really know what the fuck is going on in people's lives, we don't even have access to you to have you be an asset to us if we going through some shit, or we might need our friendship, and you done gave somebody else you giving somebody else all this fucking time. I'm just like, I can't help but take that personally. I can't help but I don't know how to not be offended when that happens.
I think that's very understandable, though. I think that also there has to be an understanding on both sides, though,
Yeah.
because they're just meeting someone. Like, you've known this person for a very long time.
Yeah.
They just met someone, and like they
But let's
want,
say that they meet somebody, right, and then they stay in that place. It's like, okay, now y'all done been through the dating, y'all now officially together, like, and you still gone, you still absent.
but they don't know them as well as they know you.
So
And then you
Deb,
also you have to look at the other side of that with the person that they just met too, because it's intimidating.
But
so
the
Deb,
person, can I
I
ask you
guess,
something?
hold on.
okay.
I just want to say this, and I'm gonna let y'all cook. I guess for me, right, because I'm a very intentional person, and I'm a very grounded person, and I guess because I also know what it feels like to be that friend who gets lost in the sauce, I am very aware not to do that to my people. And so for me, I never had those problems when I embark upon a relationship. None of my friends have ever had to come to me and be like, like, what's up? Or I'm feeling abandoned, or, I don't see you anymore. I'm so self-aware that I wouldn't even allow myself to be consumed to the point that I have to abandon or offset another ecosystem just to have this with you. If
But
I can't have
that's
if I
you,
can't have
though.
this with you, right? But that also becomes the standard as far as I'm concerned. Like, if I can achieve it, baby, so can you. So step
But
up.
we're the same. We're the same type of people, though. Like, I've never done that. But I also
So
have to
why we
put
make
myself in the other person's shoes sometimes. And I
but
think
we're
I learned this with my best friend, that I had to put myself in his shoes sometimes when it comes to him dating other people, even though we have this relationship that we do have, and it's unspoken, and like everybody in the world can see it that's around us, and then he's dating someone else. One, I mean, we're not dating, we're best friends. So I'm not expecting for his person that he's dating to understand that.
I
I don't
am.
expect
Why?
You
Why?
myself
coming
to.
But
in because you coming into our community as far as I'm concerned.
yeah.
It ain't me coming into yours, baby. You coming into ours.
But it seems like to me that the person on the other side, because I'm in a situation like that, and we've been in this situation for some years, but for my situation with Buddha, his friend she has a lot of insecurities,
Mm.
because of stuff she's been through in the past and everything else. And when I was dating him and we stopped dating, she started dating him, and our friendship, our relationship, he was a single father. He still is. And I helped him to raise his kids because my kids, were older and, in college and everything else. And, of course, I fell in love with his kids. I, love his family. And we're close to this day, but he can't call me when he's around her. And those are her insecurities. It's not him. And I know our friendship is very special, and just like I told you, with my relationship with my ex-husband, we're still very close, and I love his wife. I'm not going through that drama. If I'm not going to argue with you when I'm with you, I'm darn sure not going to argue with you later on and we're not together. I just don't have the energy. I'm not doing that. So I just think for that situation you guys are talking about, it's obviously the new person because they have those insecurities, and that person is probably going to have a lot of problems with them in the relationship. It's probably not going to last.
Well, it didn't last.
Yeah. Their relationship, yeah, because if you have somebody that's insecure, and I can understand, and you're telling them in the beginning, this is my friend, and we used to date. Obviously, if they're not together, they don't want to be together. So why are you worried? Do you understand why
I
would
was on
the
my
other
phone
piece?
when you were talking, so I heard the last
No, I
part.
said
You
why
said
would
this that person and what?
if you're not, you guys, say for instance, you used to be with somebody and you guys remain friends, and they start dating somebody else, the other person is not okay with them speaking to you, and I just think that's crazy because if you guys are not together, you're no longer seeing each other in that way, and you remain friends, then obviously it's just a friendship. And where does the jealousy come in? Because if you're friends with him, then the other person should want to be friends with you as well.
Mm.
Leslie and Deb, I wanted to say this. I went through a lot of situations like this where the friends, my friend, she got married, she's now divorced.
Mm.
But here's the thing: every time I come in the picture, now they met me. That's the crazy part about this.
Oh,
They
no,
met me, and they said, "Well, this is my friend," and so and so. So every time, she has me over, they looking at me crazy, looking at me sideways. Well, who is this?
Mm.
And she told them, "Hey, this is my friend." And I had to call her to the side. I said, "Let me tell you something." I said, "I was here before that person came into your life." I said, "I'm gonna be
But
there when
see, you
something
can't
happens."
say that.
No, 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 no. I said that for a reason because I knew what was going on. You see what I'm saying? And I was right.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying? She's now divorced.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So
But see,
I'm trying to look. I'm trying to
I
look
did
out for
this.
my
I did the
friend.
same thing you did. I did the same thing that you did, and I realized it caused more friction. And so I'm just like, I mean, but to be honest, without it being said, you knew this already.
What I did, I called her to the side. You see what I'm saying? And I had a talk with her. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Sometimes you have to call your friend to the side and have a conversation with them. You see what I'm saying? So they can know
What
what
would
to
you
look
have done
out
if
for.
the partner would have called you?
See, the thing was, they made it seem like when we got together, what I'm saying, all of us was cool and stuff like that. They made it seem like it was cool. Next thing I know,
Hmm.
he looking upside my head. But I was there the whole time. You see what I'm saying? I did nothing to that person. I was there for friends. See what it was. He
he's
was
just messy.
insecure. He was insecure.
Yeah.
And then not only that, he's gonna say, "Well, y'all must be sleeping together." That ain't I was looking at him like that's how they do when you hanging with your friend and y'all been friends for
Hmm.
over 20 some years. Oh, you must be sleeping with her. No, that ain't got nothing to do with it. You mad because she's
Yeah.
still friends with me. And that's why I'm telling you what I'm telling you. Sometimes you have to call your friend to the side and make it things aware for them so they can handle the situation. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I know
It
me
does.
and
Well,
my
I
friend.
did, I did, I
Uh,
did all that. But the thing was that when they first started dating, um, the
Mm-hmm.
the dude called me, and so he was trying to do stuff with my best friend. I was like, hey, this was, but I also, it was a secret. And my best friend was like, we don't keep secrets.
But you know what? Like what I told you about my friend now, like we always talk. Matter of fact, he's coming over tomorrow. He doesn't live with his girlfriend. They've been together for a long time. And I know for me, I would never, and I've always, I would never do anything to disrespect her because I wouldn't want somebody doing that to me.
Right.
Especially if she's insecure. But I know the situation because he and I have talked about it. Now, if he just ignored me altogether, then I'm not even calling them. I'm done. It just is what it is. I don't have the time. Like I told you, I'm on my last quarter of life. I'm almost 58, and I don't have the time or the patience, and nor did I back then. I'm not gonna keep arguing back and forth with somebody. I need my oxygen, all of it.
You said I
Exactly.
need my breath,
What
nigga.
what I'm saying to all of y'all, you do not. I don't care the situation. If the person really cares about you, that's coming into your life, whether it be a friend, a lover, or a mate, if that person really care about you, they're gonna respect your friendship as well as it. Because why would you stop your life, like Conscious said? Why would you stop your life
And look,
just to appease them? It
and
doesn't make any
y'all,
sense.
and
That's
Rashonda, I actually,
But
now that I'm
sometimes you
thinking
got to
about
let
it,
your friends learn that lesson on their own.
right. I just walk
but
it
this
like
is
I
the thing,
told you.
though. But this is the thing.
That's
I
how
think
it
this is
is.
what Rashonda and the rest of us are trying to communicate about friendship is that like there's like a mutual give and take in friendships. If like the friendship should not entail like a mature reciprocal friendship should not entail me making space for you to neglect and dishonor me. If that's
That part.
an aspect of
That
our
part.
friendship, to me, that's not a friendship.
Right, you were never friends.
If we truly friends, there should
That
be
part.
a reasonable. I'm not saying that you got to put me before your partner. There should be a reasonable tangibility and accessibility to one another. There should be a
Mm-hmm.
reasonable, access, reasonable reciprocation. If I got to make space in my friendship to know that when you go get booed up, you're gonna be gone, and I'm gonna have to just live without you until a bitch is good and ready to dump the fuck out of you, and then you get to come back and we get to like it.
That part.
I personally can't put up with that. I can't do
That
it.
part.
Well, yeah, that part, because you were never, like I said, if it wasn't an understanding between the both of yous when when this other person met this friend, and like for me, I'm not understanding. All of us should be friends. Like I told you before, I love everybody. I may not like some people, but I do. And I just, if they cannot be friends with a friend of yours, and your friend that you had for years decides that they're going to go ahead and be okay with the new person, then on your way. I'm not seriously. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm not pressed. Go on your way. I don't have any anger towards you. And if you did come back to me, and with love and energy that I could feel, I may accept you. And I mean, that's on you to figure out. And a lot of times we don't understand that. Understand that. Well, if this person is acting like that, there's going to be a whole years of a relationship of that.
And it's going to be whole years gone from y'all
Yeah.
friendship
Yeah, from
because
your
That
friendship.
this
part.
person going to be trying to
But
make it work
I
with
would say,
somebody who don't want them to
luckily,
belong to nobody else.
That
And
part.
God forbid,
It's
y'all are trying to be together for years. So now my friendship is going to be on the back burner for years as well.
Yeah, right.
exactly.
but I would say
And then
luckily
not
for me
only
and
that,
my
y'all.
best friend, like that was the only time that like when that was the last time that ever happened. He has dated other people, and the conversation is, this is my best friend. If it was a problem, then I can't do it. So I think because of the break between me and him when he got married, because of that, he did realize, like, you know what? I'd rather have my best friend
Right.
more than anything. And it's not even because of like the romantic stuff that we had going on. It's because we are real friends. Like
Yeah,
we've
for
been
the
I've
value
been
Mm-hmm.
through
friendship.
life with him.
Yeah. hmm
Mm-hmm.
And that's
And
why I
then
say for me. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
and what I was finna say, a lot of times these partners, the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying, y'all, there was a friend of mine. Now, she doesn't talk to me because of this. Okay. Now, I was trying to be a friend to her. I called her to the side. I said, I don't like this person. Usually when I call people to the side and tell them they don't like a person, I know what I see.
Hmm.
Okay. So she ended up being in an abusive relationship.
Oh
She
wow.
calls me. She put, this is what I'm trying to tell y'all. She put me to the side until he hurt her, till she ended up in the hospital.
Wow.
Do you know she's mad at me right now and don't talk to me, but she's still my friend on Facebook and stuff. I said, okay, you mad at me for something that I was trying to help you with.
She's
You
probably
see what I'm
embarrassed.
saying? But I always been there for her no matter what. You see what I'm saying?
But she
And it,
got
and,
rid of the
and,
friendship. But she got rid of the friendship during this, and now because of that, she's probably embarrassed. And
it
so it's
hurt me
hard to it's
because
hard to
I
say, hey, friend, like, you know what, you are right. And maybe that's not the conversation she wants to have, but I'm going through this, and hopefully, like, you're not gonna be like, because I am this person. Well, I try to tell you, but that's not
no.
that'll work for a lot of people, but maybe that's why, because she's afraid to hear that part.
But see, I still love her no matter what. I even tried to reach out to her. You see what I'm saying? My door is open to her, even though she's going through stuff. You know, I never left her with everything that went on. You see what I'm saying? I
But you
wanted
might have
her
to
to know.
understand how broke she obviously has issues, you know what I'm saying? So and even though I apologize that, to you that she, you love her and that she was a good friend to you, but also, I look at it like this, she obviously has some issues. She's obviously, internally broken. So, for your heart, and I would, to be open, then most definitely. And just like if my friend Buddha and I stopped speaking, and he came back to me years later, I will always be here for him, just because he knows me as a person, and
Yeah.
and and I don't, like I said, it's just too much for me to be angry at you for you doing whatever you're doing. I don't wish any bad on you. I may be hurt,
Yeah.
but like I said, I need my oxygen, and every piece of my mental capacity. I don't want dementia or any of that other stuff. So you do you, and that's
Yeah.
okay, because it's not about you. It's about her. She's the one
Yeah.
with the problem. It's not about you.
It's
So
definitely
let
not
me.
about you.
Yeah.
I want to add this in here, because this is. There are a lot of things that I used to put up with that I just don't anymore, and I won't, which is why I've had to walk away from a lot over the past few years. I've just had to just walk away. But I recently went through the situation too, even with my straight friend. His girl became very threatened by the friendship initially. She came in, she was cool, she was sane. And then as she began to have problems in their relationship with him, one of the, those issues began to, for some reason, be represented in her having issues with he and I. And, he and I do have a very affectionate friendship. We tell each other we love each other, all that shit, but we stay within our bounds. It's nothing for nobody who, it's nothing for a partner to be threatened by, unless you just want to be threatened by it. And so, of course, my friend wasn't like willing to give me up. So that costed even more calamity in the friendship, and his whole and a part of why his engagement fell apart was just because, he wasn't willing to let this girl control his whole life and tell him who he can and can't be in relationship to, and to just come in and start moving shit around. But to Deb's point, I'm gonna show you how accommodating I also was. We
What did you say? Accommodating?
you
Yeah,
were
because it
very.
is being accommodating. It really is.
I'm gonna tell you how accommodating I was.
Look, I
I'm
love
gonna
you,
tell
Mr. Accommodation.
But
I'm gonna tell
that's
y'all
real
how.
though. That's real though. You were
I
being
love that. That was
accommodating.
funny.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
tell y'all though how reasonable I am, right? Like, because to Leslie's point, like, this was my friend, so of course, like, I'm happy for him, and I'm excited for him, and a new addition to our community. And so when he started dating this girl and things started picking up rather fast, and then they end up getting pregnant very early on in their relationship, he had to then pick up like another job, and he took on a lot more responsibility, and our friendship really took a whole back burner for a whole year. Like, I mean, there would be like months where we didn't speak at all, like no text, no nothing, like. And I would be missing him that whole time. I would be thinking about him, always keeping him in my prayers, and just but I allow his circumstances to have me fall back, because I'm just like, he got a family, he growing and everything, etc. So I'm just gonna let
And that's respect and love.
so I'm just gonna let the process be the process. But when his relationship started to collapse, that's when he circled back around, and
Up to
he
you.
started telling me, like, what was happening, and
Mhm.
all the relationship problems that were happening, and how she even started tripping over our friendship, and it started turning him off, and blah blah blah. So when he circled back around, his relationship was like on the verge of dissolving. And I remember telling him, because he ended up apologizing to me. He was just like, I know that our friendship took a back burner. I want to apologize to you. Our friendship should have never took a back burner, and I should have been more reasonable with my time and how I allocated my time. And starting a family and all that is not an excuse for our friendship have gone as quiet as it did. And it meant a lot to me for him
Yeah,
to actually,
admit that.
to like acknowledge that, and to feel like I was somebody that was also worth his time, not just his partner, not just his girl, but that me being somebody who was also valuable to him was also treated in a way that was valuable, not just have it be said, but have it be also demonstrated through, once again, allocating time and continuing to show up to your best ability in your friendship. And to Rashonda's point, of course, that relationship is no longer a thing, and he actually fucking hates her. And and so like I be watching all these friendships be like going down the tube over people that don't even be worth it in the end. Like these don't even be people that, you know, be even worth all of the things that was sacrificed and all of the effort that was done to even make a relationship work that wasn't going to work any damn way. And I feel like people wouldn't have to cause so much damage in their personal life if they would actually address the parts of them that have unhealthy codependencies to begin with. Like if you
Right.
never had an unhealthy codependency on your partner, you would have never had to sacrifice your friends and then come back and have to apologize to them for what you did to them in the name of trying to make something else happen to someone else, because you can literally do both of those things at the same time. You can cultivate a romantic relationship without it costing you your family life or your fucking friendships.
Can I
That
say?
part.
Can I say how similar that my story is with my best friend?
Yeah, of course.
So they after they got married, whatever happened between them, because I don't want to know. I really don't care. But that's when he was in love with me at the time, and I was like, well, I mean, we all know that. I was like, but you know, the feelings are mutual. And I said so, and he kept coming to me, like randomly coming to my house, to the point where the boy knew that he was coming to my house while he was trying to leave him. And I told him, I said, I'm never going to tell you to leave that man. I said, but stop coming over here doing that. I said, as a friend, if you need to talk to me because you're going through things, I'm going to be here for you, because I haven't heard from you in years. But now that I understand what's going on, because the things that you don't understand, I understood way before this shit started happening. And he was like, and I should have listened to you. And I said, this is not a I told you so moment. What it is that I've always looked out for your best interest at heart, period. I said, whether it was with me or anybody else, you're my best friend. And I think that's what caused our friendship to be better, because like they're divorced now too. And I'm like, I wish it didn't take this for one for you to say those things, but then also now come back to the friendship. It's kind of little, there's some confusion here, because are we friends because you're in love with me, or are you friends with me because we're friends?
Well, let me ask you this: when your friend came back and said that to you, like you said, are you friends with me because you're in love with me? But like, people need to know in the beginning, with friendships or relationships, whether you're with a male or female, whatever, you know exactly what your expectations are. And if I've told, it's just like me telling one of my grandchildren, don't touch the stove because it's hot. Okay. If I haven't told them that and they touch it or do something with it, I'm not going to get upset. So, when we don't explain in the beginning of how, what our expectations are, or we do explain, that person has not reciprocated and they behave in the way that we ask them not to. And especially when it's going to affect your heart that much and your emotions, because friendships, and loving and liking somebody is a lot. It takes a lot out of you because they go through stuff that you don't like to see. And also, I was going to say, when Conscious, you were saying that your friend had married to a female. That's a totally different relationship. Now they're experiencing something totally different because it's with us. You know what I'm saying? And lots of times we're more emotional and things like that. And how can she probably felt like, how can I compete with a man? I'm not. You know what I'm saying? You are a man and I'm a female, and that's what he was doing before. She probably felt mad insecurity, so that's why she should have stayed in her damn lane.
Yeah, because I just like, and that's what pissed him off, because he was like, first of all, like, why are you burdening me as your man with your insecurities, and
Right.
you're also burdening my friend with the projection of your insecurities, and you think it's our job to accommodate that rather than it's your job to take responsibility for healing up
Right.
your
Did
personal
she have any
Right.
injuries and your personal insecurities.
Yeah,
Like,
that's her responsibility. You're damn right. It sure is.
But did she have any friends of her own?
she
No.
had a gay friend of her own, and that's why he also was like, "This is hypocritical. You have a whole gay best friend, but I can't have a gay best
Well,
friend because I'm a man."
you have to navigate that very differently, because it's different for a girl to have a gay best friend versus a man having a gay
It's
friend.
not.
Yeah.
That's what the issue is that people thinking that it's different, and that's what leads to these
No,
urban legends.
that was my point.
Hmm?
That was my point. It's
Is
okay for
that
girls to have gay friends, but it's not okay for another man to have a man gay friend.
And
For
that's
Right.
That's a double standard. That's double standard to
that's
me
what her
because I
it
issue
mean,
was,
definitely
is
is.
that, and that's what her issue was, is that we weren't accommodating her insecurity. We weren't going to not be friends because she, because of whatever she thought, was whatever with the connection. And then the more that he doubled down on, I'm not giving up CTV. I'm not giving him
Mm.
up. The more
conscious.
she
I
was
know
like,
what it
Can,
is.
can you
it was
I
guys
the
know
more
not
what it
that
judge?
was.
Can you
it was
guys?
the more it was the more that she began like to literally like rage at him, like kick him out of the house, like just go crazy, like try to like just be doing like all type of psychologically abusive shit, like calling him the F word when they would
Mm.
argue, being
See,
like,
that's worse than
"Oh, why
physical
you-"
abuse. Yeah, that's to me the emotional abuse is worse than physical abuse. Can you guys accommodate me while I do this right here?
Yeah, sure, of course.
I
And
had
matter of
Conscious,
fact, when you light it up, pass it around.
I had
Be polyamory with that thing,
I
honey.
sure will. I sure will.
I
oh,
had a friend.
Especially with my
conscious.
baby's
I had a
daddy.
friend I used to work with. Her boyfriend, he's not her husband now, but he can stand me because this the same thing. But he knew she
Who
was she
can't
was
stand you?
with,
Say it again.
huh?
Say it again. Whose boyfriend? Who can't stand you?
So I had a friend, my homegirl. That she I used to work with her, and me and her became really good friends. She was going through she has heart problems.
Okay.
And so I would be there for her every single time, like whatever. We went through like a whole, weight loss thing together. I started cooking her food and everything at work, healthier stuff or whatever, and he hated it. And she ended up having a heart attack.
Oh shit.
And I was the
Oh
first person that
goodness.
showed up to the hospital when she did.
Where was he? Hmm.
He was at work, and she called both of us, but I showed up before he got there
Right.
because that's my friend. I'm gonna
Right.
always be there for her. And when she was in the hospital, I told him, I said, "Listen, I don't do whatever problem you have between me and you. Right now, my friend is in the hospital. I'm gonna say her name. She's in the hospital right now for heart problems that I've been trying to help since I've known her. This is before you were even around." And I said, and also she got pregnant by him, and they
Oh
told her,
God.
and she chose to have the baby anyway. And so she asked me about it, and I said, "Secret." I said, "What?" Oh shit, I said her name. But
I got a friend that name, but they live in the DMV.
yeah, okay.
Mhm.
I said, whatever you decide to do, I support you regardless. And she said, I'm going to do it. And so she did. Baby's healthy, beautiful right now. I mean, I just talked to them yesterday. But
Congrats.
when we had that conversation when she was in the hospital, I said, this is the type of friend that I am to her. I said, I have nothing towards her. She not pretending I'm gonna be I'm a gay man. I said, we talk about the niggas that I date, and we talk about you. That's it. I said, but I don't. That's not our issue. And now me and him are really good friends,
Are you the
and
godfather?
I am actually the godfather of their kid. Yes.
Oh, congrats
So
to you.
That's
yeah,
nice.
Yeah, that's a special. Yeah, when somebody makes you a godparent, that's something special.
But see, the thing is, people take the reason why I'm
I was
saying
very
all this.
yeah.
The reason why I'm saying all of this, y'all. I lost my friend last year. I told
Oh, I'm
Conscious
sorry about
this.
that.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I lost and she was really, really, really sick. She had, kidney failure and different things like that. But what I've learned about friendship, you don't get
That's
those
for
type
you.
of
That's for you.
people.
That's for you.
You you don't get those type of
Thank you.
friendships. You don't
Hmm.
get those type of friendships. You
Mm.
got to cherish the people while they're here. I keep
Hmm.
telling folks that because you get to witness the friendship, true friendship.
Hmm.
You don't understand how God will fix it to where time is limited for the friends that you have. You
Yeah.
see what I'm saying? So I took that friendship. She was a good friend to me. I will always cherish and love my friend no matter what because she showed me the meaning of real friendship. You see what I'm saying? She loved me for me. You see
Right.
what I'm saying? And she didn't judge me. I keep telling people we are not here to stay. Folks need to stop judging people and love them while they're here. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Because guess what? You're gonna miss those friends when they gone, and all you're gonna have is memories and pictures. That's
Yeah,
all I have now. You see what I'm saying?
yeah. I'm
And it
sorry
still
about that,
hurt.
man. I know.
It hurts because that girl, she fought the good fight. She fought the good fight. And for her, and you know how people did me when I was when she left here. They weren't concerned about how I was doing. You see what I'm saying? They was most concerned about how she left here. They
Yeah.
called me and asked me how did she leave?
Don't worry about it. She's gone. It don't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
So I was like, that's kind of rude. That's kind of insensitive. But I say this to say this. You don't let people, I don't care if you're in a relationship or whatever, you don't let people come in between your friendship when you know that's the only friend or the one person that been there by your side for a long time. You see what I'm saying?
I
I
agree.
had 20 years, 20 plus years of friendship with this person.
But she
And
obviously didn't understand how to be in a relationship. It wasn't about your friendship. She didn't understand how to be in a relationship with a. Yeah.
I'm talking about the one that left last year. So
Oh,
we 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 really had a good friendship, and it's hard on me, but she taught me how to be strong. She taught me how to love people for who they are. She taught me to even when I don't feel like it, to get up. You see what I'm saying? These are lessons that she left me. So what I'm saying is, I don't care what's going on. If a person comes in your life, it's for a reason. You keep that person because you don't know that person that you with might be gone tomorrow,
That's true.
and that person will still be there.
And
But
let me
you
tell y'all,
but you can also turn that around too, and also think about the fact that maybe that was her purpose in life to teach you that lesson, so that you know that later on in life for friendship that you make. I always look at the positive side of those things because none of us are here forever. We're not,
Um,
but we all have impressions on people's lives, and sometimes people are. And I know it sounds very cliche, but they're for a season or a reason, and those reasons sometimes are more than that season.
yeah. And you know what? That's true because when I left you guys earlier today, I said I had to go. My granddaughter, she's 13. Her good friend just lost her father a few hours ago. He went to the hospital out here where we live, and just wasn't feeling well, and he died like an hour after that.
Wow.
So yeah, I mean, your time is mad short. That's for sure enough. It's not, nothing's guaranteed to any of us. But also, a friend has to be worth keeping. They may not give you everything that you give them, and that's one thing like for instance, if you do something for somebody, sometimes people feel like they have to announce it. That's why when I look at YouTube, why is it every time somebody does something for somebody that has to be recorded and announced and stuff like that? And I'm a private person. I don't want you in my business, and I'm not going to be in yours. That's just the way it is. If you want me to know something, you tell me. But I'm not going to be constantly,
uh,
and
Your mic.
yeah. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, that wasn't somebody calling me on my phone. I apologize. But yeah, that's you like you said, you're not going to be here too long. But also friendships. You're lucky if you have one real friendship. People think that you can be acquaintances and be mad cool, but it doesn't mean that you share what your friend shares.
mhm.
Yeah.
That's exactly why I at this point in my life, my friends mean more to me even than my blood relatives because my friends have literally stuck closer than a brother to me
Yep.
in my life. Like I really have an exceptional degree of value for friendship. These are people that will stick it out with you in ways that your blood relatives won't, sometimes your own parents won't, sometimes your own siblings won't. I mean, these are the people that they're not even obligated to love you, and they do, and then typically love you with the totality of their love, making themselves exceptional community. And I reward my friends back by never forgetting them, and never forgetting that I bring them into everything that I do.
But
If
what about people who can't love themselves?
you know, people, I mean, to y'all's point, you know, a part of being a effective and sufficient friend is also like personal development and doing your work, obviously, because the better you are as a person, the better of a lover you are, the better of a friend you are, the better of a brother, a son, a daughter, a wife that you are. So when we aren't well in ourselves, it does show up in our lives. It may show up in the way we friend. It may show up in the way we romance. You know, it will show up in how it shows up. So I always encourage people, like, never neglect doing your work and really uprooting your bullshit and just taking accountability and being intentional about the kind of person you're cultivating yourself to be, because this will reward you even just beyond just your own personal quality of self. It'll bleed out into every other situation and whatever else you create outside of yourself. But if people are broken as people, yes, I mean, it will show up in their friendships. And when you see that, because you know, it's levels to brokenness. Some brokenness,
Some are shattered and some are broken.
yeah, and because there's like degrees of injury, some issues in people might be issues, but they're not gonna cost a friendship. Like you can move around, whatever. You know, maybe your friend kind of got like an ego problem, like they kind of think a little bit too highly of themselves, but nothing that's gonna cost the friendship. Maybe your friend is a little selfish. You know, you might be able to deal with that. It's not selfish to the point that, you know, it's a total deal breaker. You know, or maybe your friend is, you know, kind of, they don't do well with certain conversations. So like you can't talk to them about everything. It's only certain things, you know. So it's like there's levels to the shit, but then there are some things that are just like extraordinarily problematic and are extraordinarily an issue. And when I am in a relationship to somebody that I love who begins to like show up in a very broken way, and that brokenness is very notable and that brokenness is very toxic, I have to pull out for both of our sakes, because I always tell people this. My intent is to be Christ, but I'm aware that I can be the damn devil. And if I put up with your devil too long, I'm going to end up turning into the goddamn devil back. Best interest to let you go on your way. So I end up in an orange jumpsuit and I can stay in my holiness, I can stay in my vibration, I can stay in my glory, because fooling around with you ain't, it's starting to rub off on me and bring out the worst in me. And I ain't trying to show up that way. So I think, you know, if people start to become very wounded and they kind of turn into a shell of themselves, or your friend is very problematic, like, it's important to hold your friend accountable for one, point themselves out to them and let them know, sis, like, this ain't it. Like, you need to really get this together. You know, this behavior is really unbecoming. It's problematic. It's, you know, starting to really bother me as well. It's showing up in our friendship. It ain't doing you no good in other areas, blah, blah, blah. If that person ain't reciprocal, they don't want to address the shit. They just expecting, you know, it to be what it is. And for you to get with the program, yeah, boo, I'm gonna have to buy out of the program. You know, you can find you another seater, because I'm good on
Yeah.
that. And
Again. Yeah, you
yeah,
told them when you, like I said, if I've told you, you know, something, and like I tell people all the time, no means no in every language. You only have to say no to me one time. I'm not going to keep asking you over and over again for something, you know. That's just the way I am. And when you were saying that they can't, if you've told them these things about themselves, and I'm a very direct person, and you told them these, and it's coming from love, it may, you know, people don't understand that if you're saying something, it's because you see it and you want them to be better, and also like for your friendship or whatever. And if they can't handle that, like you said, yeah, I'm gonna keep on walking. I'm not even, like I told you, you know, my oxygen, and this is why I probably smoke this now at my old age. And
let
this
it
is
out of
seriously, it's the truth, because like I'm going through right now, my life is life, and you know, I have changed as a person. I'm taking care of my mother, and I see where it brings, you know, I'm just not, we all change as people, but I'm just not that person, you know what I'm saying? And it's because of the energy, you know, her energy is a lot.
yeah.
And
No, I think that the first people that we have to learn to love is ourselves first. Iyanla said something so pivotal and instrumental into the way that I now live. When she put this into perspective, she said, I think Charlamagne had asked her, like, I forgot what he asked her, but it resulted in her saying, the reason that most people are depleted in their lives is because they're giving from within the cup. She said, what you're supposed to give is the overflow. You give
Yeah.
from your overflow. The overflow is for community. The overflow is for your family. The overflow is for everybody else. What's in the cup is for you. She said, because most people give what's in the cup, that's why they end up, depressed and feeling the way that they're feeling and depleted, because people are giving what is supposed to be allocated to them and not giving until they have abundance. You give from your abundance, not
That's me.
yeah, not from yourself. And so you have a lot of really loving people who constantly are in the practice, unbeknownst to them, of giving themselves away, giving themselves away, giving themselves away with no limitations, with no nothing, just all heart, completely heart wide open, just giving all that
Yeah.
they got. And then, hitting that brick wall and then not even having anything to repair themselves with once they hit
And
that wall.
Yep.
That's
and
a hard thing to
and
actually. That's a hard thing to learn.
It
But once
is.
you get it,
Yes,
you
God.
got it for real.
Absolute baby.
and
Once you got it,
and
you got it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
and conscious. I'm finna
Mm-hmm.
get ready to be 45 years old.
Amen. God be the glory.
And I had to learn that. Like I had to stop. I had to literally tell people. I said, look, I
Yeah.
said, I've been there for everybody else.
But
I
me.
said, I gotta start being there for me. I
Mm.
said, I said, I'm a good friend. But then when I need console and stuff like that, I can't find nobody. And I
But
told him,
yep.
I said, it don't make no sense. I said, I'm going through the worst time of my life. Y'all know I lost my friend. And then I said, sometimes it's good to just check on me because you never know what may be happening. I said, and then somebody told me I need to be a better friend because they know they ain't been doing what they supposed to as a friend. You see what I'm
But
saying?
that
So
makes people
so
change though, because a lot of times, because you give so much out of yourself, people don't realize that they're not being a friend to you. They
Yeah.
don't. They're not being in a great relationship with you at all. And
Yeah.
so once you get to the point where you're at, then they start realizing, like, damn, I haven't really been a real friend. Or some people just leave because they've already taken away so much from you. You have nothing to give, and they got to move on to somebody else. It's like leeches. And so
mm-hmm.
you have to realize, like, some people are leeches in your life, but
Yep.
then who will realize, like, you know what? Damn, I didn't realize that I haven't been a really good friend, and they'll switch they'll turn it back around.
Well, once you get the AARP card and some tweeds, you won't give two shits about what they think.
Yep.
I'm getting old, but I thank God that I that
I got
I'm
mine and I
living
don't
it.
care.
I thank God that I'm able to flourish and I look young. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Despite what I've been through, and that's because God has kept me, and He's been on my side. And the thing about it is, regardless of what I've endured, God is still keeping me. So, like I told him, I said I just left the situation. I said, Lord, I said it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? It's time to take care of me. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So I got some good news. My health is good and stuff like that because I've been
Right.
taking care of me. You see what I'm
Yeah.
Right.
saying? So God is just who He say He is. When you know who you is, you know what I'm saying. You can give, but you don't have to give as much. And that's
Right.
what I've learned.
Right. And you don't even
I,
have to give. They can't accept that you can't give. Like I said, it's that's on them. Just like I said, apologies are for the apologizer, not for you. If I apologize to you, that's just because I felt I was wrong. If you don't accept it, that's on you.
yeah.
That's right. That's
I'll
Yeah.
tell
right. So
I'll
I
tell
so
you.
I'm fine with that. I'm
I'll tell
fine
you.
with that. I'm cool.
We've kind of lived this kind of similar life.
Mm-hmm.
And Conscious can kind of tell you this as well. When I was with my ex, I got rid of all my friends. Because
Amen.
his friends was my friends. I did that, and after we broke up, I had no one.
You
My
got
best
me.
my best friend that I talked about today, he has been there through the entire thing. Like, we have been best friends since then. And I learned how to be my own individual person, but I also realized what I was giving, I'm also getting back from my friendship that I have now, because I don't give everything I used to give to everybody else before.
You take care of you.
Or
Yeah.
you don't give it all at once.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I'm different too. I haven't changed how I love, but I've changed how I go about relationships, and I've learned to advocate for myself, and I have accepted, because for a long time, I think for a lot of givers and a lot of people who like, we got a lot of love in us, we just, love to make things better, we love to make people better. A lot of times we will just go do that and just think and expect other people without having to tell them that they're going to return that favor. That's kind of like the unspoken rule that you're going to do for me, what I'm doing for you, and that this going to be reciprocal, even if we don't have to like say that to each other. But then we learn the hard way that people either intentionally or just unconsciously get into the habit of taking, especially when you are good at giving. I've realized that even a lot of people in my life that end up being takers weren't even really being malicious, but I realized that like the ego, when it finds a sweet spot and a winning spot, it just naturally relaxes into laziness, and it will just allow the dynamics to be what it is. So people will just allow you to give, and not even really be meaning you no harm, but nonetheless, it still is creating harm, because at the end of the day, nobody wants to be in a disproportionate, lopsided, one-sided dynamic in any regard. Nobody wants to be in a one-sided marriage. Nobody wants to be in a one-sided friendship. Nobody wants to be in a one-sided work experience. We all would like reciprocation and reciprocity, and to see the fruit of our labor, etc. But advocating for yourself is very important. Sometimes people will naturally become lazy without meaning it, and you just have to resurrect some boundaries and let people know that boo, my love is unconditional, but the relationship is conditional.
Yep.
The relationship is conditional. My love for you is unconditional, but the relationship is. And I'm not going to be in a relationship to you without getting my needs met. I'm not. I'm
Yep.
not signed up to be in relationship to nobody, only to be neglected, abandoned, and be without. And if I have to do that, I can do that without you, because I
Yeah.
have to do that by myself. I would never do that to myself, so why would I allow you to do it to me? I would never deprive myself. What the fuck am I going to put up with depravity from you? Like, I'm not going to sell myself out. I'm not going to neglect me. So what the fuck I'm gonna let you neglect me for? So, that becomes the measuring rod. But people do need to learn to advocate for themselves. Do not feel guilty about needing what everybody else's need. You need love too. You need community too. You need people to pour into you too. Don't also be afraid to vocalize that. A lot of people are literally just afraid to be vulnerable. I'm not no more. Like, if I be like, look, bitch, I need you. Like, you got to show up. Like, you need to step it up a little bit. Like, like I call people out when they don't, uh, when they say one thing and they do another, when they word falls flat, when they are unreliable, I call all that shit out. I don't be suffering in silence or nothing, because I want you to get it together. Like, I'm invested in it working. So I'm not going to shy away from giving you the information that can contribute to this thing being better for the both of us, because I don't think it's okay for you to have a reliable resource in me, and then
I can have one with you.
yeah, and then I don't have that with you. I can't even be confident in knowing that you gonna show up too, or that I can rely on you in this way, etc. I'm not. This is a relationship, whether it's romantic or platonic, or even if it's family. Like, it's reciprocal and it's mutual, and we all need to be in the business of showing up and doing our fair share and putting our fair share of effort, and making sure that our relationships are really balanced and they're not just lopsided. I just walked away from a very long-term friendship in my life with somebody who ultimately the friendship really revolved around predominantly. I was a side character, and for a long time, I kind of was okay with being a side character. But the deal breaker was I was okay with the bulk of the friendship revolving around them as long as when I needed them to be a friend to me, they would. But when the opportunities came for them to show up, they didn't. When the opportunities came to be a friend to me, they weren't.
That
When
part.
the opportunities did come, they were nowhere to be found. And sometimes they were actually the actual fucking problem. So when that happened, I gave the friendship the opportunity to be better by having the quote unquote difficult conversation, to give my friend the information, to put whatever needed to be put on the table so that my friend had an opportunity to clean it up and to do it differently. And then that didn't really go over so well, and there was not any substantive change in the behavior. So then I had to get to the next step, which in the words of Tina Turner, what the fuck does love have to do with it at this point? At this point now, what
Look,
the
I want back what I
fuck
gave.
does,
Right, right.
yeah, what the fuck does love? It seems to
Yeah.
me that you think that love is a secondhand emotion. I've been sitting here thinking that it's first priority, but you been using love as a secondary accessory. And we on two different pages, and then I had to just ultimately bow out. And I didn't care that it had been almost a
Mm-hmm.
decade worth of friendship. I didn't give a damn
Yeah.
about. I didn't use none of
Mm-hmm.
that investment shit, none of that. Well, we've been together for this long and all this time, all that. Baby, if you ain't treat me right, bitch, I'm good as gone. I don't give a
Yeah.
damn how fucking long we've been doing this. If you can't get your shit together, if you can't straighten the fuck up, if you can't, if you can't stand tall, like, I am gone. I'm getting my bra and my purse, and I am headed out of the
Out the
motherfucking
door. Yeah.
door.
Yeah.
Like,
People conscious, they clutching their pearls with me because they like, she really got up and left. Yeah. I got people right now calling my phone. I don't answer the phone. I turn off the text. I put on do not disturb because I'm like this. If you mishandled me while I was there as your friend, you don't get to see the new me. That's the thing. See, when God is in your life and he elevates you and you do something,
Sorry.
do something different, he does something different with you. They want to leech on to you, like you just said. I forgot his name, but he said about leeches. That's what folks trying to do. They know they did me wrong. Instead of them apologizing, they want to come back and see the new me. No, stay where you at. You know you did me wrong. Stay where you at. I love you, but stay where you at. Because, like I said, God gave them ample time to do me right. They got to live with it. They got to live with how they did me.
Yeah, God had blessed me with this thing that people tell me that I have called the resting bitch face. And so I realized, like,
I got it too.
I'm gonna use
I
that to
got it
my
too.
advantage. I use it to the advantage of at this point in my life.
mhm,
It takes a lot to get in here, to even have me be a friend to you at this point. And I
mhm,
learned at my job that I have now because I'm actually leaving on Monday. But I learned that, you know, people try to pride themselves into that. And I'm like, no, maybe not because I don't know you like that. But there
yes,
were people that came around that were genuine around me and they
mhm,
really came into my life. And like I went through a lot this last year, and they have been there every step of the way, and vice versa. And like they're like sad I'm leaving, and I'm like, this feels good to me because I've never went to a job or one out of sight I'm going to leave, but two that they're sad that I'm going to leave. Like, and I'm happy about that because I built great relationship with these women at my job, and like it feels better to me because I've been through so much in my life,
yeah.
and I'm gonna put my wall up. It's your job to build that, to break that wall down.
I'm,
But see,
I'm,
And
putting a wall up.
I'm going to say this before I forget it, because Deb had just reminded me of it. I'm glad you said that, Deb, because that's what I meant to say when I was speaking earlier, is that coming out of like the all heart, no wisdom lifestyle. I had all heart, no wisdom. Had out this full heart, would run toward the storm, didn't really think about the consequences and repercussions. I was just, a idealist, etc. And I
Hmm.
crashed burnt every time. But something that I've learned in my more evolved self now is that I make people earn it. I still
Yeah,
have it to give. I still have it
absolutely.
to give. I'm still filled with the same love capacity, but I do make people earn it through consistency, through integrity, through,
Because
being
it's a gift to have somebody like that around you, and I feel like God blessed me with that. Like my grandparents were amazing people, and they gave to everybody. So I learned that growing up.
yeah,
And when I say break that wall down, it takes work because it took work. It took you work to come over here to realize that it was going to be okay for you to come over here. And for me to do this, I would run towards the store like, oh wait, they in a mess. Let me help them out. But I never saw you running towards that. So like, I look at things like that now. And I'm telling like the people in my life now, like I'm telling you now, they was running towards my storm as I was running towards theirs.
yeah, yeah.
My,
Amen.
yep, I give people grace. I don't give them the mercy. I give everybody some grace. I don't have any walls up, but the
Mhm.
mercy, like I said, is something that you have to build because people are going to be whoever they are, and I
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I just see them for who they are. Like the things I've done or done for people or given, whether it's you know um uh physical, you know what I'm saying, or it's just emotionally. I don't have any regrets. Like I said, if I'm not dealing with you anymore, that's on you. You know what I'm saying? I don't have any regrets for what I've done because when I do things, I mean it. It's from my heart and it's between me and that person. It's nothing to have to tell somebody, and it is what it is. And I love the person I am for that. Um, but people are going to be who they are. That's
But
why.
Leslie and Deb, they think that you're doormats. People think that you're doormats. When you're giving, they think you're doormats. They think you weak. They think you don't have no sense. And then when you do a 360, I mean, I'm not saying care about what they think, but see, they'll try to play on your heartstrings and try to leech on you and do things that they shouldn't be doing and thinking you stupid enough to fall for it. And then, far as the friendship, you don't use friends because at the end of the day you gonna need them same friends who you using as a doormat. That's why I'm saying it.
Yeah, I've never
You
been
know
in
what
a real
I'm saying?
Can
situation
I
where I
can
feel
I
like
can I say something about the doormat real quick?
Hmm.
hmm
So to me, a doormat is welcoming. It's saying I'm welcoming you to my home, whether it's a shady one or say, hey, welcome to my home. My thing is just don't wipe your feet on me.
I got that. That's right. Or
That
don't have
part.
a doormat at your door.
That part.
It, that and that. Because I mean, I hear that don't walk over me like I'm a doormat, but also a doormat is a welcoming space. Like, hey, this represents me, and everybody has a different type of doormat. But then when you start wiping your dirty feet on me, then we have a problem.
Yeah, if you allow,
Yes,
but
And
that's
I
only
think
that
that's
something
why
that
part.
you
a life
allow.
lesson like don't let people just wipe their feet on you. Yes,
Yeah,
there's
if
love in
people
that.
continue if people continue to do that, that's something that you're going to allow. And for me, I
Yeah,
don't, like I told you, I have my patience is very short for stupidity, and just like I told you, like the word no, I'm very nice, but also I'm also another person too. It's not that I'm not nice, but my response is not matured since the time I was born.
yeah.
So
Hmm.
um like I said, my patience is short for it. So I just, like I said, I'm not being mean to you. I don't deal with you. I just don't deal with you.
That's
Cause we
So
understandable.
all got
that's it.
feelings, y'all. We
Yeah.
all got feelings, and here's the thing: people will do things to you that they don't want done to them, which makes no sense. Because how would you feel if that was done to you? Like like I told Conscious, I'm being bullied, but yet people don't want me to say anything. I'm like, if you think I'm not gonna say nothing about you bullying me, you got another thing coming. Because like I said, I ain't been nothing but nice to people. And I don't deserve it. You know what I'm saying? Especially when I come with a kind heart and a kind word. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And Conscious will tell you, people have been bullying me. Um, he been rocking me for a long time. So he knows I be going through it. But
Oh,
see,
sorry about that.
see,
Yeah,
people
same.
people that see, the thing is, I still remain a good person,
Right.
regardless through all of that. And that
Don't change
show
who
you
you
more
are.
my heart.
Don't change who you are. That's on them.
I'm
Do
not.
not change who you. Do not ever change who you are.
I'm not.
Sometimes you gotta grab a BA. I don't know how to say a bat or something like that. You gotta use it, but you know what I'm saying. You have to, let people know. Some people, the people that do stuff like that, to me, that's just their ignorance and stupidity. Because if you got somebody that's good to you, that's going to be there for you, and you mess that up, you got to be real stupid. Real ignorant. It's just like, you have a great job and you start doing crazy stuff at your job and you lose it. That's just stupid.
You don't
Yeah.
change who you
So
are, just
people,
change them.
I'm not. I'm not.
Yeah,
Cause
don't let
see,
them
the
do that
thing
to
is,
you.
my heart is good, and I have the best intentions, and being a good friend, I've learned so much. You know what I'm saying? That's why my relationships or friendships have lasted over 20 years and over 20 decades, because I know how to be a better friend, not just a good friend, but a better friend.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Sometimes we have to
I
go
can
back
tell
and
that
be
you
a
are
better friend.
this how passionate you talk about how good of a friend you are. I can tell that you really are.
I am.
And
I
what
just,
kind of
I
friend?
just.
So tell what kind of friend am I? One that don't give a.
Yeah. So
Or
so I just
realist.
I just I just love people, you know what I'm saying? And I love the fact that I get to meet different people. And thank y'all for encouraging me, and that means so much because I've been through so much these last few weeks, and my birthday getting ready to come up, so I'm just gonna
Period.
When's your birthday?
my birthday is in a few weeks. It's May the 13th. So
May the
I'll
My
be
15th.
granddaughter's is
45.
May the 10th. My other granddaughter. Well, happy birthday.
Happy
Thank
early
And my
y'all.
birthday.
mom is my
Happy
sister, and
birthday,
my aunt's
man.
is on the 16th.
Oh
Thank
wow.
y'all.
Oh
So
yeah.
I'm just thankful for y'all, because y'all don't know. Do you know I got people in my real life, they don't even encourage me, and
Yeah.
it's people like y'all. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, I said,
Look,
people that really
it's the
say they
kindness.
love
Yeah,
me.
people don't want to see people have anything. You have so envious and jealousy is haram, and people don't want to see people have something. I had somebody say something to me. I was in a live chat, not on the panel like this, but
Yeah.
like a live chat, and they made a comment about say I was stupid for giving money, like the donations. If
Mhm.
I'm on somebody's channel listening and participating or whatever, just listening, I have an obligation. This is your job, I just think I have an obligation if I'm able to do so. That's what I should do. You guys, nobody works for free, you know,
Yeah.
and
Mhm.
if you're going to be participating and getting educated or whatever it is you're doing, you definitely should try to, what I'm saying, to give. I don't care if it's $1.
Yeah.
Cause
Yeah. Hey,
God will bless
I'm
you.
about to drop down, but I'm gonna be back in the chat, but because my phone about to die.
Thank
But
you so
I
much for
appreciate
coming
you
up,
guys.
so Deb.
This was a great conversation.
Yes, amazing.
Yeah.
And, I'm gonna have to hit you up because I didn't know you were in that kind of a situation, and I want to share something with you, but
Okay.
I'll hit you up on the back end about that.
So you're going to be
Okay.
a better
Thanks.
friend to him?
Huh? Because
Y'all making me laugh.
what y'all don't know is before he started this channel, we used to
Yeah,
talk on Facebook all the time.
all the time. Yep. Yep. Me and Dev go way back, like you
Yeah.
said, to his first, to his marriage, honey, to his relationship.
How old is he? How old are you, Dad?
I'm 41.
I'm so old. So I need to be on none of these chats. They need to have a chat for elderly people. Look, even,
We all
even,
getting up there.
No ageism, no ageism. All I welcome, honey.
even
All
Medusa
I
said to
welcome.
me earlier in the chat, she said, "How old are you? Love my kids." So Lord, because I had said something and she had never heard of it. I said, "I'm with a lot of younger people, but
But grown folk over here,
well,
grown folk. That's all
no,
we
she's
But
do.
a sweetheart. No,
I appreciate
she's
meeting you
really
guys.
sweet, but
Thank
it
y'all
was
for the
true.
Thank you so, Deb. I'm gonna hit you
yeah.
up too, boo.
All right.
All right, that was So Deb, you guys.
Yeah.
She's also a content creator, y'all. So please follow So
Oh,
Deb.
her
I'm gonna put it.
name?
I'm gonna put his. Let me see if I can put his link in the chat.
Okay.
So Debonair. He does a lot of like content, just like me. He do pop culture, reality TV reviews,
He
all that good stuff. Let
he
me see.
reminds me of the guy. He's on the news in DC. Richie, what's his name? Richie. Sky. That's who reminds me of.
In DC.
Yeah, Richie Sky. He has a channel, and he also he goes on Fox 5. When I was at my daughter's house the other day, I saw him on Fox 5. I didn't know but his channel is Richie, Richie, I know it's Richie something.
I was thinking about the yeah, because he do the reality show stuff too,
Yeah,
right?
yes.
Yeah,
He does a reality show, which is, yes.
what are you
Yeah.
talking about? Yeah. I just put this link in the comment section. But
Okay.
speaking of getting out of here, y'all, I got to get out of here too. We've been here 7.5 hours. This has
Wait.
been a amazing dialogue. For all of my long forum content, all of my long forum viewers, y'all got y'all long form content today, honey. So y'all got a 7.5 hour discussion to make it through a work shift and make it through your long distance drive or however y'all be utilizing these long form as live streams. But this was really amazing. This was really multifaceted. And I'm glad I came up here today because I wanted to kind of expound upon this discussion. And of course, like all discussions, we start one way and then we kind of like merge into other areas of life and relationshiping. So this was really good stuff. I want to thank you, Leslie, so much for your wisdom, your contribution to the panel, your donations, honey. You were throwing the motherfucking coin on the cane. Honey, thank you. And
No. Most definitely. I appreciate it. You definitely deserved it and earned it. Thank you guys for having me. Thank you. Now I'm really getting ready to smoke, okay?
Oh, period. Get your smoke on.
I love you guys, and I will check you out. Okay.
Love you.
I love you. You gotta take care. Take care, chat. You guys be good. Medusa, that's for you. I love you.
I love you too, boo. So Debbie's in the chat, y'all. So click on his avatar. It'll take you directly to his channel. Put his link there too. And thank you, Rashana, for always coming up, boo. Happy early birthday.
Love you.
Do you have plans for your birthday next month? Like, have you planned to do anything or?
I want to go to the movies and just go out to eat, but 9 times out of 10 I'll probably be at home.
Okay,
My birthday on Tuesday.
How about change but into I'm going to the movies and I'm going to treat myself to dinner on my birthday. No buts. You get to decide what Tuesday gonna look like.
I got you.
Yes. You're going to the movies saying you're going to get something to eat on your birthday on period. Well, happy early birthday, boo. Definitely make sure that you hit us up on your birthday so we can show you some birthday love and all of the things.
I love you, Conscious.
I
Thank
love
you
you
for
too, boo.
encouraging
And
me.
you stay encouraged as always. We never alone in anything. I think that's so Deb actually kind of said it so eloquently that a lot of us really live the same lives. We're just living the same lives in different bodies, but we're living the same lives. And that's why we can listen to each other and there be so many similarities and synchronicities and so much to relate to as it relates to the dynamics of our lives because most people are actually the same. And I think as a society, we would do more good if we took time to acknowledge all of the things we have in common instead of majoring in all of the things that make us different, because the things that make us the same are the majority in comparison to the things that make us different from each other. So you stay encouraged, you stay supported, and thank you for being here, boo. And you're always welcome to hit the motherfucking link and get your talk and your drink on.
Okay, I love you. I'm gonna
I
let you
love you too,
go.
boo. All right, boo. That was our Shonda, y'all. This was a great discussion. Shout out to Uda on Go. Uda, you got your ranch, okay? You got your motherfucking ranch. Great discussion, y'all. Shout out to my boo Leslie and everybody. Y'all thumbs up. And this was just really good. This was really good. That's really good, honey. Now, I'm getting my content creating spirit bike. Okay, I'm getting it bike. So shout out to y'all. Please share with a friend. If you enjoyed yourself, please show some love to the Cash App, $Consciouztv, and or PayPal.me/Consciouztv. As Leslie said, child, if you got to enjoy yourself, if you got to have something to do for 7 hours, if you learned something, if you just got to partake in community. These are all things that make a content and a live stream valuable to you. And of course, there's nothing wrong with showing your love in all the capacities in which you can, whether that's sharing, whether that's subscribing, whether that's thumb upping, whether that's donating to the platform, etc. Because all of us content creators, we do this not only for us, we do it for y'all too. So I love you guys, and I will see you guys in the next interim. Peace and have a great weekend. Bye.